Preface of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Preface. It is verily more difficult to write a good preface for a book than to write the book itself. We don't mind telling the reader very confidentially that this is not, by any means, our first effort at a preface for this work, and we earnestly hope that the public will not pronounce this 9th one so stupid as we deemed the 8 preceding ones that we tore up. It will be perceived that our hero bears the historic name of John Smith. Original Old John Smith, the Virginia settler, met with many adventures, some of them funny and others not so funny. Among the latter was the affair with Miss Pocahontas and her stern old parent, and we claim for our own John Smith as many adventures as his illustrious namesake, some of them quite as funny and others funnier. Nothing in this narrative of real incidents is at all calculated to reflect on the excellent character of Mr. Smith, and this is because we esteem him very highly, and not from any dread of the law. For John Smith is so multitudinous that one could handle the name with impunity, and not incur any risk of prosecution for libel. What would a court say to an action against a writer for libeling John Smith yeoman, especially when the writer should plead that he never meant that John Smith, but quite another unknown to the court? There are those who will shrewdly guess that the hero of the narrative represents the author himself, the chief grounds for such inference being a striking similarity in the number of nether limbs. That, however, should scarcely be taken as conclusive. For since this cruel war is over, there are nearly as many one-legged men in the country as there are John Smiths. End of preface. Chapter 1 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 1 The Way It Happened. Crack went a rifle at the Battle of Antietam. Not that it was the only one fired, for they were rattling away at the rate of 1,000 per second just then. But there was one rifle in particular discharged, which, so far as I was concerned, was clearly distinguishable from all the rest. I did not see it, nor am I confident that, in the din of battle, I heard its report. Yet I was made painfully aware of its existence and proximity, and shall no doubt entertain a recollection of it while life lasts and reason retains her throne. That rifle, evidently fired by someone whom I would have shot first if I had had a good chance, and therefore I couldn't blame him much for shooting me, threw a leaden ball of 1 ounce in weight, and similar to an acorn in shape, and that missile traveling at the rate of 5,000 miles an hour, though they rarely travel a whole hour without resting, struck and wounded me, John Smith. It passed through the thigh, lacerating that muscle vulgarly known as the tensor vaginae femoris, and causing a compound fracture of the femur, barely below the trochanter major. That is to say, it broke the bone about 3 inches below the hip. The ball had come diagonally from the direction of my right and front, passing through the outside portion of the left thigh and coming out only 1.5 inches from where it had entered, and I could not help, when I had regained my composure, making some little geometric calculations on the subject. I reckoned that if the man who had fired the rifle, allowing him to have been 100 yards distant, and the barrel of the piece to have been 4 feet long, had moved the muzzle the 100th part of an inch to the right, I should have been missed. If he had elevated it about the same distance, I should have been missing. My next thought was that whereas my antagonist had discharged his rifle, I must request the government to discharge me. Some of my comrades carried me from the field, and, after a little diversion in the way of fainting, got me loaded into a 1-horse ambulance, a vehicle that can beat a wildcat jumping on moderately rough ground, and away it went plunging diagonally across a cornfield, like a schooner hove to in a storm. The shattered limb is one of the most painful things in the world, especially when its owner is jostled about like old rusty nails. For good, solid, substantial pain, I know of nothing worthy of being spoken of on the same day with it. The toothache in its worst form is bliss compared with it. There was another wounded hero in the ambulance, lying beside me. His leg was shattered below the knee, and I reckon that the yelling he and I did jointly wasn't the sort to be excelled by any other 2 youths of medium abilities. We were driven to a small log schoolhouse that was used as a surgical hospital, and there unloaded. I do not know what became of my companion in misery, that is, in the ambulance, for it was as much as I could do to keep myself in view for some days following. Within the schoolhouse were several surgeons busily engaged in amputating limbs, while without, beneath some oak trees that stood near, lay a great many sufferers awaiting their turn. I must give the surgeons credit for considerable dispatch, and no doubt they dispatched many a poor fellow that day, for I observed that every few minutes a whole man, in bad state of repair to be sure, was carried in, and soon after carried out in from 2 to 4 pieces. They did their work up with rapidity, and by evening the arms and legs that were piled up against the wall of the schoolhouse without would have amounted to a full cord limb measure. Well, as I do not intend to dwell on this part of the narrative very long, I will simply say that the doctors finally reached my case. I was carried into the little building where so many pangs had been suffered that day, and laid on an operating table, and after a slight examination of my wound and a consultation of 8 or 9 seconds, they lulled me to repose with chloroform, and scientifically relieved me of my left leg. When I returned from the state of profound oblivion into which the chloroform had thrown me, I was glad to find that they had not made a mistake and cut off the wrong limb, as a doctor was once known to do. They had amputated the right leg because the left one was the right one, it being the wounded one, and my right leg was now my left one, because it was the only one left. Yet the other was always the left one, and it has remained so because it has been ever since left on the battleground. However, that is all right. What I suffered during the ensuing 3 months in Smoketown Hospital, several miles from Sharpsburg, I will pass over with but a thought and a shudder, and hasten on to tell of the curious and amusing adventures I have since met with on a crutch. I will never forget my first attempt to walk on crutches. I thought it looked easy to see others walking about the hospital on crutches, just as an inexperienced person is apt to think rowing a boat an easy matter, because he sees others do it with apparent facility. So one day, when my strength had so increased that I thought I could bear my weight on my only leg, I urged the nurse to lift me up and to let me try a pair of crutches. He did so. He raised me up, and I stood holding tremulously to the tent post, for I and 5 other unfortunates occupied a hospital tent, while he carefully placed a crutch under each of my arms. It was the first time for several months that I had been in an erect position, and you can't well imagine how I felt without studying a good while about it. The ground on which I stood seemed so far beneath that it made me quite dizzy to look down on it, and I trembled at the awful possibility of falling. With the crutches under my arms and the nurse's strong hand on my shoulder to keep me steady, I made 2 or 3 feeble, timid strides, and concluding that walking on crutches was not quite what it was cracked up to be, I faintly said, "Nurse, put me down on the bed again. I fear I will never walk well on a crutch." "Pshaw," he said, as he assisted me to return to my couch of straw. "You do well, and you'll do twice as well next time you try it." "Twice as well would be but poorly," I rejoined. "However, I will do my best." "Certainly. Don't think of getting discouraged." As I now look back on that dismal scene, and remember the sinking heart that throbbed so feebly within me, and the wasted, trembling limbs with which I attempted to flee from my prison-like bed, I cannot help but smiling. Now, when I can skate as fast as anyone on my solitary foot, swim as well as I ever could, climb like a squirrel, jump on a saddled horse and ride at any pace I please, place a hand on a fence as high as my head and spring over in a quarter of a second, or walk 25 or 30 miles a day. All this with one good leg, a crutch, and a cane. When the spring came and I could walk about with some ease, I went from my country home to Philadelphia to get one of Palmer's artificial legs, supposing that I could wear one advantageously. While on the subject, I will simply say that I got one, but never used it much because there was too little of the thigh left to attach it to firmly. Not that I would be understood to detract from the reputation of Palmer's patent limb, for we all liked the doctor and were most favorably impressed with his handiwork, and my subsequent observations have left no doubt in my mind that his are the most nearly perfect of any artificial limbs manufactured. Major King, Assistant Surgeon General of Philadelphia, sent me to Haddington Hospital to wait till the proposed new limb should be ready for me, and it was there that I, John Smith, fairly began my somewhat eventful career on a crutch. The hospital, located near the beautiful suburban village of Haddington, was set apart for such heroes as had lost arms or legs and desired to replace them with substantial wooden ones. It was not unusual at that time to see 50 or 60 one-legged men strolling about the grounds in fine weather, or squads of 15 or 20 supplied with passes for the day, clambering upon a streetcar and going into the city for a bit of a spree. A person once asked me if it was not a rather sad sight, and if the boys in this condition were not rather morose and gloomy. The very thought is amusing. I never, anywhere, or under any circumstances, saw a livelier crowd of fellows than the maimed and crippled soldiers at Haddington Hospital. They were nearly all young men, from 17 to 22, and a happier, noisier, more frolicsome set of boys I never saw. It was no unusual thing for some of them, in a merry mood, to carry on till they got put into the guardhouse by the impatient surgeons, sometimes when they scarcely deserved it, but of that I will say more hereafter. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Christine Rottger. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War by A.F. Hill. Chapter 2. John's Adventure with a Crazy Man. Haddington Hospital had its characters, as every place has. I formed ties and associations during the spring of my stay there, which can never be forgotten. Nearly all who were there at the time I remember with pleasure. There was Chris Miller, whose leg was amputated below the knee, and who walked splendidly on his palmar leg when he got it. If there was one of the boys there whom I liked better than any other, it was Chris. He was a jovial fellow, humorous and witty, and the boys were never at a loss for a laugh when he was about. When he got his artificial leg on tight, he got tight himself on the strength of it, and made so much noise that the doctors came to the melancholy conclusion that it was necessary to put him in the guardhouse, which was room number 41, 4th story. There he made more noise than ever, sat in the open window with his feet dangling out, one a wooden one, and threatened to jump down upon the roof of the piazza, a distance of 25 or 30 feet, so the doctors got scared lest he should do so, and thus sprain the ankle of his new leg, and they had him brought down and locked up in the cellar, where there was not such a broad field for exercise. Nor shall I ever forget Young, a reckless boy of the New York Fire Zouaves, whose leg was amputated 5 times. One evening when I was just about to retire, he came home from the city, more than tight, fell as he came blundering up the steps, and bursted his unfortunate stump open, so that half an inch more of the bone had to be sawed off. He begged the privilege of keeping this fragment of himself, and when he got into a convalescent state again, he worked whole days at it with a pocket knife, and carved it into a very handsome ring, which he ever afterwards wore on his middle finger, both at the table and elsewhere. There, too, was Mr. Becker, a citizen, the clerk of the hospital. He was a handsome fellow with black curling hair. He made love pro tempore to one of the village girls. And there was Bingham, whom I shall never forget, a religious fellow who sung psalms of an evening, and induced the boys to make up money enough for him to go home on, although it was subsequently ascertained that he had plenty of money himself at the time. He was the only mean fellow I remember, but he had lost a leg in the service of his country, and I will spare him. One evening, a few weeks after I had been admitted to the hospital, a man named Thomas, who had been absent for 10 days, returned and occupied a bed by the side of mine. He was a soldier who had been slightly wounded, and was doing guard duty at the hospital. He had been absent without leave, had been drinking all that time, and now returned in a very nervous and shattered state of body, and an uneasy and gloomy frame of mind. To add to his trepidation, he was apprehensive that he had been marked as a deserter during his absence, and he retired to bed in uncommonly low spirits. I was just falling asleep, and everything was quiet about the hospital, when Mr. Thomas suddenly startled me by springing up to a sitting posture in his bed and crying out, "No, you don't! I'll die first! I won't be taken! You want to try me for a deserter and shoot me with 12 muskets? I tell you I will not be taken!" "What's the matter, Thomas?" I asked in alarm. "Matter? Why, don't you see? There's a whole company of soldiers surrounding the house, and they want to take me for a deserter. Look!" he exclaimed wildly, pointing through the window. "Don't you see them?" No, I replied, perceiving that he was afflicted with a mild attack of the horrors. "There are no soldiers there. Lie down." "Yes, there are," he exclaimed, springing up upon the floor. See, 20, 30, 40, 50. I'll cut their hearts out if they try to take me. I will." Here he swore a profane oath. I confess that I felt rather uneasy in the presence of this madman, but calming my fears, I said coaxingly, "Come now, Thomas, there's no one after you. Don't act so foolishly. Do lie down and go to sleep."
But I see them. They are down there by that car now. Do you see? Oh, I am watching them. They'll be sharp if they take me alive."
The terminus of the Market Street and West Philadelphia Horse Railway is at the building then used as a hospital, and a car arrived and departed every 40 minutes till 11 o'clock. At this time there was one standing some 50 yards from the building, awaiting its time to depart for the depot in West Philadelphia. "Yes, I do see them now," I said, thinking it better to humor him. "But it is very plain they have concluded you are not here, for they are getting onto that car to leave."
"Oh, I know their tricks," he replied quickly. "They only want to make me think they are gone, so that I will go to sleep, and they can come and take me easily. But they don't catch me that way. I should think not. Ha, ha, ha!"
"Really, Thomas," said I persuasively, "I believe they intend to go. Go to bed, and I will watch for you. If they do not leave on that car when it goes, and offer to come this way, I will wake you and tell you. Depend upon me."
"Will you?"
"Yes, indeed, I will. Lie down."
"I will then. But mind, don't let 'em get near. They're sly as foxes. Watch 'em."
"Don't fear," I replied. "Go to bed, and I will wake you in good time if I see them coming." Thereupon Thomas, who was a large, strong man of 30 years, returned somewhat reluctantly to his bed, while some of the other boys of the ward began to wake up and swear moderately because their slumbers had been disturbed. The murmur soon subsided, however. Thomas seemed to sleep. All grew quiet, and I lay down again. I was just getting into a comfortable doze when Thomas started suddenly, sprung out upon the floor between his bed and mine, making the whole house quiver, placed his hands upon my stomach, and leaped clear over me and my bed at a bound. At first I thought my time had come, for I fancied he was about to slash me in two with a knife. But having executed the gymnastic feat just described, he withdrew his hands and stood in a kind of crouching position, trembling like a leaf, especially like an aspen leaf. "What's the matter?" I asked, trembling about as much as he.
"Hush," he whispered in an awful manner. "They're at the window. They were pointing their muskets in. One of them touched me on the head. Look, see their bayonets at the window? Where's my knife? Reach and get it for me from my pants pocket. Do."
"Wait a moment," I replied, "till I go to the door and look out. I want to see how many there are." My object was to get into the hall and go wake the doctor and inform him of this sad case.
"No, no, no, no,"
he said quickly, at the same time jumping about 4 feet high and coming down on the floor like a thunderbolt.
"Don't open the door. They would all rush in."
"Only the hall door," I persisted, beginning to rise. "They're not in the hall. Stay here, and I'll get you a musket to defend yourself with." The muskets belonging to the guards off duty were kept on a kind of rack in the hall, immediately adjoining the room I was in. I did not wait to hear any further remonstrances on the part of Thomas, but leaving him standing there trembling, as only a man suffering from delirium tremens can tremble, I seized my 2 crutches, for I used 2 then, stalked to the door, went out into the hall, closed the door after me, and hastened to the room in which the doctor slept, which was on the same floor. It was some little time before I succeeded in getting him awake, and when I did, he growled out in an ill humor, asked what in the deuce I wanted, imagined I was someone come to rob him, seized his revolver, cocked it, threatened to blow my unhappy brains out, called me to halt or I was a dead man, and in fact he was altogether quite playful. "Don't shoot, don't shoot!" I fairly yelled. "It is I, doctor, I, John Smith." "What do you want, waking a fellow at this time of night?" he demanded. "Are you sick? Do you want medicine? Go to the cadet and tell him to give you saturated sugar 1 dram, extract of true green 2 scruples, emetia 1 dram, linden oil 20 drops, tannic acid
1½ ounce. Fowler's solution of arsenic, ½ ounce. Distilled water, 3½ ounces. 1 big spoonful every 10 minutes till relieved. And if... Stop for suffering humanity's sake, I interrupted. I am not sick at all. On the contrary, I am quite well, thank you, but... Well, what is the matter? I came to tell you that Mr. Thomas is raving mad. He imagines that a provost guard is after him, and that he is to be shot as a deserter, and he is scampering about over the ward like a rat in a hot stove. He talks strongly about cutting people's hearts out, and he may hurt some of the boys. Oh, is that it? Said the doctor, now wide awake. Well, I'll attend to him. And he hurriedly turned out and drew on his unmentionables. Accompanied by the doctor, a light, and a guard of 2 men armed with muskets, I soon returned to Ward A, and found Thomas raving like a wild man of the woods. He imagined himself already attacked by a company of soldiers, and he was hammering away at my empty bed with his big fists, and cursing and swearing like an officer of the regular army. All the boys of the ward were now wide awake, and more than scared. They were all cripples, and some of them still in a weak condition, and they really had much to fear in case of Thomas's becoming generally pugnacious. "What do you mean, Thomas?" demanded the doctor angrily. "Do you want to go into the guardhouse right now, or will you lie down and take a night's rest?" "They've surrounded me," vociferated Thomas with a profane oath, "and I'll not be taken. I'll sell my life as dearly as possible, I will." "Confound you," said the doctor vexatiously. "You'll cheat the man that buys it then. Seize him, boys, and put him in the cellar. Put on your pantaloons, Thomas. You must sleep in the cellar tonight. You shall not carry on in this way." Much to my surprise, Thomas at once cooled down and became perfectly tractable. He offered no resistance, nor showed any signs of disobedience, but straightway drew on his trouserloons, put on his blouse, placed his cap on his head, with the visor shoved down over his eyes, and quietly accompanied the guard, and allowed himself to be locked up in a strong room in the basement. So our peace and tranquillity were no more invaded till roll call in the morning. When one of the guards went to give Thomas his breakfast, he found him sitting with a grave air on a low stool near the door of his prison, with a large bloody pocket-knife in his hand. There was a pool of gore on the floor at his feet, and his neck and breast were terribly gashed. "Why, Thomas," exclaimed the horrified sentinel, "what have you done?" "Some fellow," returned Thomas in a calm and even dignified tone, "murdered my father last night in the room above, and," pointing to the blood on the floor, "his blood ran down here. Some of it fell on me, but how could I help that?" "But what are you doing with that knife? You have surely cut yourself." "Oh," he retorted coolly, as he pointed to his lacerated breast, "I have been merely trying to get my heart out. I had hold of it once, but it slipped out of my hand." There was a wild look in his eye, and he presented a rather dangerous appearance with the gory knife in his hand, and his clothes stained with blood. The sentinel paused a moment, then, duty triumphing over fear, he advanced boldly and said in an authoritative tone, "Give me that knife." Without a word, Thomas submissively handed him the bloody instrument with which he had been attempting self-destruction. It was a large knife with eating fork attached, such as was much used by soldiers during the war, the blade being about 4 inches long. Having secured this weapon, the sentinel closed and locked the door, then hastened to inform the doctor of what had occurred. Thereupon Thomas was conducted to an upper room. His wounds, 22 in number, were examined and dressed, and he was put to bed. There were 2 doctors at the hospital at the time, and both expressed a like opinion on the case of poor Thomas. They said they wouldn't be surprised if he should die, but yet that it was possible he might get well if kept quiet. So by this non-committal course they did not endanger their reputation. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 3 proposes to leap from a third-story window. For some days the recovery of Mr. Thomas was very doubtful. Someone had to stay with him continually, and especially at night, for at that dreary hour when churchyards yawn, and one experiences an inclination to sup on hot blood, vide Hamlet, he was in the habit of raving a good deal and of threatening to destroy himself and the greater portion of the human race. By and by, sitting up with him got to be a rather sleepy task, and as there were not very many whole men about, it was necessary for the cripples to take turns at it. One night, a week or so after the attempted suicide, my turn came. I was told early in the evening that I was detailed to get up at 12 o'clock and stay with the sufferer till 3. At the appointed time, I was awakened by one of the nurses, arose, dressed, and proceeded to the invalid's apartments. I entered the room with some misgivings and relieved a one-armed hero who had been watching since 9 o'clock. The latter retired at once and left me alone with the patient. The latter was asleep at that time, and the single candle that was burning in the room shed a ghastly light over his ashen face and the white bandage, slightly blood-stained, that was bound around his unhappy neck. "He is asleep now," the one-armed soldier had said before withdrawing, "and may not give you any trouble. If he should awake and try to hurt you, ring the bell." The bell wires, etc., used when the building was a hotel, were still in good working order, and all that lent me courage was the bell pull that hung down close to my ear when I had taken a seat on a chair near the door. I was just getting into an uncomfortable doze when the patient waked up, awoke me, and raising up quietly in bed remarked, "I believe I'll jump out of this window." He said as coolly as a man in good health would say, "I believe I'll take a walk." It was a third-story room, and the bed stood immediately by the window. I thought of the disastrous consequences of such a proceeding on the part of Thomas, and earnestly advised him not to think seriously of embarking in such a colossal enterprise. The window was raised about 2 feet, it being a warm night, and he gazed wistfully out into the somber darkness. "Don't do it, Thomas," said I with earnestness. "We are at least 30 feet from the ground, and in your present condition it would not be judicious. Wait till you get well at least." "You jump out," he suggested, turning and looking upon me with a wild stare. He seemed to have just thought of it. What could be my excuse for not taking a flying leap in the dark, I being in sound health, what there was of me? I glanced furtively at the bell pull and replied, "Oh no, not from that window. You see, that is a back window. The laundress has some clothes hung out to dry just below, and it might injure them. Besides, I am in the habit of doing my leaping from a 4th-story front window. You'll always find, Thomas, that a man of refinement prefers a leap from a window of the 4th floor." He sat a while in a sort of thoughtful attitude while I kept one eye on the bell cord and the other on him. Then, to my relief, he deliberately lay down again, drew the covers close up to his chin, and glided off into a gentle slumber. I had no more trouble with him. Thomas got well in the course of a month, left off drinking, and got to be a pretty sensible sort of fellow. The last time I saw him was the day, some months after I had left the hospital, when I returned to the old place on a brief visit. He was engaged in a 4-hand game of euchre, and I observed, just as I arrived, that he held in his hand both Bowers, ace, king, and queen. Would you believe it? He had the temerity to play it alone, and the extraordinarily good luck to make 4 times. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 4. Locked Up. The inmates of the hospital were allowed passes after roll call in the morning to go into the city or whither they pleased, but it was imperative that they should return by 7:30 in the evening, positively without fail. One morning, as usual, I got a pass to go into the city, and as the doctor handed it to me, he said, "Don't fail to be back at 7:30. "I won't," I replied, with the best intentions in the world. As new patients arrived almost every day, some of whom might be ignorant of the rules and regulations, the doctor had got into the habit of repeating this injunction every time he gave out a pass. And as he gave, on an average, about 150 per day, Sundays excluded, he must, in the course of a year, have said, "Don't fail to return by 7:30, 46,950 times. I had just stepped from the streetcar in the heart of the city when I ran squarely against one of the boys of my own regiment, whom I had not seen since the Battle of Antietam. "Hello, Charlie!" I exclaimed, delighted to see the familiar face of my comrade. "What are you doing here?" "I have been in the Chestnut Hill Hospital," was his reply as we shook hands. "I was wounded at Fredericksburg, and am just well enough now to return to the regiment. I go to Washington today. What are you doing here?" "I am staying at Haddington Hospital," I returned, "waiting to have a palmer leg fitted on me that is made of willow and only weighs 3 ounces and a half." "Come and go to Washington with me," he said, as the thought appeared to strike him. It struck me rather forcibly about the same time, I confess. "I couldn't, Why couldn't you?" "Because I only have a pass till evening." "Oh, that will make no difference. They will hardly be so strict with the cripples." "When do you go?" I asked thoughtfully. "At 11 o'clock. "Where is the regiment?" "Lying at Upton's Hill. Come, you'll go with me." "I might get into trouble," I said, wavering. "I only have a pass till 7:30, and if I should go away and stay whole days—" "Oh, pshaw! They wouldn't care. You have no duty to perform there." "No, but—" "Oh, come," he urged. All I wanted was a little urging. "The boys would be so glad to see you. You don't know how they felt about your losing a leg at Antietam." This argument completely disarmed me. I had not been with the regiment since I was carried away from it in the smoke of battle, and I knew that the boys would be glad to see me. No one who has not been a soldier knows how dear one's comrades are to him, and especially his messmates, those with whom he has slept many a time on the cold ground and under the same narrow tent, those with whom he has drank from the same canteen or eaten from the same scanty dish. The attachment that grows up among companions in arms is like no other. It is not like paternal or fraternal love. It is not like the love of lovers, but it is as fond, as deep, and as lasting. I accompanied my comrade to Washington, thence to Upton's Hill, and saw the boys, and I think I never enjoyed so much true happiness in the same length of time as I did during that pleasant visit. I never thought of my being absent without leave till I neared Philadelphia again. Then I began to wonder if anything would be done with me on my return to the hospital. I tried to persuade myself that there was no danger of anything of the sort, but something would keep whispering to me that I was going to get into trouble. I arrived at the hospital again just 1 week from the day I had left. The roll was regularly called, both in the morning and in the evening, and I could not suppress an involuntary shudder as I thought of the 14 roll calls I had evidently missed, and of the 14 black marks that were surely placed by this time opposite the honest, unassuming name of Smith, John. However, I put on a bold face, walked up the hospital steps, paid no attention to the guard, who said, "Where the deuce have you been all this time?" walked in, and calmly reported myself to the surgeon. "Doctor," said I, "it isn't 7:30 yet, is it?" It was about 2 o'clock, post-meridian. I had hoped he would enjoy this joke, and good-naturedly laugh the affair off, but I saw no such indications on his stern countenance. "Where have you been, Smith?" he asked. Do I say asked? I should say demanded. That is putting it mildly enough. "I went to Upton's Hill to see my regiment," I replied. "Exactly. Upton's Hill. Let me see, that is—" "Upton's Hill," said I, "is about 8 or 9 miles from Alexandria by the pike. From Washington it is situated." In fact, I was going on to deliver a first-class lecture on geography when he interrupted me with, "So you went there, eh? A pretty way to act. I gave you a pass a week ago today, as the records will show, telling you to return by 7:30, and until now have not seen you or heard of you." "Well," said I, still hoping that the affair might be accepted as a joke, "I am back, you see, before 7:30. The mere matter of a week—" "Go to your ward," interrupted the doctor, who did not seem to be in a joking mood. "Glad to get off so easily," I muttered to myself as I withdrew. "I really did begin to get a little scared, but it's all right now. I believe I'll go and write a letter or two." Now there was at the hospital, acting as sergeant of the guard, a contemptible little fellow named Kinsley, who had never been wounded and probably had never seen any active service. I do not remember what regiment he belonged to. He was very fond of displaying his sergeant's stripes, paper collar, and delicate little mustache. I had not been in my ward long when this pompous little fellow came in with a key in his hand, approached me, and said, "Come and go with me, Smith." Observing the key, I at first supposed that new quarters had been assigned me. In truth, I was nearly right, and I arose and followed him. He led the way up one flight of stairs, then another, then another. We had not quite reached the 4th story when the horrible truth suddenly flashed upon me. I was to be put in the guard-house. Yes, the guard-house. "Sergeant," said I, pausing on the stairs, "I half believe that you contemplate locking me up." "So I am ordered," he replied. "I've considered the matter," I continued coolly, "and have come to the conclusion not to go." "But you've got to go," said he. "There's no use in—" "No, I really don't think I'll go. Not right away, anyhow," I said coolly, and I turned about and began to descend the stairs. He quickly followed me and roughly seized one of my arms. Letting my crutches fall, I turned impetuously upon him, and with all the fire of assailed dignity, seized the foppish little sergeant by both arms and hurled him down the stairs with all my might. I tumbled down after him, however, for I had not then such command of my equilibrium as I have since acquired, and we landed at the foot of the stairs all in a heap. I was up first, and snatching up one of my crutches for a weapon, I stood with my back to the wall and proposed to split his skull if he should dare to approach. He did not dare, however, but with a savage oath, for so small a man, he picked himself up and ran down the other 2 flights of stairs. I deliberately followed. I was halfway down the last flight when the doctor and 2 guards, armed with musket and bayonet, appeared in the hall. "Doctor," said I, "did you order me to be put in the guard-house?" "Yes," he replied frankly. "You have no right to do it," I said, with some force. "I am a sergeant, and cannot, without a trial, be confined in a guard-house." "But you can," he retorted, "if there are men enough here to carry you up. Go, boys, and put him in number 41. The 2 guards came up to me, and one of them said, "Come now, you see we are ordered to do it. We don't like to, but—" "I will go with you," said I, "for I know you are a soldier, but if that dandified little sergeant comes within reach of me, I will break his head." I again ascended the stairs, for I saw that resistance would be both useless and wrong, and one of the guards, inserting the key, opened the door, and I walked in. Just then the cowardly little sergeant made his appearance, rushed to the door, drew it to, turned the key and tauntingly said, "Now I've got you, my fine fellow. You see, a sergeant can be put in the guardhouse." I could not help acknowledging the truth of this, but did not do so to him. I merely promised to lick him as soon as I should get out. "You know nobody would hurt you because you are a cripple," he replied, "or you wouldn't talk that way." "And you," I retorted, "who never went into danger enough to lose a limb, can well afford to lounge about a hospital and bully over the cripples." No reply was made. I heard them going downstairs, and I was alone in my prison. Fortunately, during my youthful days, I had not neglected one important branch of my education. I had read with deep interest minute and graphic accounts of the daring adventures and hair-breadth escapes of Claude Duval, Dick Turpin, and 16-String Jack, contained in a series of 24 octavo volumes of 100 pages each, handsomely bound in orange-colored paper and illustrated with numerous spirited lithographic engravings done on brown stone. There is no sort of learning that will not come in play at some time or other, and with my extensive theoretic knowledge of prisons, it is not to be supposed that an ordinary hotel room with the lock on the inside of the door would hold me very long. I looked about me for means of escape. The window was too high to think of taking a jump from it, as it will be remembered I had led Thomas to believe I was in the habit of doing, and as Chris Miller had threatened to do, so I resolved to force the door open or die in the attempt. There was a stove in the room, without fire, of course, and I opened the door and peered in. It contained about 18 quarts of ashes and cinders, and a small iron shovel with an iron handle. I seized it with joy. I saw liberty beaming all over it. First, I tried to insert the handle between the lock and the iron catch into which the bolt went, which was only secured by a couple of 1.5-inch wood screws. The crevice was too small, or the shovel handle too big. I next tried a corner of the shovel itself. It entered the crevice, but it proved too pliable. It bent. Then, with some effort, I wrenched the handle from the shovel and tried that end. It was smaller than the other end, and success stared me in the face. I inserted it in the crevice, and with a reasonable expenditure of strength, pried the catch off, and it fell to the floor, in a somewhat bent and dented condition. The door swung open. I was free. Thus liberated, I walked calmly downstairs, and went out on the piazza, where the doctor and a number of the boys were sitting airing themselves. "Doctor," I said, coolly, as I boldly confronted him, "I am not accustomed to sleeping in the 4th story. Couldn't you give me a room lower down?" End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 5. Accommodated with a room lower down. I never saw a man stare with such pure, unalloyed astonishment as the doctor did on this occasion. Not 5 minutes had elapsed since he had had me locked up in the guardhouse, and yet there I was, free. He stared at me for a moment as though I were an apparition from the dead, then stammered, Why, is this John Smith?" "So I am called," I replied, coolly taking a seat on a bench. He arose from his seat, stared for a moment, again, with contracted brows and a puzzled expression of countenance, then said, I thought you were put in number 41. "So I was," I calmly replied, and I deliberately took a newspaper from my pocket and cast my eye over the late items. How In the name of sense did you get out?" "Oh, that was easy," I replied carelessly, as I regarded the paper more attentively. "Sergeant Kinsley," said the doctor, calling to the insignificant little sergeant who was standing at the other end of the porch, "come here." The sergeant approached. "Didn't you put Smith in the guardhouse?" "Yes, sir," returned Kinsley. "Here he is," said the doctor, pointing to me. "How did he get out?" Kinsley, who had not before observed my presence, started back, turned pale, and said, I don't know." "Go and see," said the doctor. Glad to get out of my presence, Kinsley ran upstairs, and in a minute or so returned and reported what had been done. Now, if the doctor had possessed the heart of a human being, he would have suspended his persecutions after that. In a word, he would have let up on me. But he seemed entirely impervious to good jokes, practical or otherwise, and was more than ever determined to punish me. "Sergeant," said he, no doubt thinking he was perpetrating a joke, but I couldn't see it, "Smith wants a room lower down, he says. I think we can accommodate him. Put him in the cellar." There was in the basement a dark apartment with an iron door, the same room in which Crazy Thomas had been confined, and that was the room lower down, assigned me on this melancholy occasion. "Will you go?" said Kinsley, standing off at a respectful distance, "or will it be necessary to call the guard?" "It will be necessary to call the guard," I replied, folding up my paper, arising, and taking a hostile attitude. "You might as well go with him quietly, Smith," the doctor began. "No, I won't," I interrupted. "Should I do so, it is not positively certain that he would get back in a sound condition, and you might lose a valuable servant who is not scrupulous about turning his hand to any sort of work." "Call the guard," said the doctor. The guard was called. I was put in the cellar. Only a few dim rays of light found their way into my dismal prison, and they came struggling through a small crevice in the double partition of thick pine boards that divided the cell from the knapsack room. On this formidable partition I at once went to work, with extraordinary nonchalance, with a small six-bladed knife I had in my pocket. I think this course was much more laudable than that pursued by Mr. Thomas when confined in the same apartment, with a knife for a companion. I worked diligently, cutting off one thin shaving after another, till night came, by which time I had actually cut a hole in the thick partition through which I could easily thrust my arm. Next morning, after a miserable fragment of repose on an old mattress, I arose early and resumed my work. I had not been long at it when Sergeant Kinsley came down with some provisions for me, consisting of bread and water. I took the large tin cup of water from his hand, dashed it in his face, slammed the iron door to, braced it with one of my crutches, and went at my work again, while he, strangling, sputtering, and swearing in wild rage, locked the door and rushed upstairs. Cutting, splintering, and shaving, I worked away, and by noon I had made an aperture in the wall through which one might have thrown a hat, that wasn't too wide in the brim. By and by I heard someone coming down the steps, and a light from the door above shone down through the bars of the iron door. Someone unlocked it and entered. It was one of the guards, one who had been wounded in the service. "I have brought you your dinner," said he. "They only gave me some bread and water for you, but I stole a nice piece of boiled beef from the cookhouse. Here it is." "Thank you," I said, gladly accepting the repast. "What did Kinsley say?" "Oh, he's as mad as a hornet. He said you threw the water in his face." "So I did." "Served him right," said the guard, laughing. "He's an overbearing young puppy who never heard a bullet whistle in his life. I knocked him down one day, and he has been civil towards me ever since. Not very comfortable down here, is it?" "Not very." "Well, you'll soon be out. I heard the doctor say he would let you out this evening. He told me not to tell you, and I said I wouldn't. I meant I wouldn't till I'd see you." I ate my dinner with a relish, and after he had gone, I worked away at my new window, merely for pastime. I did not make it much larger that afternoon, but I trimmed it up around the edges, and got it into some shape, thinking it might do to put a pane of glass into some day. That evening I was released and informed by the doctor that my name should go on the blacklist for the space of 1 week. The blacklist was a list of the names of those who, for misdemeanor, were denied passes for a certain time, and on this roll was the noble name of John Smith, to be placed for 7 days. I thought the doctor would relent by Monday morning, so I called on him at his office and said, "Doctor, I should be most happy to visit the city today, and if you will have the kindness to favor me with—" "No, no, Smith," he interrupted in a decided tone. "You can have no pass today." "But—" "No use talking. You can have no pass today." I saw that he meant it, so I turned away for the time and called again the next morning. "Doctor," said I with a beaming smile, "there is a friend of mine in the city whom I would like to see, and if—" "You can have no pass today, Smith," he interrupted, "nor till your week is up. We have discovered how you cut the partition wall when you were in the cellar. What did you do that for?" "To get out," I replied. "If I had known it," said he with some severity, "I would have kept you in 3 days longer." "Then I'm glad you didn't know it," said I. "At least," he rejoined, "you can have no pass till your week is up. That will be on Saturday." I gave it up for that morning, but promptly returned and renewed my importunities on Wednesday morning. I was refused, as before, and peremptorily ordered not to solicit a pass again till Saturday. In accordance with this order, I promptly returned on Thursday morning, and most earnestly requested the favor of a pass, stating that it was indispensable that I should visit the city that day. The doctor refused again, and threatened to put me in the cellar again for 3 days, and place my name on the blacklist for 2 weeks if I should bore him for a pass again sooner than Saturday. Therefore, I concluded to go to the city anyhow. So I slipped out the back way, threw my crutches over the fence, climbed over after them, and without being observed by the guard, made my way to the streetcar that stood awaiting its starting time, and got aboard of it. Thus I clandestinely went into the city. There, the first thing I did was to call on Dr. Levi's at his residence. He was controlling surgeon of Haddington Hospital, and I determined to make a point. I informed him that I had not been very well treated at the hospital, talked nice to him, used the best language of which I was master, introduced foreign words and phrases, made vague allusions to law and history, touched on chemistry, gave him to understand that the assistant surgeons at the hospital were the most tyrannical fiends in existence, and that I was the very paragon of all human excellence, and finally requested him to do me the slight favor of giving me a standing pass, that is, an order addressed to the assistant surgeons at the hospital, commanding them to allow the bearer, John Smith, who had friends in the city with whom he might desire to stay a night now and then, to pass in and out of the hospital, day or night, for all time to come. This Dr. Levi's, who I must say is a perfect gentleman, and was beloved by all the wounded soldiers under his charge, wrote, signed, and gave to me without a word of objection, while I poured out the overflowings of my grateful heart in the most profuse thanks, and earnestly begged him, in case he should ever visit western Pennsylvania, where I then resided, to call on me by all means, assuring him that he would be as welcome as a brother. The doctor smiled, and with renewed thanks I put on my cap, picked up my crutches, saluted him à la militaire, bade him a cheerful good morning, and withdrew. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. The Way Smith Gets Bored, an episode. Having taken a stroll of 6 or 7 hours about the city, I proceeded to Market Street and got into the first car going westward. Soon a dignified gentleman who I liked the appearance of, and I modestly think he liked the looks of me, got into the car and occupied a vacant seat directly opposite. He glanced at my crutches, then at the vacant space where my left leg should have been, if I had possessed one, and said, "How do you do, sir? You lost your leg in the army, I suppose?" Just here, reader, before I tell you who this excellent gentleman was, pardon a slight digression. Did it ever occur to you that one who has lost a limb in service of his country finds it necessary to answer a question or two, now and then, to put it mildly, for some time after his return? He is looked upon as public property, and is almost bored to death with questions by the many curious strangers he meets. No one who's not experienced it can imagine what a nuisance this quizzing is. I can never have a moment's rest in any public place. I no sooner take a seat in a car, restaurant, or lecture room than my right hand or left hand lady or gentleman commences. I give below an impartial list of the questions they ask, and which I at first answered with pride and pleasure, but which, however, after I've answered them a few 100,000 times, grew rather stale. Here they are. They have been asked me so often as to become stereotyped upon my heart and brain. Did you lose your limb in battle? What battle? Did a cannonball take it off? A rifle ball, eh? Did it knock it clear off? Did it sever an artery? Did it hit the bone? Did it break it? Did you afterward find the ball? Was it crushed out of shape? Did you fall when it hit? Did you walk off the field? Who carried you off? Did you feel much pain? How long after you were wounded till it was amputated? Who performed the operation? Did you take chloroform? Did it put you to sleep? And did you feel the operation? Not even the sawing of the bone? Could not your limb have been saved? Was it taken off right where the wound was? Can you wear an artificial leg? Would the government furnish it if you could? Do you draw a pension? How much? How old are you? What is your name? What did you do before the war? Don't you often wish you hadn't lost your leg? How does a person feel with a leg off? Does it ache when the weather changes? Would you rather lose a leg than an arm? I have heard a person say that an amputated limb still feels as if it were on. Is that so? How do you account for that? All these questions, dear public, I have answered thousands of times and may have to answer thousands of times yet if my miserable existence is lengthened out for many years. Imagine how it must torment me. The same questions, to me long since devoid of interest, I must meekly answer over and again, day by day, week by week, year by year. How would you like to commence and repeat the ABCs 5,000 times every day as long as you live? Be pleasant, wouldn't it? But this is not all. After the affable stranger has asked all the ridiculous questions he can think of, he commences, without being solicited for a narrative, and entertains me with a glowing account of the army experience of one of his relatives, his son, nephew, cousin, or wife's uncle's brother's cousin, and I must patiently listen. He, poor fellow, goes the story, was wounded too. Arm or leg nearly torn off, barely hanging by a bit of the hide. Doctor wanted to carve it off. He wouldn't let him, but they said he'd die unless his limb was amputated. Said he'd die all in one piece then, and save the trouble of digging 2 graves. Wasn't going to die a piece at a time. Doctor said they knew best and limb must come off. Hero declared they didn't, and that it shouldn't be cut off, and moreover, he'd shoot 'em if they tried it. Hence the limb left on. Patient got well, although the doctor said it wouldn't live a day. And today, continues the narrator, the limb is sounder and stronger than before it was wounded. I have heard 10,000 such stories told of persons I never knew, never saw, and never heard of, and never wished to hear of. Yet I had to sit and listen. How interesting. Nor is this all. I occasionally meet with one who, in addition to all this, asks a few questions and makes a few remarks too ridiculous to believe. Once, a gentleman who had been quizzing me for half an hour in a streetcar gravely asked, "Don't you think there are a great many unnecessary legs taken off by army surgeons?" He meant, I suppose, legs taken off unnecessarily, and I thought so. But he had been boring me till I felt pale and looked like fainting, and I replied, "Yes, I think that, strictly speaking, all that are taken off are unnecessary, for those who lose them manage to live without them." He didn't bother me any more. On a similar occasion, a gentleman asked, "Do you ever go away and forget your crutch?" When too late, he perceived how ridiculous the question was, but I gravely replied, "Yes, I once went away and left it standing in the corner of a restaurant. I went several hundred yards before I missed it, and then I had a deuce of a time getting back to it." Another once thoughtfully asked, "Now, suppose you had lost your left arm instead of your left leg. Where would you have placed your crutch?" He never considered that in such a case it would have not been necessary for me to have a crutch at all. Then I replied, "I would have used the crutch under the right shoulder and the cane in my left hand." Another idiot one day, after having asked the usual questions and entertained me with the usual incidents, consolingly remarked, "Well, you don't have to pay so much for shoes." "I never pay anything for shoes," I replied. "For boots, then," he suggested, with a complacent smile. "No, nor for boots either," I replied. "Why so?" he asked, with some curiosity. "I buy neither boots nor shoes." "How then?" "I buy only one." Thus, dear public, I am, John Smith, tormented for having sacrificed a leg for my country. How often have I felt I'd be far happier if I were still a mark for the bullets at Malvern Hill, Bull Run, or Antietam. This accursed quizzical disposition on the part of the public has made me feel, at times, that life was actually a burden to me. One day I met an elderly lady in Philadelphia who stopped me on the street, asked a profusion of questions, and wound up giving me an accurate history of her son. She said he had gone into the army, had been missing ever since a certain battle, and she feared he was no more. Ever after that, whenever we met, and it happened frequently, she would hail me, commence with, "I never heard from my son yet," and talk to me till I felt weak in the knee. At last I met her one day, and pretending I did not see her, I was passing by when I felt her grasp on my elbow and was obliged to stop. "My son's dead," she said. "I heard from his officers, and they say he was killed." Oh, how I envied him, sleeping peacefully in a quiet grave, somewhere with nothing to trouble him and no one to torment him with questions. He must have been happy compared with the wretched John Smith. The old lady began again to give me his full history, as she had related it to me many times before, while the cold perspiration started from my frame, and I felt as though death was not 2 doors from me. Thus I am bored without mercy. No one spares me, except such as have been in the army themselves. Men, women, children, foreigners, fools, and even Negroes subject me to this systematic torture. One day I was walking in front of the Naval Asylum when 2 little girls passed me on their way to school. When they had passed, I heard one of them say, "Oh, look at the man with one leg! "Hush," said the other. "How would you like it if your pa had but one leg and a little girl would call out that way?" "He ain't anybody's pa," retorted the first. "How do you know?" rejoined the other. End of chapter 6. Read by Joe McVary, Raleigh, North Carolina, February 12th, 2024. Chapter 7 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 7. John Smith's Friend. Now let me proceed. The gentleman in the Market streetcar spared me. The questions he asked were few and to the point. He was an exception. When I replied in the affirmative to his first question, he said, "Where do you live?" "In Worcester, Pennsylvania," I replied. "Where are you staying now?" "In Haddington Hospital." "I suppose you'll soon be discharged?" "Yes, I soon shall take my discharge." "Have you any employment in view?" "No, sir, none." "If you would like to remain in Philadelphia a while, when discharged from the service, I will get you a situation." This rather took me by surprise, but I had the presence of mind to say, "Thank you, I think I would like it." "Then," said he, "call at my office near 5th and Chestnut, and I will do as I promise. My name is M. I am United States Marshal." "I am truly obliged," I said. "Not at all," he returned. "When I do anything for a soldier, I'm only paying an honest debt." I returned to Haddington in triumph, and exhibited my pass to the assistant surgeon, who had put me in the guardhouse. "Didn't you know," said I, with dignity, "that Dr. Levi and I were particular friends?" "No," said he, turning slightly pale. Are you acquainted?" "Acquainted," said I. "I should think so. We've known each other for I don't know how long." I didn't know exactly how long, but knew it was something short of 24 hours. "Ah, you should have told me. I am sorry. Well, go in and out of the hospital whenever you please." "I will," said I. From that time forth, I had perfect liberty during my stay at the hospital. In June, I got my artificial leg, which I have never worn much, finding a crutch and cane far superior as a means of locomotion. And having received my discharge, I called one fine morning at the United States Marshal's office. It was early, and he had not come in yet. To pass the time, I walked to the corner of 5th and Chestnut Streets, and stood for a moment gazing at the good old clock in the State House steeple. Streams of people were passing up and down the street, and I had not stood long before a man came up and held out his hand as though, I thought, to shake hands. Supposing him to be some old acquaintance whose visage had faded from my memory in the course of sanguinary scenes from which I had lately passed, I was about to seize his hand and request to him to remind me where and when we had last met, when I observed that there was a 10-cent note in the extended hand, and he seemed to be offering that to me. Not the hand. I stared in astonishment. "Take it," said he. "You're welcome to it." I was dumb with amazement. Was the man an escaped lunatic? Might he be dangerous like Thomas of the hospital? I felt like getting. "Take it," he repeated, still presenting the trifling bit of fractional currency. "I owe it to you." I was still lost in wonder. Could it be possible that it was some country gentleman to whom I had lent a sum of 10 cents before the war, and that he was so honest and upright as to return it on the first opportunity? No, he must be mistaken. I had never seen him before, certainly. "My dear sir," I said, "you are mistaken. I've never lent you." "Oh, not that," he replied. "You served your country. You fought my battles for me while I stayed at home. You've got crippled and now—" "Really, sir," I interrupted, smothering my indignation, "I am not in need of pecuniary assistance. On the contrary, my income is $10,000 a year." That was a big one. "If you wish to do good to the amount of 10 cents, pray give it to someone who needs it. I thank you." I spoke the latter words with dignity and turned away disgusted. Since that day I have ever feared to stop a moment at a street corner, no matter how tired I might be, lest some other unpardonable fool should chance to be near and bring a burning flush of crimson to my face. The idea of being suspected of soliciting pecuniary assistance simply because I stood resting at a corner with a crutch in my hand. It is so revolting to me that I cannot look back on that extremely little incident without a shudder. Another reward for serving my country. Oh, John Smith, John Smith! I saw Mr. M., who, remembering me at once, gave me a letter to Colonel C., a blunt but good-hearted old soldier, who at once procured me a situation in the United States Arsenal. I remained in my situation 8 months, during which I saw a great many queer things, and got a pretty fair idea of the purity, probity, and integrity that prevail among the men who have charge of such public institutions. End of Chapter 7. Read by Joe McVary, Raleigh, North Carolina, February 13th, 2024. Chapter 8 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 8. John thought he would like to travel. I had always been of a literary turn, so, while employed in the arsenal, I concluded to write a book, and give to the world therein an account of a soldier life, as I had experienced it, and had very little doubt that $80,000 or $90,000 might be made of it. I carried out my determinations, writing in the evening, after my daily labors, and when I left the arsenal, I had completed the manuscript of my work, which, when published, a few months after, constituted a 12º volume of over 400 pages. I did not make 80 or 90,000 out of the work, as my sanguine nature had led me to anticipate, but I made a few thousand, and I concluded to travel a little and see some of that portion of the world lying within the boundaries of the United States, and it was while thus traveling, chiefly in our own country, that I met with a great many funny adventures, which I shall relate in this book. The first time I visited New York, I went to remain a few weeks as correspondent of a Pennsylvania newspaper. I think any stranger's first impression of Gotham is that it is a busy sort of place, and the longer he stays there, the more he keeps on thinking so. The bustle of Broadway has been so frequently dilated upon that I will not attempt to enter upon a regular description of it. It must be seen to be appreciated, and I concluded to see it the first thing. So I hailed an omnibus that came thundering along, and somewhat astonished the driver by climbing nimbly to the top of it, instead of taking a seat within. "You got up quicker than a two-legged man," was his brief comment. "Haven't so much weight to pull up," I replied, and paid my fare. From my lofty perch, I had a good view up and down Broadway, as well as on each side. Numberless pedestrians thronged the sidewalks, while vehicles of all kinds, shapes, and sizes crowded together, rolled along and swayed to and fro in the street like a mighty torrent. We had not proceeded far up Broadway when cluck went one of the front wheels of our bus against another one that was coming down. They got tangled, and a jam-up ensued. Although I could not see that it was the fault of either driver, they cursed each other in round terms. One driver swore at the other, and the other swore at him. Then they swore at each other in concert for a quarter of a minute, in the course of which they were very earnest and emphatic in advising each other to emigrate to a certain fabled climate where the mercury in the thermometer seldom falls to the freezing point. The way these drivers curse each other is frightful. If all the men told to go to that hot climate in the course of a year by Broadway drivers should go, the place would be crowded to suffocation. The expression I refer to seems to be a favorite among the drivers of vehicles on Broadway, and I presume that on that thoroughfare there are more men urged to visit Urbis in one day than are warned against it in all the rest of the land in a whole year. For about 2 miles up Broadway, the rattle of omnibuses, express wagons, drays, furniture cars, buggies, barouches, cabriolets, etc., was really bewildering. As I looked upon the busy streams of men that hurried along the sidewalks, their faces all strange to me, yet no two alike, and saw the rumbling carriages all crowding forward as though life depended on their speed, I could not help thinking of the stanza in Byron's Childe Harold. But midst the crowd, the hum, the shock of men, to hear, to see, to feel, and to possess, and roam along the world's tired denizen, with none who bless us, and none whom we can bless. Minions of splendor, shrinking from distress, none that with kindred consciousness endued, if we were not, would seem to smile the less of all that flattened, followed, sought, or sued. This is to be alone. This is solitude. Everyone who has had any experience in the matter must have observed that a person is more lonely in a crowded city where he is unacquainted than in the depths of the forest where no human being is seen. As I had no money to throw away, I stayed at a modest hotel in Park Row, where one could live on less than $25 a day. I shall never forget a brief acquaintance I made there. The first evening I stayed in New York, I was seated in the hotel trying to make up my mind whether to go to the theater or not, when I observed, sitting near me, a sedate gentleman of proposing exterior, 50 or 60 years old, and dressed in plain clothes and a broad-brimmed silk hat of grave and dignified appearance. I could not help fancying that he was at least an ex-governor or something of that sort, and I felt somewhat flattered when he moved his chair closer to mine, with the obvious intention of addressing me. He opened his mouth to speak, and I nerved myself to reply with respectful dignity, when he said in a low tone, "Would you lend me 15 cents? The man was a deadbeat. I resolved never to place much reliance on appearance again. Having made up my mind to go to the theater and see John E. Owen's play Solon Shingle, I walked out. At the door I met a solitary bootblack, who greeted me with, "Black 'em?" "You may black it," I replied, for you see, I have only one to black. All right, said he, whereupon I seated myself on a low railing that guarded a cellarway, and placed my foot on his box. He had soon shined it sufficiently, but was still brushing away at it when I said, There, that'll do. What do ye charge? The dirty, ragged little fellow looked thoughtfully and earnestly up into my face and replied, Oh, I won't charge you anything. You only got one. I compelled him to accept a 10-cent note, of course, assuring him that I had bushels of them. But the intention was no less kind of him, and such a noble thought, though the poor little heart from which it sprung be clothed in rags and filth, will shine in heaven when the rust has long covered and hidden the millions of gold which men of wealth have contributed to charitable institutions. Before leaving New York, which ironically styled Gotham from an old English town noted for the stupidity of its citizens, let me say one word about its early history. New York, the great commercial metropolis of this country, is built on an island 14 miles long and from 1/4 of a mile to 2.5 miles wide, called originally Manhattan Island. This island was purchased from the Indians many years ago for 24 silver dollars. No wonder that race of people have had such bad luck during the last century. For any people who would extort such a sum of money from simple, inoffensive Europeans don't deserve any providential favors. Poor, impoverished New York has been struggling ever since to get out of debt, but in vain. This colossal sum, which the heartless savages demanded in ready hard cash, completely strapped the mayor and city council, and they have never been able to struggle up to an independent pecuniary position since. Shortly before leaving the city, I was taking my usual stroll, when, turning the corner of Broadway and Fulton Street rather abruptly, I accidentally planted my crutch fairly upon the unfortunate toes of an elderly gentleman. He proved to be one of the irascible sort, and no doubt it did hurt like the deuce, and he turned angrily toward me, brandished a cane, and vociferated, "Fire and nation! If you were not a one-legged man, I'd knock your head off." Thus, you see, that having lost a leg saved my head. I felt a little riled at first, but seeing that he was an old man, I curbed my fiery passion and calmly replied, "If I were not a one-legged man, sir, I would not be using a crutch, and hence it wouldn't have happened." And we went our ways. Without getting robbed or garroted or murdered in cold blood, in fact, without getting done in any shape, I spent several weeks in New York, visiting many places of interest in the vicinity, such as Central Park, High Bridge, and the various islands in the bay and harbor, and finally returned to Philadelphia, my adopted city, with the impression that New York wasn't such a bad place after all. End of Chapter 8. Read by Joe McVeary. Raleigh, North Carolina, February 14th, 2024.
Chapter 9 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 9. Seasick. Ugh. In January 1865, I concluded to visit the New England, otherwise called the Yankee or Eastern States, and thought I would at once strike for Boston, Massachusetts, which is called the hub of the universe, and make that city my headquarters during my stay in the land of steady habits. That means the 6 New England states, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. The habits of the people of all the rest of the United States are very unsteady. I fancied that a sea voyage must be a delightful thing, according to all that poets and novelists had said about the deep blue sea, the ocean wave, the rolling deep, and the like. So I determined to go by sea. I took passage aboard a large propeller one squally day, and away we went, amid the ice and snow, down the Delaware River, down the bay, and out upon the bosom of the mighty deep. Yes, and it is mighty deep, as Davy Crockett would have said, a mighty sight, deeper than is really necessary, merely for the encouragement of navigation and the cultivation of whales and sharks. I had heard of such a thing as seasickness, but I believed it was half imagination, and that any brave heart could bear up against it. In a word, I resolved not to get seasick myself. The mate of the vessel told me that it was more than likely I would feel a little squeamish when we should get out where it was rough. That was, if I had never been to sea before. I didn't believe it, though. We started on Saturday morning, and it took us all day to get outside. During that time I ate 3 hearty meals on board the propeller, for traveling on the water lent me an appetite. It was only lent, for I returned it. Well, about dark that evening we got out where it was rough. The vessel began to roll, pitch, and plunge, and I heard the sea roaring, the waves splashing over the deck, and a few loose articles on board rattling and tumbling about, and I began to wonder if everything about the vessel was secure. I sat on a sofa in the cabin, and presently I began to feel, well, I felt, in a word, that a voyage was, like all other enjoyments, not quite what one anticipates, but still well enough. Then, immediately, I felt a little, just a little, worse. I didn't like the way the cabin was throwing itself around. It made my head feel queer. I thought that if the vessel would just stop rolling for half a minute, I would feel all right again. It didn't stop, though, and I rapidly began to feel all wrong. In a word, I grew dizzy. Dizzy? Oh, no, that's no fair expression. I rather felt as though I was a large cask filled a little too full of mixed white lead, putty, or something heavy that way, and that the head was forced down upon it with considerable pressure, especially about the stomach, where I fancied one of the hoops of the imaginary cask might be located, and about the brow, where the upper hoop might be, did I experience this indescribable heaviness. I imagined the heavy cask, myself, John Smith, to be rolling and tumbling about loose, and the white lead or putty straining to get out. I couldn't stand that thought. The mate came into the cabin, asked me if I wasn't sick, remarked that I looked deathly pale, and advised me to turn in as quickly as the law would allow me. "Where?" I asked as I rapidly grew sicker. "Oh dear, where'll I sleep?" "Here," he said, hastily opening a stateroom door very near me. "Get in here, I'll help you. Take the lower bunk. You will be the only passenger in this room." In fact, there were but few passengers aboard. As I attempted to rise, the ship gave a playful lurch, laid over on her side, then quickly tossed herself upon the other side, and if the mate had not caught me, I should have plunged clear across the cabin and tumbled back again, far more quickly than a man could have walked it. My crutch and cane escaped me, however, striking an opposite stateroom door in less than a second, and throwing themselves savagely about over the cabin floor. "Never mind them just now," said the mate. "I'll help you in." And he helped me in. "There's a bucket hanging to the side of the berth," said he, "if you should feel a little sick." Human nature couldn't stand it any longer. I tumbled recklessly into the berth, and wasn't I sick. Even now, after the lapse of several years, I shudder to think of it. Supper, dinner, breakfast, all eaten in vain. Gosh! Oh, Lordy! The ship was tossing about like a man intoxicated, and I, worse still, was tossing about like a man sick drunk. I heard the wind howling, for it was blowing hard, the waves dashing overhead, the ship creaking and groaning, and I groaned and prayed for land or death. Then I regretted that I had ever been born. I also reproached the fates for having sent me to sea in such stormy weather, and solemnly vowed, and I kept that vow for nearly a year, that, in case I ever reached land, which I now thought rather unlikely, I would never, never, never venture out upon the broad ocean again. Oh, how I wished the ship would stop rolling for just a moment, but it wouldn't stop at all. It rolled and plunged and tossed and tumbled and pitched, and I got sicker and sicker and sicker, till I imagined myself at death's door with my hand on the bell handle. To gain a slight conception as to how I felt, fancy how a boy would feel if, when sick on his first cigar, he were not allowed to throw it away, but forced to retain it in his mouth and smoke away. Thus it is with one who is seasick. The motion of the vessel causes it, and when a fellow grows dizzy and feels wretched about the bottom of the vest, he can't throw that motion away like a cigar. It has made him sick, it makes him sicker, and don't even stop when he gets deathly sick. To treat a patient scientifically, physicians remove the cause of his illness, but in this case the cause, that is, the motion of the vessel, cannot be removed, and there is nothing left for the unhappy patient but to get used to it. The only thing I remember of that fearful night, except pure, unbroken, unalloyed misery, is that I asked the captain as he passed through the cabin if it was actually storming. He carelessly replied, "Oh, it's only blowing a fresh little nor'wester," and passed on. A fresh little nor'wester! I groaned in agony and rolled about in my berth, thinking that if that was only a fresh little nor'wester, what a fearful thing a stale, big nor'wester would be. Next morning at daylight, the steward came to my berth and asked me if I could eat something. Eat? Whew! Ugh! The very thought came near bringing on a relapse. No, no, no! I shuddered and buried my face in my bunk. About 10 o'clock he passed through the cabin, and I asked him if we were out of sight o' land. "Out of sight," he returned. "Yes, and have been for 10 hours. I felt somewhat better, in fact a good deal better than during the terrible night just past, and I determined to make my way to the deck to view a scene that had never before blessed my eyes. The wind had abated, but the waves ran high, and the vessel was still rolling considerably. Feeling light-headed and queer, I got out of my berth, grasping something all the time to keep from being spilled out into the cabin, got my crutch, left my stateroom, and began to move toward the companionway. By hugging the wall, grasping stateroom doorknobs and the like, I reached the foot of the staircase without falling, and looking up, the hatch being open, I saw the blue sky staggering about overhead. Holding firmly to a polished brass railing, I ascended to the deck and took a seat on the companion hatch. Before me and all around me was the long-wished-for sight. Our ship, the dark green sea, the sun, the clear blue sky, and a few wild sea-birds flitting about were all that the eye could find to rest on. The sea and sky met on all sides, forming a grand and mighty circle around us. I remember remarking to myself in my enthusiasm that to see such a sight as this was worth risking a fellow's life. To do old ocean justice, I must say that there is nothing in the world more delightful than to be at sea a little while in mild weather, but when a gale is blowing, as I have since seen it, the ship going to pieces every hour and the waves foaming and snarling and gnashing their teeth, as it were, in their impatience to get you and strangle you, then you naturally wish there wasn't such a thing as a sea in the world, or that your lot had been cast in the new world where there was no more sea. Revelations 11:1. On Monday we came in sight of Cape Cod, and I thought we should never get round it. Those who have noticed Cape Cod on the map have no doubt observed that it is shaped like a human foot, and we went gliding along near its sole, traveling from heel to toe. For hours I was every moment expecting to go round the point, which I imagined I could see all the time a little way ahead, but it kept receding all the while, like an ignis fatuus, till I began to fancy that the foot belonged to some great giant who was bending his knee and drawing it back stealthily in order to straighten it out again and give us a kick. End of Chapter 9. Read by James T. Oligney. Chapter 10 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 10. The Hub. We arrived in Boston Harbor Monday afternoon about 4 o'clock and entered a very dense fog about the same time. The fog was so thick for several minutes that objects could not be seen from one end of the vessel to the other. The engine was quickly stopped, and we narrowly escaped a collision with a steamer. But in the course of 10 minutes, the heavy mist swept down the harbor in a body and left all clear around us, when we were somewhat surprised to find ourselves within 100 yards of the shore. We floated up to the pier at the foot of State Street. The propeller was soon made fast, and I immediately went ashore, in the midst of a soaking rain that seemed to be sent just then for my express benefit. I got into a carriage, one that had sleigh runners substituted for wheels, and rode to a good, comfortable hotel which the captain had recommended. It rained till after dark, and in fact, I retired to my room, went to sleep, and left it raining. I remember that I heard someone remark, just before I retired, that if it kept on raining, he didn't say how long, it would spoil the sleighing, and wheels would come into requisition again, for in the New England states, especially Massachusetts and those lying north of it, a vehicle with wheels is seldom seen in the depth of winter. The sleighing usually continues good till spring, and the wheels are removed for a time from all vehicles, and runners are adjusted in their stead. Not even the streetcars or omnibuses are any exceptions. They, too, cease to rattle, roll, and rumble over the streets, and go gliding about with so little noise that one gets the queer idea into his head that they are barefooted. Next morning I discovered that it had cleared off, and that the thermometer had gracefully descended to 0. Well, that was nothing. In fact, during the ensuing 6 weeks which I spent in the New England states, the sleighing continued excellent, and the thermometer ranged pretty generally from about 5 degrees above 0 to 5 below. To be sure, we had a cool night or two, now and then, when it went down to 10 or 15 below, but no one thought much of that. Such is the character of the winter in New England, the good old-fashioned kind that a fellow likes to see. I glanced over toward Charlestown early in the morning after my arrival, beheld Bunker Hill Monument towering far above the smokestacks and steeples in the perspective, and I determined to visit it at once. I accordingly climbed to the top of an omnibus, cold as it was, for I wanted to see all I could, and rode over. It is not universally known that the Battle of Bunker Hill is so called because it was fought on Breed's Hill. The latter is near Bunker's Hill, and it is on Breed's Hill that the monument now stands, and always has stood since it was built, for they never moved it. The reason the battle was called the Battle of Bunker Hill, and consequently that the monument is styled the Bunker Hill Monument, is that the engagement should have been fought there. Colonel Prescott was sent with 1,000 men to throw up earthworks on Mr. Bunker's Hill, which overlooked Charlestown Neck, but either mistaking his instructions, or not being acquainted with the vicinity, he took possession of Breed's Hill instead, and threw up an earthwork there in rather unpleasant proximity to the British fleet in the harbor. The monument is built of granite, is about 25 feet square at the base and about 12 or 15 at the top, which top is accessible by means of an interior winding stone stairway, dimly lighted with rather small jets of gas that are too few and too far between. At intervals of about 20 feet there are narrow apertures to let in air, and that cold morning they let in too much. During the previous night, too, the rain had blown in and frozen on the stone steps, so that fully 1/2 of them were perfectly enameled with ice. To ascend these with a crutch under such circumstances was no less than a dangerous undertaking. The superintendent advised me not to try it, but I could not act upon his advice, from the fact that I had made up my mind to go up. It's a wonder I didn't go up in another way. If there had not been a small iron railing to cling to, I could never have reached the head of that almost interminable staircase. As it was, I came near falling backward and only saved myself by clutching this railing. Should one start to fall down these steps, nothing would save him. They wind around and around, with here and there only a narrow landing, not more than twice the width of a stair, and too narrow to arrest the progress of a descending form. One might as well leap down from the top, either outside or within the circular shaft around which the stairs wind, as to go tumbling around and around, down, down, down the solid spiral stairway, thumped and beaten by the edges of 200 or 300 stone steps, for in either case I suppose that brandy and water wouldn't save him. I reached the top pretty tired, after having ascended 295 icy steps, and from this height of 200 feet had a good view of Boston, Charlestown, Roxbury, and the harbor. Finding it rather cold up there, for there were several good-sized windows open for the wind to blow in at and visitors to look out of, I soon made up my mind to descend. In fact, the cold was so severe that it had a rather benumbing effect on me, and as my thigh and the calf of my leg fairly ached from my recent exertions, I fully realized the danger of descending, and fancied I would have made a considerable pecuniary sacrifice to be safely at the base of the tall structure. There was no way to get there, however, but to walk down, if it might be so called, and I began the perilous descent. I was not halfway down when my crutch and cane both slipped from an icy step, and I fell. Oh, what a fall there would have been, my countrymen, if I hadn't caught the iron railing. I gripped the cold iron with my right hand, and arrested my crutch with my left, but my cane escaped me, and away it went, tumbling, knocking, cracking, rattling, and clattering till it reached the bottom. I fancied it took something like a minute to make the descent, but the probability is that the time it occupied in the journey was not more than 10 seconds. Its last echo had just died away when I heard the voice of the superintendent calling to me from below, and his voice had a kind of twisty sound by the time it wound its way up to me. "Did you fall?" he asked. "No," I replied, telling a white one. "I merely threw my cane down because I can get down better without it." I did, however, get along better without it, for I could now grasp the railing all the time with one hand while the other held the crutch. Well, it is not my intention to write an ordinary book of travels. That has been done too often. All the places I have visited have been described time and again, and I will only entertain the reader with my, John Smith's, odd adventures therein. While in Boston I had the pleasure of an introduction to Mrs. Partington. That amiable old lady is a jovial, round-faced old gentleman of 55 or 60. His name is B.P. Shillaber, and he is connected with the Boston Gazette. He is a noble-hearted, excellent gentleman, and the people of this country owe him their thanks for the many happy smiles his eccentric and inimitable pen has called out upon their faces. Long life and many happy years to Mrs. Partington. I remained in New England during the rest of the winter, and had a pleasant time and many sleigh rides. I visited Lexington, Lowell, Lawrence, and most of the large towns of Massachusetts, Manchester, Concord, and Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Bellows Falls, Rutland and Burlington, Vermont, and Portland, and some smaller towns and cities in Maine. In the city of Portland I hired a horse and sleigh one morning, and resolved to drive a few miles into the country. It was snowing vigorously, but was not very cold. I had a spirited horse before me, a good light sleigh under me, and away I went, bounding over the road, neither knowing nor caring whither I went. By and by, when I had traveled 5 or 6 miles and distanced a number of other travelers in similar vehicles on the way, I saw a town just ahead of me. The snow was still falling so briskly that I was almost in the town before I saw it. As I drove along, I asked a boy what place it was, and he said, Westbrook. I entered the village and found it to be one of considerable extent. In fact, I drove half a mile, and still there was no end of houses. On the contrary, they became thicker and thicker, and I began to conclude that Westbrook must be quite a city. By and by I found myself on a street that reminded me forcibly of one I had seen in Portland, and, what made it more remarkable, I observed that it rejoiced in the same name. What a coincidence! But I marveled more still as I followed this street a little way and passed an hotel that was the very image of the one I stayed at in Portland, and lo! There stood at the door a porter who was dark-skinned and cross-eyed, exactly like the porter of my hotel in that city. Was I dreaming? No, not exactly, but I must have been during my drive, for I had wandered around among the country roads in the snowstorm, lost my reckoning, and actually entered Portland again. I had come in through a little suburban village north of the city called Westbrook, and hence my delusion. In Rutland, a beautiful little city nestling in a kind of basin high up among the green mountains of Vermont, I arrived one night at a late hour. I went to a good, comfortable hotel, for they have such there, and asked for a single room. The host regretted that he had no single rooms unoccupied. Passengers from the earlier trains had taken them all. He could put me up in a double-bedded room where another guest had just retired, one who appeared to be a perfect gentleman. That was the best he could do. It was the best I could do, too, so I was shown to the room. I had a few $100 in my pocket, and, not being perfectly sure that the man in the other bed was a perfect angel, I thought there would be no harm in placing it in the watch fob of my unimpeachables, and placing the same rolled up in a ball under my neck. I did so. When morning came, the other fellow got up first, and I felt somewhat amused when I chanced to observe, for I was awake and dreading to turn out on account of the sharp morning air, that he had done so too. We had both taken each other for rogues. Well, that is the right way to view every stranger when you are traveling. Look on every man you meet, and especially if he speaks to you, as a deep-dyed villain, till you have had the most incontrovertible proof that he is not. I made Boston my headquarters while visiting different portions of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts, and about the last of February I departed for Philadelphia. I didn't try the dark blue sea again, but took the Shoreline Railroad, stopping a short time in Providence, New Haven, and New York. I arrived in New York one March evening, and, allowing my baggage to go on to Philadelphia, resolved to remain in the city that night and go to the Quaker City next day. I wanted to go via the Camden and Amboy Railroad, and was told that the boat, for passengers on this road take the boat from New York to South Amboy, a distance of some 28 miles, would leave at 6 in the morning. That evening, while in the sitting room of my old hotel, I observed 2 suspicious-looking fellows eyeing me rather sharply, and I felt that they were entitled to a little watching from me. So I watched them. When I retired, I locked and bolted my door and even braced it with my crutch, a handy thing to have in a house sometimes. I slept soundly till 5 o'clock, at which time the porter, according to instructions, knocked at my door and awoke me. There was no one in the hotel below when I went down but a sleepy porter, and I was wondering where my suspicious-looking friends were, and where they stayed, and congratulating myself that I was escaping them nicely by going away at that early hour in the morning, when the street door opened and the 2 identical gentlemen stepped in and took a seat by the stove. Pretending not to notice them, I stepped out. It was still far from daylight, and the snow was flying merrily. The wind was howling, and each blaze of gas in the street lamps was fluttering and struggling as though it might go out at any moment. I wanted to go to Pier No. 1, North River, from which the boat was to start, and I walked as fast as I could, and that was not slow, toward Broadway, glancing back over my shoulder at intervals of 2 seconds to see if my villains were coming. It was the quietest hour I ever saw in New York. Not a stage, carriage, cart, or car was astir in that part of the city, and neither policeman nor any other man was to be seen. The snow and wind combined were fairly blinding, and it was very far from being a fine morning. I had nearly reached Broadway when I looked back and saw the 2 deers coming, a square distant. They were passing a lamp post, and the glimpse I caught of their figures convinced me of their identity. Without exhibiting any haste or trepidation, I walked on to the corner of Broadway and Park Row and turned to the left, but instead of walking down Broadway, suddenly stepped aside and stood in the doorway of Barnum's old museum, which was still standing at that time, but over whose ashes Bennett's majestic marble palace now stands, leaned my cane up in a corner, drew my revolver, cocked it, and awaited the attack. I had just completed my preparations for a defense of my position when the happy pair came. The light of a street lamp at the corner shone full upon them, and I must have been blind indeed if I had not recognized them. Their hats were drawn down over their eyes to shield those organs from the driving snow, and as I was in the shade, they failed to see me and rushed by. They were running, and their footsteps soon died away, and their forms faded down Broadway, which was then as quiet as a country lane. I was very well satisfied to escape an encounter with them, because I preferred not to shoot them, as I would certainly have found it necessary to do had they seen me. I knew they would soon discover that I had dodged them and return, so, replacing my revolver, taking my cane, and keeping an eye down Broadway, I glided across the silent thoroughfare, went down Vesey Street to North River, and thence down West Street to Pier No. 1, which was not really much out of my way. I reached the boat in good time, and arrived in Philadelphia that day by 12 o'clock. End of Chapter 10. Read by James T. Oligney.
Chapter 11 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shelly Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 11. Narrow Escape in a Row at Baltimore. About the middle of March, I concluded to take a tour of Baltimore, Harper's Ferry, Antietam Battlefield, Hagerstown, and Harrisburg, at all of which places, and especially Antietam, I had been before. I intended to occupy 3 or 4 weeks, and made arrangements to act meantime as a correspondent for a paper. Nothing unusual happened to me on the way to Baltimore, except that on looking from a car window at Havre de Grace, a small particle of cinder from the engine flew into my eye, which kept it red and inflamed, and furnished me with first-class pain, at intervals, for the ensuing 2 weeks. A bit of cinder from a locomotive with all its fine points is, I think, the severest thing that can work its way into a man's optic organ. Had railroads been in vogue in the days of King John, what a point young Arthur might have made, when remonstrating with Hubert, who had been authorized to burn his eyes out with a red-hot poker, and eloquently decanting on the sensitiveness of the eye by reminding him how it felt even when a cinder from a locomotive got into it. For example, how would the passage read in this shape? "O heaven, that there were but a mote in yours, a grain, a dust, a gnat, a wandering hair, or the 10,000th part of a dead spark from the smokestack of a locomotive. Any annoyance in that precious sense. Then, feeling what small things are boisterous there, your vile intent must needs seem horrible. It will be perceived that the 2 lines in italics are my, John Smith's, own production. The rest is Shakespeare's. I will not venture to predict what critics will say of the relative merits of the 2 authors in this case. As the trains from Philadelphia enter Baltimore, they cross a wide, clean, quiet street called Broadway. It bears no resemblance to the Broadway of New York, as it is occupied chiefly by private dwellings. The trains always stop there a minute or two to allow those who wish to get off. This street runs north and south and of course crosses Baltimore Street, the principal business thoroughfare which runs east and west. The Baltimore Street Railway extends down Broadway, and as several cars are always in waiting when trains arrive, many passengers get off the train here, take a streetcar, and ride into the heart of the city. I always do so when I visit the monumental city. I did so on this occasion, having first instructed the baggage express agent to send my trunk to my hotel. As I jumped from the train, before it had quite stopped, and walked toward the streetcar that stood waiting on Broadway, a soldier approached me, and tapping me familiarly on the shoulder, said, "Why, Locke, how are you?" I saw at a glance that he had mistaken me for someone else, and soberly replied, "I believe this isn't I." "Oh, so it isn't. Excuse me," he said, perceiving his mistake and laughing at my joke. I got into a crowded car and rode to my hotel on West Baltimore Street, for the principal street is divided into East and West Baltimore streets by a canal, which it crosses near the center of the city. Having a week or 2 before me with very little to do, I determined to see all the places of interest in the vicinity, for I had theretofore neglected to visit them, although I had frequently been in Baltimore. I had never even visited the Washington Monument there. Here let me commend Baltimore for being the only city that has ever erected a monument to the memory of that pure-hearted patriot to whom we are indebted for our liberties and free institutions, George Washington. Baltimore has another monument, which was erected in honor of the Maryland soldiers who fell in the War of 1812, and is hence styled the Monumental City. The Washington Monument is indeed quite a fine structure. It is built of marble to the height of about 200 feet, and its top is adorned with a large statue of the Father of his country. Within is a spiral stairway of stone, like that in the Bunker Hill Monument, but it is not lighted with gas, nor has it any embrasures for the admission of air and daylight. The superintendent, or someone employed for the purpose, accompanies each visitor who wishes to ascend, carrying a lantern. He may well be termed a man who has a great many ups and downs in the world. From the top of this monument, the view of the city is excellent. Almost every house in it can be seen. Of course I visited this monument, but as nothing extraordinary occurred, and especially nothing funny, I will not entertain the reader with a full description of my visit, nor of the monument itself. I was always fond of rowing, and as the weather was mild and pleasant next day, I concluded to go down to the harbor, hire a boat, and take a row. I was told that I could get one at the foot of a little street running obliquely toward the piers from the junction of Broadway and Pratt Streets, the latter being the street on which the Philadelphia trains run into the city, and I took a streetcar and went down. When I asked the man for the boat, he looked at my crutch and said, "Can you row?" I told him that reminded me of a lady friend of mine who, shortly after my return from the field of glory, asked me if I didn't find my corporeal defect very inconvenient about eating. "Why shouldn't I row?" said I, A man don't hold the oars with his toes any more than he holds his knife and fork with them when eating at the table, which would look rather odd, and render it necessary for him, instead of sitting in the usual manner, to take a somewhat novel position. No further doubts were expressed as to my ability to row, and I got into a 50 cents an hour boat and rowed out into the harbor. "Be careful," was the owner's admonition as I pulled away, "that you don't get caught in a squall and be driven away. The weather is uncertain in March." "No danger," I replied, and my boat glided out to where there was a stiff breeze blowing, and was soon dancing on the waves. I moved toward the southeast a mile or so, rested a while near a ship that was laying an anchor, and had a chat with one of the mates. I was beginning to pull away from the ship when I heard an excited voice toward my right sing out, "Look out there! Where the deuce are you going?" Immediately followed a confusion of voices, the ringing of bells, and the shriek of a steam whistle. I turned in the direction and was somewhat alarmed to discover that I was about to cross the bow of a propeller that came dashing along. Had I pulled the oars but once more, nothing would have saved me from being run down. My boat would have been shivered to pieces. I would have been stunned, and my chances of being saved from a watery grave would have been as 1 against 100. With all the presence of mind I could command, I backed oars and checked my boat, which of its own accord turned sidewise, and the propeller rushed by at such a trifling distance from me as to strike the blade of my right-hand oar. "Whew, my young man," said the mate with whom I had been talking, for he still stood by the bulwark, "you came near going down." I fully realized this, and quite satisfied with my row, put back for shore. The wind had increased, and I now noticed for the first time that some dark clouds were coming from the west. I had a good mile to row against the wind, which, as well as the waves, was every moment increasing in violence. I was yet a quarter of a mile from the dock in which the boat belonged, when a regular squall came on. Then I had a time of it. Throwing off my coat and hat and placing them in the bottom of the boat, I grasped my oars and pulled away with all the strength and energy I possessed. I made rather slow time, and when within 100 yards of port I perceived that I was just making out to lie still against the wind. I was nearly exhausted, and felt like throwing down my oars in despair. But seeing what a short distance was yet to be accomplished, I nerved myself for a final effort, and such a battle as I had with the wind and waves, no one need want to engage in. After 10 minutes of the most strenuous exertion, I arrived in the dock, trembling from exhaustion, perspiring from exercise, and wet all over with spray. I concluded, taking my narrow escape into consideration, that rowing in the harbor was no delightful recreation, and solemnly vowed never again to venture out there in a rowboat. I kept my word faithfully till next afternoon, when the weather being very delightful, I broke it, went out again, and had a very pleasant row in the same boat. At 4 o'clock one evening I left Baltimore for Harper's Ferry via the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, having first sent my trunk back to Philadelphia by express. I arrived at Harper's Ferry by 9 o'clock. A great many soldiers were there, for it will be recollected that the war was not yet ended, and I found it difficult to secure a comfortable lodging. Every private house was acting the part of a hotel, furnishing supper to many soldiers and a few sorry-looking travelers, while those desiring a night's lodging were packed into rooms at the rate of from 7 to 27 in each. By paying a few dollars extra, talking politely, and pretending that I was not in the best of health, although I eat an astonishing supper for an invalid, I succeeded in securing a small room to myself, to which I retired immediately after supper, and having carefully fastened the door, I lay down on a clean bed and slept comfortably till the morning. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shelly Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 12. How Smith Traveled Afoot, and more. When morning came, I tried for an hour to get a conveyance to Sharpsburg, near Antietam Creek, 12 miles distant, but in vain. Not a horse or carriage of any kind was to be had for love or money, and I made up my mind to walk it, although I had never yet walked any such distance on one leg. When a man makes up his mind to do a thing, however, he will do it, if he has firmness, no matter whether he has any limbs or not. At 8 o'clock I went to the office of the provost marshal to get a pass over the bridge. For it will be recollected that the village of Harper's Ferry is on the Virginia side, but he had not come yet. Wishing to start as soon as possible, I thought I would try to face my way over. So I went to the bridge, bade the sentinel a cheerful good morning, and was moving on when he said, "Have you a pass?" "No," I replied, stopping. "I'm not in the service. Is a pass necessary?" "No," said he, after a slight pause. "Your crutch is pass enough. I suppose you got that in the army?" "Yes," I replied, "at Antietam. I'm going up there today to see the old ground." "How are you going?" "I'm going to walk." "Walk? Why, can you do it?" "I think I can, although I have never yet walked so far on a crutch." "You'll have a good walk of it. It's fully 12 miles. "Yes, so I've been told, but I could get no conveyance, and must try it." "I hope you'll get along well." "Thank you." I passed on. When I reached the middle of the bridge, I could not refrain from stopping to admire the scenery, which had never before appeared so grand to me. Harper's Ferry presents a romantic picture indeed. All around are tall, majestic, wood-covered hills that gaze down upon the village and bridge with quiet and awful dignity. And the beautiful river, wandering silently about among them, looks as if it would never find its way out. It was the 25th of March. The morning was pleasant. The sun was smiling on the heights and glancing down on the little village and the pure river. I thought I had never before seen such a beautiful sight. I passed over the bridge, turned to my left, and walked up the towpath of the canal. The first 2 or 3 miles I got over in an hour or so, very smoothly, but after that I felt weary at times, and found it an advantage to rest every mile or two. By 11:45 I had reached the mouth of Antietam Creek, 10 miles from Harper's Ferry, and had now to leave the river and strike over the hills for Sharpsburg, 2 miles distant. Nothing had happened to me during my walk, save that a stray bullet from beyond the river had now and then whistled about my ears. They were no doubt fired at random by some of our pickets there who did not see me. I had now to cross the canal in order to direct my course toward Sharpsburg. This was no easy matter. There was no bridge or lock near, and no ordinary jumper could clear it at a bound. I did fancy that I might make it in 2 jumps, but did not try. It was not full of water, and seeing no plan but to wade through it, I removed my shoe and other apparel liable to get saturated in the course of such an enterprise, and stalked in. I did not find it deeper than 20 inches, but its temperature felt very little above 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and it made my foot and the calf of my leg ache clear through by the time I got across. Having passed this obstruction and replaced my shoe, etc., I went to a house not far off. There I inquired the way to Sharpsburg, and was directed to follow a country road that took its way over the hill, and did so. I reached Sharpsburg by 1 o'clock, having walked a little more than 12 miles in 5 hours. There was an old hotel there, and having taken dinner, I started for Smoketown, 3 miles distant, where I had lain in the hospital. I visited the village, a village consisting of 2 dwelling houses and a corn crib, and then returned to the battlefield and spent an hour or 2 traveling about in search of the spot on which I had received my wound. I failed to find the interesting place, although I had felt confident of being able to walk directly to it in a straight line. It is remarkable what a change takes place in a year or 2 in the appearance of the ground on which a battle has been fought. 30 months had now elapsed since the Battle of Antietam, and a casual observer would not have noticed any trace of the conflict. I saw Mr. Miller plowing in a field opposite the little Tunker Church by the pike, a building that had been nearly knocked to pieces in the fight, but had since been repaired, and he showed me a full set of bones lying in a fence corner, which he had just plowed up. He said they had been scarcely under the surface of the earth, but that he would bury them deeper. This was the famous cornfield in which the struggle between Hooker's and Longstreet's corps was so terrible, and where so many of the Pennsylvania reserves were killed. I found in this field several bullets, a fragment of shell, and a few canteens, straps, etc. lying about. As evening approached, I had walked from 18 to 20 miles since morning. I started for Keedysville, several miles distant, with the intention of staying there all night. After the amputation of my leg at Antietam, as mentioned in the first chapter, I had lain in a barn near the creek a week or 2. And this evening, after crossing the creek and walking a little way toward Keedysville, I recognized the same barn, although I had never known its precise location. And oh, what recollections of misery it brought back to me. My sufferings in that barn were so terrible, so far exceeding anything that might merely be termed pain, that as I look back now, the time spent there seems more like a horrible dream than a reality. The sun was sinking as I stood in the road gazing thoughtfully at the barn, and I thought of the evening I had lain within, almost dead, and seen the sun's last red rays struggling into that somber apartment of misery through the crevices. While I thus stood, a lady who had come out of an adjacent house approached me. Her footsteps, as she drew near, aroused me from my train of thought. "Good evening, ma'am," said I. "How do you do? Will you walk into the house?" was the response. "No, thank you," I rejoined. "I'm on my way to Keedysville, and was just looking at this barn, which I recognize as the one in which I lay for some days after the battle here." "Ah," said she, "were you one of the wounded ones who occupied the barn?" "Yes, ma'am. Who is the owner?" "Mr. Pry, my husband." "I have been on the battleground," I observed, "trying to find the place I was when wounded." "And did you find it?" "I'm sorry to say that I failed," said I. "A pity. Where did you come from today?" "Harper's Ferry." "How did you get up?" "Walked." "Walked? You surely did not walk it on one leg?" "Yes, ma'am, and this crutch and cane. I reached Sharpsburg by dinner time, and have spent the afternoon in rambling over the battlefield and visiting Smoketown." You surprise me. I did not suppose a person on crutches could do all that. Nor did I till I tried it. Well, you must go no further tonight. You were our guest before and must be again, now that we are better prepared to accommodate you. Why, really, You mustn't think of going any further. Why, you've walked 20 miles today, and on a crutch. No, indeed, you must not pass my house. Come in. Mr. Pry is just coming in to supper. Come, no excuses. I did not further decline the proffered hospitality of this excellent lady. I was ushered into the house, and was made no less welcome by Mr. Pry, his sons, and a beautiful, amiable daughter. An excellent supper, a pleasant evening chat, a tidy bed, a comfortable chamber, and oh, such a delicious, dreamless slumber after my day's exertion, made me forget all my weariness. And I awoke the next morning, the beautiful Sunday morning of March 26th, with all the vigor of youth. Never let me forget the Pry family for their cordial welcome and hospitable entertainment. End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BrentPatrick. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War by A.F. Hill. Chapter 13. Romance in John Smith's Real Life. That Sunday morning I determined to visit the battleground again, and try to find that part of the field on which I had had the honor to be shot, then walk to Hagerstown, a distance of 12 miles. Having discovered the previous day that I was something of a walker, I now thought nothing of going that distance on foot. My excellent friends urged me to stay till Monday morning, but I declined. I have now to record a little incident such as we sometimes read of, but seldom gain cognizance of through our own auricular and optic organs. It may well be termed a romance in real life. Once, while in the army, I had picked up a small white pebble on the battleground of Bull Run, intending to keep it as a relic of that farmed field. I had put it in a portemonnaie and carried it with me through all my battles. While lying in the barn alluded to, I had lost my portemonnaie, which only contained, besides the pebble, a small bit of white paper on which I had made some notes of marches and their dates, and since then I had scarcely given it a thought. In fact, it had gone quite out of my mind. Well, on Sunday morning, March 26, 1865, before I left Mr. Pry's house, Mrs. Pry showed me a small fancy basket of curiosities, such as little shells, bullets, and the like, and she handed it to me to examine. She said, "You will find among these shells a little white pebble to which there is probably some story attached." "Ah," I replied, moving the shells about. "How so?" "Why, I think," said she, "that it must have been the property of some soldier who, no doubt, carried it as a relic. Our boys were fishing one day not long ago, and one of them drew up on his hook a portemonnaie, and what a fish he thought he had, when—" "A portemonnaie!" I exclaimed, as the recollection of my pebble suddenly flashed upon my mind for the first time since my leaving the army. "Yes," she went on, "and in it was the pebble—" "And this is it," I interrupted, as I found it at that moment among the shells and instantly recognized it by its peculiar shape and a little dark streak running through it. "Yes, that is it." "And do you guess whose it is? Is it yours?" "Yes, ma'am, I recollect it distinctly now. I picked it up on the battlefield of Bull Run, when visiting the ground one day, before I had ever been in a fight, and carried it with me through all my campaigns till wounded, and I lost it from my blouse pocket while lying in the barn. Was there not a piece of paper in the portemonnaie? Yes, so the boys said. With some marches and their dates noted down? Exactly. Well, is it not rather romantic? It is indeed. The pebble is yours now. Take it. Thank you. I am indeed glad to see it again. But if you prefer to keep it, as you have established an undoubted right to it as property, by rescuing it from the depths of the waters, I will cheerfully leave it with you. No, no, said the good lady. It is a pleasure to me to be able to restore it to you, after the lapse of more than 2 years. I am so glad I happened to mention it. If I had read of such an incident, I could scarcely have believed it. Nor anyone. I thank you 1,000 times. To think that after 30 months I should recover a little thing like that, and that after it had been associating with the fish at the bottom of Antietam Creek. To think that it should so happen that I should stop at this house all night, and that you should happen to mention it to me just before departing, it is indeed romantic. It is truly. Be assured that I am as happy to restore it to you as you are to recover it. I took the pebble and have it in my possession. Anyone calling on John Smith at his residence, wherever that is, will have an opportunity of seeing it, and of thus satisfying himself that this story is true. Accompanied by Mr. Pry's 2 sons, I departed for the battle-ground, in the midst of the most earnest solicitations to remain till Monday morning, and made another tour of the battlefield. At last we succeeded in finding the identical spot of ground on which I had stood when shot, which I recognized by unmistakable landmarks. Especially did I remember a little ledge of rocks in the midst of a small grove of trees, over which we had climbed in advancing, and where 2 men had fallen back, shot dead, one at my right hand and the other at my left. I also found and recognized the identical tree against which I had leaned my rifle on finding myself too badly wounded to continue firing. There were some graves in the quiet little grove, and on a small headboard I found the name of one of my old regiment. Among some of the sunken graves were also visible whitened bones that had barely been covered with earth, and were now, after the rains and storms of more than 2 years, entirely unearthed and exposed to view. Between 10 and 11 o'clock, I started for Hagerstown. The boys wanted me either to go back to the house or wait there till they should get a team ready to convey me to my destination, but I declined, assuring them that I could walk easily, and would really prefer to do so, as the weather was fine. I made my way to the Hagerstown Pike, and had not traveled far when I fell in with a farmer who was returning from a Sunday school he had been attending at the little church, and he urged me to go home with him and take dinner. Not wishing to stop so soon, I declined with thanks. I met with several similar invitations on the Pike. I must say that the hospitality and kind-heartedness of the people of Maryland cannot be too highly spoken of. They had no fair opportunity to show these good qualities while whole armies were passing through their land, although even then they did all they reasonably could do for us. But let a person travel through the country districts, especially if he be crippled or laboring under any physical disadvantage, and he will meet with kind smiles of welcome from all, regardless of political sentiments. Having traveled 4 or 5 miles, I was passing a house where dinner was just ready, when a good-natured old gentleman came out to the gate and said, "How do you do, sir? Stop a moment. Which way are you traveling?" "I am going to Hagerstown," I replied, pausing. "Well, you have not had your dinner yet," he said with a tone and manner that distinctly added, "So, of course, you simply walk in at this gate and up into the house and get your dinner to be sure." "No," I could not help admitting, but what, in the name of sense? I am not decidedly hungry and would like to walk a mile or 2 further before I stop." "Oh, nonsense, come in." And he opened the gate with such an air that I could not have remained in the road without insulting him. "Did you say you intended to walk to Hagerstown?" "Yes, sir. Such is my intention." "Well, you mustn't think of it. Come in, take dinner, and rest a while, and I will hitch up to my spring wagon and take you to Hagerstown in less time than it would take you to walk a mile. Come." I could no longer resist, and allowed myself to be smiled and welcomed into the house. The good people therein, an elderly lady and her daughter, were somewhat astonished when I told them of my walk of the previous day. "Is it possible you couldn't get a wagon?" said the old gentleman. "I could not." "If I had known it," said he, while his noble heart shone out all over his face, "I would have hitched up and come down for you. Surely there ought to have been someone there. However, people get pretty hard-hearted where soldiers are quartered so long." "Very natural," I observed. After a good dinner, which I had the appetite to enjoy, this hospitable gentleman, despite my protestations, hitched up his horse and wagon and took me to Hagerstown. I offered to pay him, but he regarded that idea as one of the best jokes he had heard lately. "No, indeed, I mustn't give a thought to such a thing. The idea of taking pay from you," he said, and laughed till we both forgot about it. I stayed at Hagerstown that night, and next morning took an early train for Harrisburg, arriving there about noon. I only spent a couple of hours in Harrisburg, then took a train for Philadelphia, where I arrived that evening and found my trunk awaiting me. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 14, The Hudson. I spent the remainder of the spring and the first 2 months of the summer in New York, but as the extreme caloric of the heated term began to make the giant walls and solid streets of the metropolis next to intolerable, I determined to take a little tour up the Hudson and out by the lakes into Ohio, and did. But my grateful heart will not allow me to pass quietly by New York again without briefly acknowledging the sincere thanks I owe for distinguished favors to the following excellent gentlemen: Manton Marble, editor of The World; Drexel, Winthrop & Company, bankers, Wall Street; Willie Wallach, stationer, John Street; Pascal S. Hughes, merchant, Broadway; Henry S. Camblos, broker, New Street; and E. S. Jaffrey, merchant, Broadway. I can say no more. Having made arrangements to correspond with a certain well-known journal, I started, about the 1st of August, on my projected tour, taking passage on the handsome steamer Daniel Drew for Albany. They have on the Hudson River some of the finest boats in the world, low-pressure boats of immense size that never think of bragging on speed that falls below 20 miles an hour. Some of them, by straining a muscle or two, have made 25 miles an hour, and felt none the worse for it next morning. We started at 8 o'clock one August morning, and what a change of atmosphere we experienced as we left the hot streets of the city far behind us and glided up the Hudson, the most picturesque and romantic of rivers. The sky was bright and clear, and, however hot and close may have been the narrow and crowded streets of New York, the air with us was charming. Most of the passengers sat on the cabin deck, which was protected from the sun by an awning that hovered over us like the ghost of some broad sail that old ocean might have swallowed. We had not gone far when a band of musicians from the land of Horace, Virgil, Cicero, Titus, Vespasian, and the Caesars treated us with some melodious strains on the violin, harp, and some other instruments. Although we would have regarded them as a nuisance in front of our doors in the city, we now really appreciated their talent. And when they had played half an hour, and one of them came around with an empty hat in his hand, there were but few, if any, who did not acknowledge their approbation by contributions of 10-cent notes, or the like. They had just disappeared, and I was beginning to regard the delightful scenery that began to unfold itself to us along the shores, when a very black African made his appearance on deck, and leaning over a kind of skylight, called out to someone below in a loud tone, "Hello, Bill! Down there!" "Well, what do you want?" was the response from below. It was evident that William was also a gentleman from the land where snakes, crocodiles, and savage beasts grow to their full size. "Are you going up to Albany?" asked the darky on the deck. "Yes, reckons I's gwine up there," came from below. "How'd you leave all them folks?" "Oh, well enough, but don't ask so darn many questions," said Bill testily. "Getting ready to tacky, aren't you?" "Oh, don't bother me. I didn't get no sleep last night, I didn't." By this time, the attention of the passengers in the vicinity was attracted, and all eyes were turned upon the darky. As for myself, I felt somewhat annoyed and wondered why the black cuss didn't go below and carry his animated chat with his friend instead of standing up there yelling down and disturbing the tranquility of the passengers. "Well, why didn't you sleep? It was your own fault." "Oh, let me alone, Sam," came from below. "I don't want no fooling." "I won't let you alone. You ain't going to get no sleep this day, you isn't," said Sam, thrusting a cane he had in his hand down through the open skylight. Someone appeared to seize it from below, and at the same time the voice of Bill said, "Now look here, I say I break this whole can for you if you don't look out." "Yes, you better try that," said Sam, thrusting the cane down several times, as though he were stirring a possum out of a hollow log. "Now you be careful," vociferated the voice below angrily, and the stick was seized again, and an effort made to wrench it from Sam's hand. "Let go that now, I say," said Sam, at the same time freeing it with a savage jerk. "Then you let me alone," said Bill, in a kind of compromising tone. The passengers were looking on in astonishment. It was rather singular that this black employee of the boat, as he evidently was allowed to come up among the passengers and go to raising such an altercation through the skylight with someone below. One passenger, who had been reading, seemed very much annoyed, and at last testily said, "Oh, let that fellow alone, whoever he is." "I let you alone if I come up there," retorted the voice below, evidently addressing the irritated passenger. "Look out, Bill," exclaimed Sam. "That's a white gentleman you're talking to. Do you know that?" "Don't care for that. He's no worse than a black gentleman," retorted Bill. "That white cuss." "Confound him!" exclaimed the angry passenger, rising and going to the skylight. "Where is he? I'll punch his head." "Don't you wish you'd catch me? Ha ha ha!" laughed the voice in a taunting exultation, and now, to the astonishment of all, it sounded distinctly as though it were on the awning above our heads. All looked up as though expecting to see the shadow of someone there, but only the broad beams of the sun covered the canvas from side to side. "Ha ha ha! What's the matter?" yelled the same voice. "Ha ha ha!" First it appeared on the canvas, then under the deck, next toward the cabin door, next toward the bow of the boat, and, after apparently making a rapid circle around us, finally subsided in our midst. In fact, in the very mouth of the darky who stood on the deck. He was a ventriloquist, a skillful one too, and had been thus beautifully doing us all the time. As for Bill, the darky below, He was, of course, a fictitious personage. A loud laugh came from the passengers as they realized this, and the irascible man who had threatened to punch Bill's head returned to his seat, trying to look unconcerned. Sam passed round his cap for tokens of our appreciation of his powers, and each one, including the irascible passenger, contributed from 5 to 25 cents. That was the last tax we paid that day. I might give a long and even interesting account of my journey up the Hudson, but such is not my intention. There are already numerous books of travel extant which describe the Hudson as well as it can be described in words. My object is to amuse, and if I relate all the funny things that happen to me, I shall succeed. I might describe the view of the Catskill Mountains, the towns of Hudson, Peekskill, Newburgh, West Point, etc., but we'll leave that to tourists, as already hinted. But I must not pass by without mentioning 1 or 2 points on the Hudson. The Catskill Mountains, viewed from the river, present so lovely a picture that neither pen nor brush can convey any adequate idea of them. No one should live and die without viewing such scenery as this. A few miles above West Point, on the same shore of the river, the Western, rises a mountain peak called the Crow Nest. Joseph Rodman Drake, an American poet who died in 1820 at the age of 25, thus exquisitely depicts this delightful region in his poem entitled The Culprit Fay. 'Tis the middle watch of a summer's night. The earth is dark, but the heavens are bright. Naught is seen in the vault on high, but the moon and the stars and the cloudless sky, and the flood which rolls its milky hue, a river of light on the welkin blue. The moon looks down on old Crow Nest, she mellows the shade of his shaggy breast, and seems his huge gray form to throw in a silver cone on a wave below. His sides are broken by spots of shade, by the walnut bough and the cedar made, and through their clustering branches dark glimmers and dies the firefly's spark, like starry twinkles that momently break through the rifts of the gathering tempest rack. The stars are on the moving stream, and fling, as it ripples gently flow, a burnished length of wavy beam in an eel-like spiral line below. The winds are whist, and the owl is still, the bat in the shelvy rock is hid, and naught is heard on the lonely hill but the crickets chirp and the answers shrill of the gauze-winged katydid, and the plaint of the wailing whippoorwill, who moans unseen and ceaselessly sings, ever a note of wail and woe, till morning spreads her rosy wings, and earth and sky in her glances glow. 'Tis the hour of fairy ban and spell, the wood-tick has kept the minutes well, he has counted them all with click and stroke, deep in the heart of the mountain oak, and he is awakened, the sentry elf, who sleeps with him in the haunted tree, to bid him to ring the hour of 12, and call the fays to the revelry. End of chapter 14. Read by Joe McVary, Raleigh, North Carolina, February 20th, 2024. Chapter 15 of John Smith's Funny Adventure on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventure on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 15, John at Saratoga. We reached Albany at 5 o'clock, and I stepped ashore and walked carelessly up the street, trying to look as though I had been there before. I don't think I succeeded. It is the most difficult thing in the world to step off a boat or train in a strange city and not fancy that at least half the assembled spectators are looking at you and saying, "There's a fella who never was here before, that's clear." I went up to a hotel, gave my check to the porter, and told him to bring my baggage from the boat. I have heretofore forborne to give the names of hotels because it might look like surreptitious advertising, and John Smith is above that sort of thing. But it might be urged, why not mention the names of good hotels, that travelers who read this work may know where to stay when they visit such cities as I mention? One reason is, this is no traveler's guide, and another is that a hotel that was comfortable and well conducted 2 or 3 years ago may have changed proprietors and become quite the reverse by this time. I have seen this demonstrated myself, as I may have occasion to mention in the course of this work. I remained at Albany a week, during which time I visited the penitentiary, only as a visitor, remember, and other places of interest. I also visited Troy, 6 miles above on the east side of the river, and some of its manufactories. At a nail and horseshoe factory, I saw the largest wheel in this country. It is a monstrous water wheel, which runs the machinery of the whole establishment. I was told that its diameter was 74 feet. It was in operation while I was there. It revolved rather slowly and looked like the world turning around on a cloudy day. At Troy, I also saw a Trojan horse, though not the one Homer tells about. Before going westward, I paid a visit to Saratoga Springs, the great fashionable summer resort, which is about 30 miles from Albany. Do not infer that I went there to spend the fashionable season. I am above such a place as that. So is anyone that hasn't too much money. It is there that glittering wealth and giddy fashion congregate during the hot weather, and that merchants from New York and other cities go to gamble away in a week, sometimes in a single night, all they have made in a year. Faro prevails there to an alarming extent. So do poker, roulette, billiards, ninepins, and horse racing. I stood by a faro table for an hour, and the amount of cash I saw change hands in that time was something frightful. Thousands seemed but a trifle at the board. I saw one gentleman looking on with idle interest, while others were betting, losing, and winning. And I said to myself, that fellow is going to try his luck. I can tell by the way he looks. And he did try it. "I'll put that V on the ace," said he, laying down a $5 greenback. It lost. "Pshaw!" said he, to which nobody paid any attention. The betting went on, and presently my man tried it again. "Here's an X on the ace." And he put an X on the ace. It lost. "Confound it!" he exclaimed vexatiously. "Here's 25 for the deuce." He put 2 X's and a V on the deuce. The ace won this time, and the deuce lost. And he lost, and he was now $40 out. "Give me some checks," said he, handing a $100 bill to the banker. He was evidently going into it more extensively. The banker quietly took his $100, counted him out some ivory checks used to represent cash in the game. The betting went on. He laid down $5 worth of checks on the ace and won. He laid down another 5 and lost.
He laid 20 on and lost. He laid 20 more on and lost. "Confound that unlucky ace," said he. "I will not try it again." So he tried betting on 2 others at once. He laid 5 on the 7 and 30 on the 8. The 7 won, and the 8 lost. He won 5 and lost 30. "Blast that luck," said he. "Here are the rest of the checks on the ace. I'll try my luck on it again." And he placed the remainder of his $100 worth of checks on the ace, and lost. He then abruptly mentioned the vulgar name of a place that is also called Hades and Erebus, and wished ugly wishes on himself if he'd bet any more. But he soon thought he would like to try it again, just once. He resolved to risk one bet of $100, and if that should lose, he wouldn't try it again. "Let me see," said he. "I'll put it on the ace. No, I won't. The ace is unlucky for me. I'll put it on the 7. That won for me once." He put it on the 7 and lost. If he had put it on the ace that time, he would have won. He then used profane language and spoke very disrespectfully of the cards in general and of the 7th spot in particular. Then he left the room. Presently he returned with a roll of bills in his hand, a $1,000 one being placed conspicuously on the outside, as a kind of index, to show what was within. He handed a $1,000 bill to the banker and said, "Change that." The banker changed it. He then laid down $500 on the ace and lost. He laid 500 more on it and lost. He took another $1,000 bill from the roll, laid it down, and lost. He laid down another and won. "Good luck at last," said he. "I believe that ace will win again. It will be sure to. It has won so little of late." So he put $3,000 on it. Others followed his example, and $2,000 more were laid on the ace. All who sat at the table now or stood by looked for the issue with much interest. It lost. This most unfortunate of gamblers made a slight movement of the hand as though to place his remaining cash in his pocket and quit. But he hesitated a moment, then placed the whole pile on the ace. "There," said he, "are $7,000. Yes, 7,000. The ace lost that time. The unfortunate man, who had now lost about $10,000, articulated a number of bad words, and, turning away, left the room with as sad-looking a face as I ever saw under a hat. No one paid any attention to him. The game went on, and he was soon forgotten. Of course, others were betting, winning, and losing all this time, for there were a score around the table, and it would be no exaggeration to say that at least $100,000 changed hands while I was standing there. I have merely mentioned this one gentleman in particular because his case was perhaps the saddest of any that came under my notice, and made the greatest impression on my mind. Whether he returned with any more cash, or whether he could raise any more, I do not know, as I soon after left the room and returned to Albany. But if he was able to raise any more spelundics, there is little doubt that he tried it again that evening, for the more bitter lessons of this kind of man learns, the more they don't do him any good. "I will try it again till I at least win back what I have lost," is his plea. If he has been fortunate and won, he will say, "I've seemed to be pretty lucky. It's worth trying again." He does, and often finds it is worth trying again. To the banker, win or lose, a gambler will be a gambler. End of chapter 15. Read by Joe McVary, Raleigh, North Carolina, February 29th, 2024. Chapter 16 of John Smith's Funny Adventure on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventure on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 16. The Sailboat. Next day, I left Albany for Rochester via the New York Central Railroad. Those who have done much traveling by railroad must have been annoyed and tormented from time to time by the flying dust and the smoke and cinders from the locomotive. Every dying spark that flies from the chimney seems to go right for the eyes of any unhappy visage that dares to thrust itself from a car window for a breath of fresh air or a glance at the scenery ahead. And oh, how it does hurt! The sting of a bumblebee is joy compared with it. On this occasion, I determined to adopt a plan that would enable me to thrust my head out all the time if I choose, and stare at the locomotive with impunity. Before leaving Albany, I purchased a pair of 50-cent goggles, window glass focus, which I wore during my journey from Albany to Rochester, a distance of over 200 miles. Hence, my eyes being secure, I paid no attention to the smoke and dust I was occasionally breathing, and the result was, the next morning my throat and lungs were so sore as to interfere materially with my articulation, and for some weeks I was afflicted with a regular graveyard cough that I had reason to fear would emerge into some permanent pulmonary affection. I got over it, though, and I also got over wearing goggles on an express train. To this day, I cannot help shuddering as I contemplate what a frightful appearance I must have presented with those goggles on. A good-looking young man like myself, on a crutch, with such an immense round patch on either side of his nose, must have been a marvel to look at. I regret that I did not procure a mirror and took a look at myself while wearing them, for I never had the courage to put them on since. My memory records that several passengers, with subdued smiles on their countenances, manifested the most intense interest in my welfare, and asked me what was the matter with my eyes. In reply to this impertinent question, I gave them to understand that it is an hereditary weakness of the windows of the soul, and intimated that the Smith family had, from time immemorial, been amateur astronomers, and had done a good deal of gazing at the moon and stars. The New York Central Railroad takes its way through the beautiful Mohawk Valley. The valley is famed in history, and we read of a great many bloody scenes enacted there by the savage Mohawk tribe. But I think that now, with its green meadows, its fields of grain, its grazing sheep and cattle, its farmhouses and dairies, with peace smiling all over, it is far more beautiful and interesting than it was in its wilderness, when the red-skinned son of nature made it its home, and followed killing bears, deer, and the pale-faces for a living. There is one grand picture in the Mohawk Valley which I cannot forbear to mention. It is an enchanting cascade. The amount of water is not great, but it comes streaming down from a height of 200 feet, sparkling in the sunbeams, and bounding from rock to rock like a thing of life. For calm, quiet enjoyment, I would rather sit among the trees that hover above this romantic cascade and listen to its murmur, than on the banks of the Niagara and hear the roars of that grand old cataract. It was after nightfall when we reached Rochester, and as I wanted to stay there a few days, I went into a hotel that was in the same building with the depot itself and registered my name. Next morning I walked out and looked about me. Rochester is a very pleasant city of about 60,000 inhabitants and is situated at the falls of the Genesee River, 7 miles from Lake Ontario. I say at the falls, for the city is built on all sides of the cataract except one. It occupies either shore, and one of its principal streets, with its solid rows of buildings, actually crosses the river on an arched bridge or viaduct, about 200 yards above the falls. It will be remembered that it was at these falls that Samuel Patch, Esquire, made his last leap, and here I am compelled to dispel a very popular delusion that prevails in regard to the matter. I do not wish to detach a particular from the glory and honor of Mr. Patch, for he was an American, like myself, not exactly like myself either, for he is said to have 2 legs, and I feel a kind of national pride in holding him up before the world as the paragon of jumpers. But what I wish to say is this. Patch did not stand in the water below, as is generally supposed, and jump over the falls. On the contrary, he stood above on a platform erected at the brink of the precipice, where there is not much water pouring over at the time, and jumped down. And who couldn't do that? I saw a person in Rochester who saw him make his last leap, and they told me all about it confidentially. Another thing, it is generally known that Patch leaped over the falls of Genesee twice, but it is not generally known on which of these occasions he killed himself. Some suppose it was the first, but I can assure them, on the best authority, that it was his second leap at Rochester, and not his first, that proved fatal. On one occasion, Daniel Webster was called upon to speak at a public dinner given at Rochester. "Gentlemen," said he, "Athens had her Acropolis, and Rome her Colosseum, but, gentlemen, they could boast of no such falls as those of Rochester." Here, being slightly under the influence of the wine which he had been drinking, he paused and, hesitating, was about to sit down, when someone whispered to him, "The national debt!" Rising to his full height, the great orator exclaimed, "And then, gentlemen, there is the national debt. It should be paid, gentlemen. It must be paid, gentlemen." And then, in louder tones, "I'll be if it shan't be paid. I'll pay it myself," pulling out his pocketbook. "How much is it?" 2 miles below Rochester there is a wharf where steamboats and other lake craft land, and where a man keeps boats to let. The streetcars run to within 3/4 of a mile of the place, and I got on one and rode down. On leaving the car at the terminus of the city railway, I walked to the river bank and found a graded wagon road leading down to the landing, the bank being about 200 feet high and very steep. When I reached the landing, I concluded to hire a sailboat and have a little ride on the river. "And you manage one?" asked the owner. "Oh, yes," I replied. "This is pretty well, the truth was I have never tried it, and therefore I didn't know whether I could manage one or not." "Well, take that one," said he, pointing to a small sailboat of about 3/4 of a ton burthen. "There are oars in it, and if you cannot manage it, you can row it back." It was well enough, for without those oars I could never have brought it back. I got in, the sail being set, and he pushed me from ashore. A stiff breeze was sweeping down the river, and I did not like to run before it, lest it should blow me out upon the lake and clear over to Canada. So I thought I would try tacking, and run up the river a little way, in order to have easy sailing back. With the helm in one hand, and a line attached to the boom in the other, I went flying across the river, which was only about 400 feet wide, and presently brought up against the other shore. I looked quickly around to see if the owner was observing me. Found he wasn't. Pushed my boat off with an oar, got the sail set right for the other tack, and went sailing for the western shore again. This time I tacked in time, turned the boat pretty skillfully, and the boom went sweeping around before the wind hit me with a deuce of a belt on the head and knocked my hat off in the water. I then lowered the sail, shipped the oars, recovering my hat. I then unshipped the oars and hoisted my sail again. I had seen persons tack before and make pretty good time against a headwind. It looked simple and easy, but with me it went rather awkwardly. I couldn't make any time upstream at all, but found after each tack that I had drifted further and further down. I had better have cast anchor and waited for a port or starboard wind, so far as making time was concerned. At last, much disgusted with a sailboat, I lowered my sail and took her in with the oars, vowing never to try a sailboat again, another vow I kept for nearly a year. I then hired a light rowboat and went up to the lower falls, that is, a cataract of some 70 or 80 feet, about a mile and a half below the principal falls of the Genesee. I had some stiff rowing to get up to, for the current was swift near the falls. But didn't I come back, though, when I started to return? I only used my oars to keep the boat straight, and the current carried me down as the wind bears a feather before it. The next day was Sunday, and learning that a small steam pleasure boat was to make a trip that afternoon from the landing to a little harbor on the lake shore, some 8 or 10 miles from the mouth of the river, I went down and embarked for the voyage. The boat started early in the afternoon, crowded with pleasure seekers. It was the slowest boat and about the lightest draft steamboat I had ever had the honor to travel on. We were 3 or 4 hours reaching our destination, and on entering the harbor, she plowed through the shallowest water I had ever saw navigated. The water in the lake was low at the time, and we passed over some places where the rushes grew up so thick that a little distance the water could not be seen at all. It looked a little more like navigating a meadow than anything I ever saw. At intervals, when we could see the water ahead of us, it did not appear to be a foot deep. And oh, the way our boat stirred the mud up! I pitied the fish that lost their way in our wake. They must have been a long time finding it again. The voyage was a little tedious, in consequence of the slow time we made, but not unpleasant. It was 9 o'clock that evening when we returned to the landing in the Genesee River, and a 2-horse spring wagon waited there for all who preferred a 10-cent ride up the long hill to a free walk. I preferred the ride and got in, but I wished myself out again before we reached the upper end of the perilous road, for I never enjoyed the luxury of a more dangerous ride. It was extremely dark, so dark that you couldn't have seen a candle if it had not been lighted, and the wagon was crowded. As we moved up the road, there was a high perpendicular bank on our right hand, and on our left was the brink of a steep precipice, whose height became greater and greater as we had advanced, and I could not help contemplating the fearful consequences of a possible accident, such as the balking of the horses, the breaking of the traces, or the giving away of the earth at the brink of the declivity beneath the weight of the wheels. It was in truth a perilous ride, and before we reached the top of the tall shore, half the passengers had got scared and jumped off. But I had paid for my ride and was determined to have it at the risk of my neck, so I stayed in. We reached the head of the narrow road without accident, and a half an hour later I was in my bed, reposing after the pleasures and perils of the day. End of chapter 16. Read by Joe McVeary, Raleigh, North Carolina, March 5th, 2024.
Chapter 17 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CCam. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 17, Niagara Falls. On the following Wednesday morning, I took the accommodation train for Niagara Falls. When I say accommodation train, do not fancy that we went jogging along at the rate of 6 or 8 miles an hour. That is not the style of the New York Central. The accommodation trains make 20 miles an hour, including numerous stoppages, which is better time than is made by the express trains of some roads I have traveled on. So, I arrived at Niagara, 80 miles from Rochester, by 9 o'clock, where I left my trunk at an hotel and walked out to see the sights. It would be presumptuous in any man to attempt a regular description of Niagara Falls, with the expectation of doing the subject justice, much more so in the unpretending John Smith. No one can form a fair idea of the mighty cataract without having seen it, nor will one mere glance be sufficient. You may spend whole days there before you arrive at a just appreciation of it. The mind cannot grasp it at once. A friend had told me that I should, on first visiting Niagara, experience a sense of disappointment, that the falls would not appear quite equal to their reputation in my consequent anticipations, but that, by and by, as I should come to contemplate them more maturely, I should be led to regard them as infinitely grander and more majestic than my loftiest anticipations had painted them. I found it true. As the train approached, I heard the roar of the cataract, and saw the green waters tumbling down with their white robes of spray. But I somehow thought they did not come up to my expectations, or rather experienced a vague, indescribable impression that I'd seen the like before. But when I walked down to the bank, stood in the midst of the mighty thunder, felt the earth tremble beneath the giant leap of the great river, saw the dashing spray arising like clouds of smoke and dust from the sudden ruin of some great city, when I remembered that for ages and ages, from time lost in dim obscurity, day and night, winter and summer, never ceasing, never tiring, the mighty waters had been tumbling and plunging down from the dizzy height, as now. And when I thought of the future, when I mused of the unknown ages to come, fancied generation after generation to have passed away, when I imagined this great round sphere to have made thousands of annual revolutions around the sun, and pictured the grand old cataract with none of its vigor lost in the maze of centuries, still thundering away with the same old strength, young, mighty, glorious, majestic as ever. Then did I begin to realize the magnitude of the lofty cataract, the work of the Almighty Maker of heaven and earth, and feel the littleness, the nothingness of man. The following lines, written in the immediate presence of the great cataract by David Paul Brown, Jr., Esquire of the Philadelphia Bar, are highly worthy of perusal. Niagara, O Niagara, long thy memory will remain, a source of mingled wonder, of happiness and pain. When burst thine awful grandeur on my raptured, ravished sight, my senses broke from reason's chain in frenzied wild delight. But as the godlike attribute resumed its sovereign sway, a calmer feeling soothed my breast, its tumult passed away. The spirit bowed, and then a tear, my nature was subdued. A thrill of awe swept through my frame. I worshipped as I viewed. A moment more I silent gazed, then humbly bent the knee. As in Niagara's mightiness I felt God's majesty. I saw his glory shining round where tremblingly I stood. I cast a glance to his bright realm, then on the foaming flood. And is there strength, I humbly asked, in the almighty will, to calm this boisterous element and bid its rage be still? To sweep it e'en from nature's face, but with a single breath, resistlessly as human life is swept away by death. And can Niagara not rebel with all its force and power, when crumbling nature shall give way at the appointed hour? Must its fierce torrent tamely hush its giants' rocks then fall? The still voice of my soul replied, Yes, yes, frail mortal, all. Then let me meekly bow the head before such power divine, the only power that never ends, Niagara's God and mine. I am sure you will not quarrel with me, reader, for introducing these graphic and eloquent lines, and for growing sentimental over my remembrance of Niagara Falls. They are too grand to be passed over lightly. Thus far, since my arrival at Niagara, you have not found much of the John Smithian tone in my narrative. I had heard a good deal about the Cave of Winds, and thought I would like to visit it. So after standing for a full hour, wrapped up in the glories of the thundering cataract, I inquired of a respectable-looking gentleman where the Cave of Winds was. You must go over on Goat Island to see that, he said, but I hope you don't think of going down. Oh yes, I replied. What, on one leg? Yes, I shall certainly take it with me. But it is dangerous. You will have to go down a steep flight of wooden steps and pass behind the sheet of water where you cannot stand up. The spray will blind you, and the wind will take your breath and lift you off your feet. Foot, I interrupted. Yes, will lift you off your foot. And one misstep is certain death. Many strong men with 2 legs are afraid to try it. They have 2 feet, and are therefore just twice as apt to slip or make a misstep. Well, he said, go and see it, and I don't believe you will venture down. A look down into it will satisfy you. It will remind you of all the accounts you have heard of Hades. Where I thought water was not so plenty, I interrupted. You are ahead of me again, he said, laughing. Well, follow the bank of the river till you reach a bridge. That will take you over to Goat Island. Thank you. I walked up the shore of the river a little way and came to the bridge, a suspension bridge of 4 or 5 spans, and went over to Goat Island. This island divides the turbulent river just before it takes its fearful plunge into 2 cataracts. That on this side is termed the American Fall, that between Goat Island and Canada being termed the Horseshoe Fall because of its shape. The American Fall is 900 feet wide and 164 feet high, while the Horseshoe Fall is 2,000 feet wide and 158 feet high. By far the larger portion of the water tumbles over on the Canada side of the island, no doubt because the rocky bed of the river is 6 feet lower on that side. The cataract on either side, however, is stupendous enough for all practical purposes. In this connection, I'm reminded of an anecdote with which I will conclude this chapter. 2 Yankees, one of a sentimental and the other of a practical turn of mind, were standing side by side, gazing on this prodigy of nature. How sublime, exclaimed the former, to think that it falls 164 feet at a single leap. What's to hinder it? Responded the other. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CCam. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 18, Cave of the Winds. In order to reach the Cave of the Winds, I don't see why it should be so styled, for the winds never caved there yet. I had to descend a winding stairway within a wooden tower at the northwestern margin of the island. On arriving at the base of the tower, I found myself on a shelf about 40 feet above the waterline below the falls, with the American Fall on my right hand and the Horseshoe Fall on my left. The Cave of the Winds is simply a vacant space between the great perpendicular wall of rock over which the torrent leaps on the American side and the broad sheet of descending water itself. A flight of wooden steps takes the visitor down nearly to the water level, behind the foaming, dashing folds of this fearful curtain, and from the foot of the stairs a narrow plank walk extends some distance, to a point where the sheet of water is again parted by a projecting rock at the brink far above. The visitor, after reaching this welcome recess in the furious torrent, can pass out and take a seat on a great heap of rocks at the foot of the mighty cataract, where he hears nothing but the eternal thunder of waters, and a cloud of mist hides the whole world from his view. Pardon me for coming down from the sublime to the commonplace, and for stating that a suit of waterproof clothes is provided for the visitor. At a little house near the entrance to the Cave of the Winds, I met a man whom I asked where the guide was. I am one of the guides, he said, but you don't want to go down into the Cave of the Winds. Yes, I had rather thought of going down, I replied. Oh, dear me, he said decidedly. You can't go down. Why? I asked. I wouldn't let you go down for $1,000. You would be drowned, certain. Just step this way and take a look down. Did you lose your leg in the army? Yes, I replied as we walked to the head of the wooden stairway, at the Battle of Antietam, in Meade's division, Hooker's Corps. Got struck with a rifle ball, and the leg was amputated the same day about 6 hours after. I draw a pension of $8 a month, but can't wear an artificial leg on account of the shortness of the stump. I'm never troubled by change of weather, am 22 years old, and my name is John Smith. That place down there is the Cave of the Winds, is it? Well, it's a much milder looking place than I had expected to find it. It will be perceived that I gave all this voluntary information to save time, by sparing the guide the trouble of asking the usual questions. For every hour a man stays at Niagara costs him from $2 to $5, if he is economical. What do you think of it? He asked in a loud voice so as to be heard above the roar of the cataract. A fine place, I coolly shouted. Wouldn't think of going down now, I hope. I'll go down now, by all means, I calmly yelled. Oh no, it would be recklessness, he shouted. We've never lost anyone here yet, and we don't want to. He didn't want me lost. No danger, I shrieked. I can't give my consent, he yelled decidedly. If you don't, I screamed, I'll jump down without it. I've traveled 1,800 miles for the sole purpose of going down in the Cave of the Winds, and I'll not return to my free home in the Rocky Mountains without it. Give me a waterproof suit. That began to tell on him. A man who lived in a free home among the Rocky Mountains might be dangerous, so he yelled in a softer tone. Well, if you will only go to the foot of the stairs and will not try to follow the walk to that heap of stones out there, I'll give you the waterproof clothes, and you may go down. John Smith never rejected anything like a reasonable compromise, I replied, so I will promise to go no further than the foot of the steps. Get me the waterproofs. He gave me the oilcloths, and I donned them and carefully descended into the famous Cave of the Winds, and stood on the frail plank walk between the thundering torrent and the black rocky wall over which it tumbled. As I began to descend, I felt as though I was leaving the face of the earth forever. But who can describe my emotions as I stood at the very heels of the raving and raging cataract? Who shall describe that awful place? It exceeded all the wild storms I had ever dreamed of. The spray dashed into my face and fairly blinded me, while the fierce, unceasing wind rushed violently upon me from all sides, took the very breath from me, and seemed about to snatch me up from the frail plank on which I stood, and hurl me under the mighty torrent. It was wildly, fearfully bewildering. The wind and spray and the roar of the cataract fairly took away from me the senses of sight and hearing. I was conscious that the water had thrust its way beneath my waterproof clothes, and that I was wet all over, but could not feel the dampness. I could scarcely command my mind so as to think or reason. I scarcely knew whether I felt, thought, or was conscious at all. So absorbed were all my faculties in that eternal storm. I fancy that, if one were to remain there long, he would lose all consciousness, sink prostrate, tumble from the walk, plunge under the wild torrent, and be no more. On returning to the face of the earth again and removing my waterproof clothes, I realized how wet I was. I fancied it would not help my cough very much. But although I got wringing wet 4 different times during the few days of my sojourn at Niagara, it never injured me, which is a strong point in favor of the water cure system, i.e., if it don't cure, it at least is not quite certain to kill. "What is your charge?" I asked of the proprietor. "Nothing at all," was the reply. "We charge visitors $2 each when we attend them through the whole walk, but under the circumstances we won't charge you anything." "I am willing to pay if—" No, not a cent. If anyone ought to pay, I ought to pay you $10 for the privilege of seeing you go down there. You are the first and only one-legged man that ever ventured into the Cave of the Winds." I returned to my hotel, took a lemonade, changed my clothes, imbibed another lemonade, took dinner, then another lemonade, and was about to start for the river again, when the host said, "Are you going to see Leslie walk the rope?" "Walk the rope? Where?" I queried. "Just below the railroad bridge, the large suspension bridge 2 miles below." "At what time?" 4 o'clock. You will have an hour or 2 yet to get there." "I will go by all means," I said, much delighted at this opportunity. "I thank you for mentioning it." I went out and walked leisurely down to the suspension bridge. I found a great many people collected on the bridge and on either shore, and observed that there was a rope stretched across from bank to bank not far from the bridge. This bridge is one of the grandest of structures. It is an iron bridge with a single span of 800 feet, and is suspended 250 feet above the water. The trains run over on top of it, while on a level with the bank are a carriageway and a walk for pedestrians. I paid 25 cents to be admitted upon the bridge in order to view the feats of Mr. Leslie. It was crowded with spectators, but I succeeded in getting a good position, from which I could see the rope. Not long after, Mr. Leslie, arrayed in the garb of a circus actor and carrying a long pole in his hands, as a man is apt to carry a fence rail when constructing a worm fence, made his appearance on the American shore, stepped boldly out upon the rope over the fearful abyss, and walked leisurely toward Canada. He moved nimbly till he had traveled more than half the length of the rope, when he seemed to lose his confidence for a while, stopped and tottered from side to side. At this point the ladies all became pale. A great many of them said, "Oh Lord," fervently, and turned away, while we stronger-hearted men gazed on with the most absorbing interest and anxiety. Leslie soon regained his composure and equilibrium, and resumed his perilous walk. On reaching the Canada side, he was saluted with thunders of applause from both shores and the bridge, and after resting a while and taking a glass of lemonade, probably, he again stepped upon the rope, balancing pole in hand and a coffee sack over his head. He thus again accomplished the fearful walk, and was again greeted with cheers. Then he went out upon the rope, with only the balancing pole, stopped about the middle, and performed some gymnastic feats. He laid his pole carefully down, one end resting on the main rope and the other on one of the guys. Hung there by his hands a moment 250 feet above the foaming waters that were still angry from their recent leap, then hung suspended by one hand, then by his chin, then by his feet, and finally by one foot. To use the very mildest expression, it looked dangerous. His hanging suspended by one foot was his last feat for that day. The crowd soon after dispersed, and I got into an omnibus and returned to Niagara. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CCam. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War by A.F. Hill. Chapter 19, Canada. Early next morning, I started for Canada. Just below the falls, a flight of 300 steps, protected by a weatherboarded framework and roof, descends the steep bank to the water's edge. And beside the flight of steps is a track for small cars that are drawn up and let down by means of a windlass run by water power. I got on one of the cars and rode down to the water, but before taking the boat for Canada, visited the foot of the falls nearby and got completely wet with spray again. Here the wind, created by the vast masses of water continually tumbling down, is very strong, and the flying spray is equal to a violent rain, so that this place reminded me of the Cave of the Winds. I had to climb over a huge heap of slippery rocks that had at one time fallen from above, and I got my shin scraped and bruised and my knee cut in the operation. Oh, what difficulties a mortal will overcome for the sake of novelty. Charles Dickens thus speaks of this place in his American Notes. Climbing over some broken rocks, deafened by the noise, half blinded by the spray, and wet to the skin, we were at the foot of the American Fall. I could see an immense torrent of water tearing headlong down from some great height, but had no idea of shape or situation or anything but vague immensity. After getting as wet as I wanted, I, John Smith, returned to the foot of the stairway and got aboard the ferry boat. This is only a kind of yawl that will accommodate 20 or 25 passengers, and is rowed across the turbulent stream by one strong man. It was crowded with visitors of both sexes and all ages, and when we reached the middle of the stream, where the waves were rolling and the boat rocked handsomely, a lady grew dizzy and pale, dropped her parasol in the water, fainted, and fell back in the boat, into the arms of a friend. I seized the parasol before it could float away, sprinkled a little of the sparkling water upon her face, and she revived. We soon after reached the Canada shore, and she was all right again. When we landed, the passengers all arose from their seats in the crowded boat and made a rush to see who should be first ashore, just as though the first would see the most. The result was that one fell overboard, and another, in making a leap from the gunwale of the boat, miscalculated the distance, and alighted in water of such a depth that it just ran into his watch pocket to see what time it was. Both were rescued, completely saturated and terribly scared. I quietly retained my seat in the boat till the rush was over. As I stepped ashore, last of all, the boatman, whom I shall always remember gratefully for his kindness, slyly said to me, "You are going over here for the first time, I suppose. Be careful that you don't get beat. Do not buy anything or hire a carriage without first making your bargain, or you will be charged 6 prices." I thanked him and treasured up his advice. On the Canada side, a carriage road winds its way in a serpentine course up the steep high shore, and on stepping from the boat I was immediately assailed by half a dozen drivers of carriages, who expressed a curiosity to know whether I desired to ride up or not. But I replied that I lived just over the hill and would walk up. One of them winked at the other, and I passed on. On gaining the top of the high shore, I visited Table Rock, from which prominent point I had an excellent view of the whole cataract. I was again assailed by cabmen. Do you want to go to Lundy's Lane? Do you want to go to the Burning Springs? Do you want to go to the Suspension Bridge? Do you want to go to Brock's Monument? I was asked in a second. Yes, but I'm going to walk, I replied. Walk? You can't. It's 4 miles to Lundy's Lane. It's only a little over a mile, reader. J. Smith. It's 5 miles to the Burning Springs. It's only 1.5, J. Smith. It's 10 miles to Brock's Monument. It's only 5 or 6, J. Smith. It's 3.5 to the bridge. It's only 2, J. Smith. Is that all? Then I'll walk, certainly. They left me, having probably come to the conclusion that I was a heathen. I was told that there was a place on the Canada side similar to the Cave of the Winds, where one could go behind the sheet of water. Desiring to see all that was to be seen, I went into an adjacent building, in which was a museum, got a waterproof suit, and, with others, explored this dangerous place. It is a fact worthy of remark that the Canadian in charge of the place did not offer a single objection to my venturing upon the perilous walk, nor did he offer a single objection to accepting the fee of $2. Why? 'Cause I was a Yankee. We walked 50 feet behind the sheet of water on a narrow and slippery path. The wind and spray here, as in the Cave of the Winds, formed a perfect tempest. It is really surprising that so few accidents happen at this place. Many ladies visit it. I believe only one person ever fell from the path, and that was a gentleman. He lost his footing, rolled down a steep and slippery declivity, fell under the resistless torrent, and of course never breathed again. Having returned to the building and removed my waterproof clothes, I went into the museum a while, where I saw a mummy, a native of Egypt, that had reached the remarkable age of 3,000 years, and there wasn't a gray hair in his head. He had a healthy and vigorous appearance, and looked as though by being careful about his diet and avoiding damp weather, he might live 1,000 years yet. I also saw the skeleton of a mammoth that had been discovered at the bottom of an oil well. It was chiefly made of the best seasoned oak timber and constructed with an eye to strength and beauty combined. On leaving the building, I saw a very black 17-year-old Negro sitting lazily in a buggy, and I approached him and asked, "What will you charge to drive to Lundy's Lane?" "Why," he replied, after regarding me attentively for a moment, "Dey charge $6. "Oh, never mind," I interrupted. "I'll walk it." And I turned away. No, wait a minute," he said quickly, and I stopped to learn that he might have the honor to represent. "Dey charges $6, said he. "But you get in and I'll take you there and to the Burning Springs both for that. Did you want to go any other where?" "Don't know," said I. "But come, I'll tell you what I'll do. I may want to visit several places, or may only go to Lundy's Lane. Now, I'll give you $1 an hour for the time we're gone." "Oh, that's too—" "Very well," I interrupted, walking away. "Hold on, wait," he called excitedly. "Let's see. Well, don't care. Maybe I can afford it. Get in, or I'll help you." He was going to get out to help me in, but I placed one hand on the buggy and the other on the top of my crutch, and sprung up upon the seat with ease. "Golly," he exclaimed, "you can get up better'n another man." "Certainly, old coon," I replied. "You awkward two-legged fellows can't get about in the world. Drive on, don't waste my time." "Let me see." I looked at my watch. "It is just 10 o'clock. Where'll I go the firstest?" "To Lundy's Lane. Move it, now." My ebony companion touched up his horse, and we got over the ground pretty fast. He might have jogged along slowly to extend the time, as he was paid by the hour, but he saw I was up to all that, and it wouldn't do. On the old battleground of Lundy's Lane, there's a wooden tower 50 or 60 feet high, from the top of which one can see not only all the ground on which the battle was fought, but also a vast expanse of country on both sides of the river, including the vicinity of the falls, and also many miles of the river, its mouth, and a portion of Lake Ontario. The tower is ascended by means of a winding stairway, and a surly old cove who pretends that he was in the Battle of Lundy's Lane, but I'll bet my hat he wasn't, stays there and acts as guide. He accompanied me to the top of the tower and showed me a telescope supported on a pivot. With this, I proceeded to sweep the wide landscape before me, and I began to ask the old soldier a few questions. He was very reticent, and his answers were not only very brief, but also very vague, ambiguous, and unsatisfactory. I soon discovered why. His tongue had to be greased with a trifle of change, for he was only employed by the owner of the tower, who kept a drinking saloon at the bottom, that is, the basement. "Is that Brock's monument?" I queried, perceiving a tall column of masonry in the direction of Lake Ontario. "Ahem," he replied, reluctantly and with an apparent difficulty of articulation. It bothers my head to talk much, ever since I got my wound in this battle. That is, Brock's. Visitors usually give me they generally a little, Oh, to be sure, said I. It's perfectly right they should not forget your services. I gave him a quarter and found his speech much improved. Still, it was not so fluent as I could have desired, and I further touched it up in this way. "Do you ever drink anything?" "Yes, sometimes," he replied, distinctly, brightening up. "The gentleman below keeps something, does he not?" "Yes, I believe he keeps a little on hand." "Then," said I, "we will take a little of a good article when we go down." It always does me good to take a little something strengthening that way with an old soldier, especially one who, like yourself, has that graceful military air that can leave no doubt of his having served his country with distinction. This was certainly piling it on pretty strong, but not too much so, it seemed, for he took it all with as good a grace as a toper would take his bitters in the morning. He grew extremely affable and gave me all the information I wanted, and more too, for I am satisfied he made up about 39 or 40 lies and told me, among which was this one, that he was captured at Lundy's Lane and taken before General, then Colonel, Winnifred Scott, whom he pronounced the noblest soldier that ever lived, and that the latter gave him a drink of most excellent rum, and said to him, "You have an air of greatness about you. You have. Are you not a British general in disguise?" The veteran guide also told me that Buffalo was clearly visible through the telescope, and tried to point it out to me. I will not deny the fact that it was visible from the tower, but I couldn't see it. When we went below, I treated him as I had promised, tasting something myself. Then I asked the proprietor what was to pay for drinks and visiting the tower. He let me off for $1. Returning to my sable friend in the buggy, I got in again and told him to drive to the burning springs, as fast as the law would allow him, and in less than half an hour we were there. The water of these springs is characterized by an accompaniment of inflammable gas, sulphuretted hydrogen, I think, and when a lighted match is applied to it, a blue flame springs up over the surface, like the flames of burning spirits. I returned to the falls and found that we had been gone a little over 2 hours and a half. I then gave the darky $3 and told him to drive me down to the river, which he cheerfully did. The ferry boat was just leaving as I jumped from the vehicle, but the boatman saw me and began to push back. To reach the boat, I had to step over some stationary rocks that protruded from the water, and in attempting to step from one of them to the boat, I slipped, lost my footing, and down I went into the river. striking my chin on the sharp edge of the rock as I descended and cutting it to the bone. I went in up to my neck and would have gone lower still had I not clung to the rock. I scrambled up into the boat with some assistance, and the boatman recovered my crutch and cane that were floating on the water. The gash on my chin healed up in a few weeks, but it left a scar that will be unpleasant ground for my barber to get over as long as I live. A couple of days later, having visited all the points of interest in the vicinity of Niagara, I departed for Buffalo, a city at the head of the Niagara River, 22 miles from the falls. I did not leave, however, without regret. I fancied I could never grow tired of Niagara Falls. The great cataract whose youth and vigor and might are the same they were 1,000 years ago could never grow old to me. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20. Colonel John Smith at an Hotel. I located in a delightful place called Cold Spring in the suburbs of Buffalo, and there remained 2 weeks, during which time I recovered from my cough, and the gash on my chin healed up. I made some pleasing acquaintances at Cold Spring, and became as much attached to the beautiful locality as though I had lived there for years. From Buffalo I went to Erie, Pennsylvania, thence to Cleveland, Ohio, a beautiful city of about 45,000 inhabitants, situated on the shore of Lake Erie. As I desired to remain at Cleveland a week or so, I took lodgings at an hotel about 2 or 3 miles from the city, near the terminus of the city railway, where the air was clear and pure, and the green fields lay spread out around me, and yet where I could jump on a streetcar and ride into the heart of the city in 25 or 30 minutes. While at this hotel, a little incident happened to me, which some might term funny, but I did not think it so at the time, because it was rather calculated to wound my pride and dignity, and which further illustrates the mortification to which an unhappy one-legged fellow is sometimes subjected through the pardonable ignorance or want of judgment of others. I was sitting on the piazza of the hotel one delightful evening in September, enjoying the mild balmy air, and admiring the glowing sunset, when 2 charming young ladies in a buggy drove up to the pump in front of the hotel, obviously with the intention of quenching their delicate thirst by quaffing the pure, sparkling water. One was about to jump out for the purpose of getting the water for herself and her companion. No one else was near. Could I sit there and see the beautiful creature climb out for a draught of water, when it was in my power to help them both to it where they sat, and thus save them the trouble? Not while my name was John Smith, and thus far the legislature of my state had not been petitioned to change it. "Do not get out, miss," I said, rising, taking up my crutch, and walking to the pump. "Do not get out. I will hand you a drink. Fine evening." "Yes, very, but I'm afraid it is too much "Oh, not at all," said I, taking the pump handle in one hand, and with the other holding the tin cup that was at the pump under the spout. "Pray remain where you are." "You are so kind." "Oh, not at all," I interrupted, as the sparkling water gushed from the spout and overflowed the cup. I handed the cup to the nearest fair one, and she handed it to her companion. "You drink," said her companion. "Oh, no, you," said the fair one nearest me. "No, you drink first," said the other. "I won't. You must drink first." So the one farthest from me took the cup and drank. I describe this little episode in the incident because I suppose it to be a scene entirely new, and one that no person ever saw anything like before. When the lovely one on the other side had drank, the lovely one on my side took the cup, which was yet half full, drank it off, and handed me the vessel, with a sweet "Thank you." "Will you have some more?" "No, thank you." "Perhaps the other lady?" It will be seen that I was getting extremely gallant. "No, thank you, no more," interrupted the other lady. They had been driving in the country, driving at a lively pace, probably, and I noticed that the horse was perspiring and looked tired and thirsty. So, my humanity being fully equal to my gallantry, I said, "Here is a bucket at the pump. Perhaps your horse would—" "Oh, you couldn't!" "Yes, I can easily give the animal a bucket of water," and I set the bucket under the spout. "If I thought you could easily—" "I can, I assure you. I pumped the bucket full in 3 seconds and a fraction, picked it up, and held it to the mouth of the noble steed. He drank it, seemed satisfied, and looked volumes of thanks at me with his big eyes. Considering my mission at the end, I set the bucket down and stood by the pump in a position favorable to touching my cap gracefully to the ladies, as they should thank me and drive off, which I supposed they would now do. But here comes the mortifying part. One of the ladies held out her hand. Was she going to shake hands with me and bid me an affectionate farewell? No. My brain reeled as I looked closer at the hand. "Here, please take it," said she. Take not the hand, but a 10-cent note, which she held out and desired me to take in return for my distinguished services. I felt the hot blood rush to my cheeks. But, mastering my emotion, I said, "Oh, no, miss, I thank you indeed. I am not the porter here now. I used to be, but my uncle Charles Exeter Johnson Smith died 2 days before last Christmas a year ago, and left me a large fortune, since which time I have only been a boarder here. I thank you. Good evening." And I turned and walked away while they drove slowly toward the city. I can only impute the young lady's conduct as the grossest ignorance. I was not miserably clad, or anything of that sort, and her reason for offering me the little contribution could only have been that I had lost a leg, and she no doubt thought it naturally followed that I was needy. A great mistake. The wealthiest man in the world would have lost his leg had he been standing where I was when I was shot. Having spent a week at Cleveland, I departed for the smoky city of Pittsburg, where I arrived one evening at 5 o'clock. Before returning to Philadelphia, I desired to visit the celebrated White Rocks near Uniontown, about 70 miles south of Pittsburg, and as no train was to leave for Uniontown till next morning, I was obliged to remain in Pittsburg all night, a thing I never do if I can help it, because I never spent a comfortable night in the smoky old place, nor do I believe any other civilized person ever did. Before the train reached Pittsburg, I had given orders to a baggage expressman to send my trunk to the St. Charles Hotel, which had once been a first-class house, but which, without my knowledge, had of late degenerated to some extent. At the depot I got into a bus and rode to the St. Charles, when I saw at a glance that it had changed proprietors, and was not conducted as of yore. It was in the hands of 2 or 3 brothers who were lineal descendants of the patriarch Abraham. One of them was acting as clerk. He was blustering about the office like a rat that had got into a hot brick kiln, and couldn't find its way out, giving orders to the porter, talking to several guests at once, and getting very little accomplished. "Can I get a single room tonight?" I asked. "I don't knows," he said, in the odious dialect of a Teutonic Jacobite. "I sees about it pretty soon's directly's little whiles." And he kept on talking with somebody about nothing. I stood by the counter for some minutes, entirely unnoticed by the contemptible fellow, and beginning to think that pretty soon's directly's little whiles had about expired. I said, "My friend, my trunk will be here presently, and I would like to know if you can accommodate me with a room." "In 1 minute," he said. "We some fools now, don't knows." Had I not already ordered my trunk to this hotel, I would not have trifled there many seconds, but would have gone at once to another house. Wondering why he seemed so inattentive to me, I glanced at my apparel, and was thereby reminded that I was not well dressed. I seldom wear good clothes during a journey of several hundred miles in a railroad car, for the smoke and dust will ruin a good suit of clothes in half that distance. I had on, for one thing, a military coat which I had worn considerably, and it immediately suggested an idea to me. I opened the register with a commanding and dignified air, put on expressly for the occasion, took up a pen, examined it, found it very good, but dashed it impatiently down as though not quite good enough for me, then took up another, found it good enough, dipped it savagely into the ink, and wrote, "John Smith, Colonel, USA, New York." "This is my name," said I, turning the book around and pointing to what I had written. "Try to hunt up a single room for me, and put my trunk in it when it comes. My name is on it. There is my check for it. I am going out for a while." and I gave him the check of the baggage express agent. The disgusting groveler glanced at my name and fairly jumped from the floor. He was all obsequiousness in a moment. "Certainly, Colonels," he exclaimed, and I fancied he would have embraced me if the counter had not been between us. "I tend to it right aways," and he immediately wrote the number of a room opposite my name. "Porters, see if Colonel Schmidt's drunks comes yet already now. When it ish comes, put it in numbers 5. We sees to it, Colonels." "You says you goes out? Well, you have suppers any times what you wants it." All eyes were turned on me. Those present must have thought me a rather young-looking colonel. I have no doubt that a great many went to the register and examined my signature after my back was turned. They were no doubt proud of the honor, too. I walked out, and had just descended the steps of the hotel when I ran against a young man who had a cane in his hand and walked a little lame. "Excuse me," I said. "No harm done," he began, then opened his eyes wide with surprise and interrupted himself with, "Why, John Smith, this you?" It was Chris Miller, whom I had known at Haddington Hospital, and he was walking on his artificial leg. "Hullo, Miller, my boy, how do you do?" I exclaimed as we shook hands. "Fine," he said. "Do you live here?" "Yes, or rather, in Allegheny City. I'm glad we have met. I stay at the St. Charles tonight. I hope you are not engaged." "No." "Then you must take supper with me. Come up a moment, then we will take a walk." I re-entered the hotel, accompanied by Miller, and opening the register again, with the air of the owner, I wrote immediately under my name, "Major C. Miller, Pittsburg Arsenal." "Major Miller," said I, addressing the clerk, "will take supper with me." "All right, Colonels," was the obsequious reply. "Any times you please." Miller and I walked out for a stroll, and I explained to him, somewhat to his amusement, my reason for adopting those high-sounding military titles. We then stopped at the first respectable saloon and took a hearty lemonade, with a powerful stick in it, dispensing with the lemons, water, and sugar. We soon returned, and after supper at the hotel, walked out for another stroll about the city. At 10 o'clock we parted, and I returned to the hotel, ready to retire. "Colonels," said the clerk, "you drunks come. We puts him in the rooms for you." "Very well, I will retire," I said. "See that I am awakened in time for the 7 o'clock train for Uniontown?" "Certainly, Colonels. We tends to that. You wants to go to Pet? I shows you the rooms." He went with me to a double-bedded room on the first floor, where I found my trunk, with a fresh dent in it, and lighting the gas for me, and leaving the key in the door, he bade me a humble good night, as with a cringing bow he retired from my military presence. It was after 1 o'clock before the mosquitoes consented to my going asleep, and I had not been asleep long, when thump, thump, knock, 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 went someone at my door, breaking upon my slumbers most unpleasantly. They wanted to put another man in my room, and as I did not concur in the arrangement, I lay still and let them pound at the door till their knuckles were sore. At last I heard someone say, "There's no waking that fellow." Presently a hurried footstep approached, and the well-known voice of the clerk who had assigned me my room exclaimed excitedly, "What you does there? That's the Colonel's. Mein Gott!" And I was left in peaceable and untrammeled possession of the room. I was awakened in due time in the morning, and putting my rusty-looking clothes into my trunk and donning a more respectable suit, I came down to breakfast and received such marked attention that I began to fancy myself a major general instead of a mere colonel. Immediately after breakfast I paid my bill, $5.25, found a carriage awaiting me at the door, and having been bidden an affectionate adieu by the proprietors 3 or 4 times, I rode to the depot. I have not recorded this incident for the purpose of injuring the St. Charles Hotel, as it has since changed proprietors, and is now conducted in a creditable manner. If you want to get along smoothly and comfortably while traveling, do not fail to make the clerks and proprietors of hotels believe you are something more than mortal. If you don't, you will find rough sailing. A very good plan is to knock down a porter or a waiter now and then, by way of preserving your dignity. You will find it profitable. Also, threaten to shoot the proprietor occasionally when you have a shadow of a pretext. That will never fail to establish your importance. Above all, I enjoin you to register yourself as a senator, governor, or military officer. End of chapter 20. Read by KayJay Stu, Seattle, February 27, 2024.
Chapter 21 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Noreen. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Section 21. Courtesies of Travellers. After a ramble through the wild mountainous region of southwestern Pennsylvania, I returned to Philadelphia, and soon afterwards started for Washington, to remain there a few weeks in the capacity of correspondent. When I travel in a railroad car, I always prefer that end of the seat next to the window. My reasons for this are various. For one thing, a person can get a little fresh air when he wants it, and too much when he don't want it. He can get a far better view of the scenery without, and, besides, he can keep a lookout ahead for collisions and jump out head foremost if he sees another train coming from the opposite direction on the same track. Influenced by these considerations, I always manage to get to the depot a full half-hour before the starting time of the train, and this course never fails to secure me my favourite end of the seat. On this occasion, I was at the depot at Broad and Prime Streets in good time, and had no difficulty in locating myself on the train to my perfect satisfaction. When the car was nearly full of passengers, and it was within 2 minutes of the time for starting, a lady and gentleman came in, and began to canvass the interior in search of a wholly vacant seat that they might both occupy. But their search proved futile. Quite a number of the seats were occupied by but one passenger each, but there was not one entirely vacant. Failing to find an empty seat, the gentleman concluded he would make one empty, and he therefore came to me and said, "Young man, won't you take a seat with another gentleman and give us this seat?" "Very cheerfully," I replied, "if the other gentleman will allow me to sit by the window." He regarded this as equivalent to a refusal, and became vexed. "But," he said rather petulantly, "don't you see I have my lady with me?" Until he said this, I had supposed her to be his wife. "My friend," I returned, "I came to the station early for the express purpose of obtaining a comfortable seat, and I do not think it right that I should keep it this long and then give it up to another. I therefore respectfully decline to relinquish my seat." "I hope," said he, fairly grinding his teeth with anger and vexation, "that you will some day be travelling with a lady and—" "I hope so," I interrupted, "but I fear I will never be so fortunate." "Well," he rejoined, changing his tactics, "I will see the conductor, and see if he don't make the arrangement for me." "Very well," I retorted, "see the conductor. I myself would like to see a conductor with the power and authority to take this seat from me. That conductor would be a living wonder. Barnum would pay handsomely for him." "Young man," put in the gentleman behind me, who was also occupying a seat alone, "why don't you give them the seat? You can sit by me." "Why don't you?" I retorted. "You can sit by me." "I like to sit by the window," he responded, "and am not well." "I, too, am partial to the window," said I, "and have been at the point of death for a long time, with a toothache and a bad cold. I am quite an invalid. Now, my friend," I went on, addressing the gentleman with his lady, "why did you come to me, the first one, and ask me to move, when you see that I'm a cripple? There are others in the car who occupy whole seats, and who could certainly move more easily than I. Were I the only one, I would willingly resign my seat for the accommodation of the lady." "I think you shouldn't ask him to move," said a gentleman who sat with another on an opposite seat. "A man with but one leg ought to have some show in the world." This remark made the first gentleman a little ashamed of himself, and he turned and said to his lady, "Come, let us try another car." They walked to the car door, and not one offered to surrender his much-loved seat by the window to accommodate them. Man is naturally a selfish creature, and nowhere is his selfishness brought out in so strong a light as on a railroad car. Do not censure me, gentle public, for not relinquishing my seat. This was not the first or last time I was asked to abandon a comfortable seat in a car, after taking the trouble to go early and secure it. It seems that in such cases they always come right to me. I do not know why. It may be that I look young, innocent, and verdant, and that they jump to the conclusion that I am one of those persons who, as the poet doesn't say, know not their rights, and knowing not, dare not maintain. When I saw the two unfortunates about to leave the car, I called them back. "Come," I said, "you can have my seat. I cannot see a lady in a dilemma when I can relieve her by making so slight a sacrifice." And I arose, seized my crutch, and was about to walk out from between the seats. "No, no," said the gentleman who occupied the seat behind me, and whose better nature began to show itself, while at the same time a dozen others arose ready to give up their seats. "No, you mustn't move. You're crippled, and I am not. They can take my seat." And he jumped up with an agility that one could scarcely expect to see displayed by an invalid, and took a seat beside me, while the gentleman and his lady returned and took possession of the vacated seat, without a single expression of thanks. "Well," said I, addressing my companion, "if you wish to take the end by the window, I will exchange with you, at least for part of the journey." "Oh, never mind," he replied. "I'm only going as far as Wilmington." Here, then, was a man who was only going about 20 miles, who had at first refused to give up his seat for the accommodation of the lady, and yet expected me to give up mine, which I had secured for a ride of 140 miles. Oh, the selfishness of the traveller! As I remarked before, there are always a dozen or two of passengers who come aboard the car at the 11th hour, and have a time of it getting seated. Among them there are usually 2 or 3 gentlemen with their ladies, as in this case, and they always come to me the first thing, and ask me to give up my seat. I have long since, however, adopted a course to pursue on such occasions, which, although it involves a little fib or two, which are certainly pardonable, spares me all controversy. On being asked to remove from my seat and take the wrong end of another, I smilingly state that I would cheerfully do so if I were alone, but that, unfortunately, my wife and 3 little boys are out on the platform bidding some friends good-bye, and will presently come in to share the seat with me. Of course, they don't detect the white one till the train has started, and by that time they have procured seats by some means, and I don't care how much I overhear them, as I often do, wondering where that one-legged fellow's wife and 3 little boys went to. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 22. The City of Magnificent Distances. Washington City is styled the City of Magnificent Distances because it is laid out to cover a space 4.5 miles long by 2.5 miles wide, that is, 11 square miles. It is the capital of the United States of America and is composed of the Capitol Building, the Treasury Building, the Post Office Building, the Patent Office Building, the Executive Mansion, War and State Department buildings, the Smithsonian Institute, Willard's Hotel, and 5,000 gin mills. Such is the capital of our country, the City of Magnificent Distances, and if it were a magnificent distance from the country would be much better off and much more well-to-do in the world.
I regret that a city which bears the name of that noble and pure man, George Washington, should be such a concentration of vice, corruption, intrigue, fraud, and iniquity as it has become of late years. It was night when I reached Washington, and going to an hotel and registering my name, John Smith, Major, U.S. Army, I never go below the rank of Major, I received every attention. While there, my bill was only $25 or $30 a week, which they did not ask me to pay till I was ready to leave, several weeks after, and then I paid it without being asked. Meantime, all the attachés of the hotel were so attentive, obliging, and polite that I did not find it necessary to kill a single one of them. The day following my arrival in Washington, the weather being fine, I walked out to Tenallytown, 3 miles from Georgetown, to visit the old ground on which I had been encamped for several months, while a soldier early in the war. I found the ground without difficulty, as well as a handsome earthwork our division had thrown up while there, and which I myself had worked on. It had been originally named Fort Pennsylvania, but was now called Fort Reno. Thinking I should like to walk in, I approached the entrance and found it guarded by a Negro soldier, with musket and bayonet, while a sable corporal stood talking to him. "You can't come in dis place, sah," said the corporal with an insolent grin before I was near enough to solicit admittance. I could not help feeling cut by such a greeting as this from a Negro at the entrance of a fort I had helped to build. I smothered my rising indignation, however, and with a sunny smile I replied, "No admittance, eh?" "No, sah, guess not," was the taunting reply. "I did not know that," I rejoined, still keeping down my wrath. "I helped to build the fort, and thought I would like to take a look through it. However, I suppose you are ordered to allow no one to enter." "Guess we is. You helped to build it, eh?" "Yes." "You didn't think then us colored fellows 'd get possession?" he said with an insolent laugh. Without replying, I turned and walked away. I cannot imagine why this black brute should thus wantonly insult an inoffensive person like me, and especially a crippled ex-soldier who had walked all the way from Georgetown to see his old camping ground. But I have given the words as he spoke them. I do not relate the incident because it will please or displease any political party. I simply tell the truth. No one will fail to admit that it was humiliating and mortifying to me, after having helped to build the fort, to be insolently turned away from it by a coarse and ignorant Negro. Had a white soldier been on post there, he would have received me cordially, and if his orders not to admit anyone had been very strict, he would have sent someone to his officer and asked permission to let me in. There is always a certain sympathy between soldiers of one race, but I never yet saw any between white and black soldiers. Although I had been in Washington many times, I had never yet ascended the dome of the Capitol or visited the embryo Washington Monument. So, next day, I determined to visit both. In the Capitol, at the base of the stairway leading to the dome, the doorkeeper asked me if I had a pass to go up. "No," I replied. I was not aware that any was required. Yes, visitors are not admitted to the dome without passes. "If you will tell me where to get one," I rejoined, "I will go and—" "Oh, never mind," he interrupted. "I won't send you for a pass, but can you walk to the top?" "Oh, yes." "Go ahead then, and never mind the pass. Don't fall." "Thank you," I replied, beginning the ascent. I must say this much for my race, for this was a white man, that it is not made up entirely of selfishness. I frequently meet with little courtesies like this, and they are very gratifying to me, not for their intrinsic merit alone, but because they show cheerful little gleamings of the bright side of the human heart. When I reached the top of the dome, I felt a little tired, but probably not much more so than others who ascended. It is a fatiguing task for anyone to ascend to the height of 300 feet by means of a winding stairway. That same afternoon I visited the unfinished monument erected to the memory of George Washington. This monument is beautiful in design. It was to have been 500 feet high, surrounded at the base by a pantheon 100 feet high and 250 feet in diameter. But it has only reached the height of 170 feet, having there abruptly stopped. It stands now a monument of the forgetfulness and ingratitude of the American people. Till it is finished, which I fear will never be, the whole land ought to be covered with one broad blush of shame. The monument was commenced years ago by a certain association which collected large sums of money for the purpose, and for a short time the work went on so actively that had it thus continued till now, the grand column of stone would have pierced the clouds, and there would have been no way of getting at the top except by means of a balloon. It stopped short, however, at the height mentioned, and its square, blunt-looking top is covered with boards to keep the rain off. The poorly protected walls are cracking, and the stray swine are rooting and wallowing about in the mud at its base. Not 70 years have elapsed since George Washington, without whom we would probably never have been an independent nation, passed from earth, and now, alas, it seems that his memory has also passed from the hearts of his unworthy countrymen. Take John Smith's words for it, reader. A nation that can thus soon forget its father and founder, the very author of its being, must, at no very distant day, lose sight of itself. Byron says, "There is the moral of all human tales. 'Tis but the same rehearsal of the past. First freedom, and then glory. When that fails, wealth, vice, corruption, barbarism at last." In the Revolutionary War we gained our freedom. In the War of 1812 we perpetuated it. In the Mexican War we gained glory. Then followed wealth, in the acquisition of California, Texas, and other territory. In the recent Civil War we almost reached the vice, corruption, and barbarism. Next day I rode out to Georgetown in a streetcar, and then hired a riding horse to visit Camp Pierpont, Virginia, several miles from the Chain Bridge, where I had spent my first winter in the Army. The proprietor of the livery stable, as he led the horse out, saddled and bridled, said, "You can ride a horse, eh?" "With ease," I replied. "How will you manage to get on?" he asked. "This way," I replied, and I placed one hand on the saddle and the other on my crutch, and sprung up with ease. He opened his eyes with astonishment. "Phew! You get on a horse easier than I can. But don't get thrown off." "I won't," I replied. "Get up, old hoss." And touching the animal with a spur I had put on, I only wear one on ordinary occasions, darted away toward the river at a brisk gallop. I visited the old campground, and had the satisfaction of finding the exact spot, now lonely and deserted, on which the cabin of our mess had stood during the first winter of the war, and on which I had slept many a night, with a thin blanket and hard puncheon floor under me, a wood fire in the chimney near my feet. I had 2 of the articles then, and my knapsack, containing an extra shirt and pair of drawers, a few writing materials, letters and photographs of friends, under my head. How the old scenes did come back to me! How vividly I saw, in imagination, the forms and faces that had passed away, and heard the merry voices that are hushed forever! How distinctly I saw and heard around me 100 of the liveliest boys of my old regiment, who sleep in unmarked graves before Richmond, at Bull Run, South Mountain, Antietam, Fredericksburg, and Gettysburg. I had visited the old ground because I thought it would be a pleasure, but somehow when the scenes of the past came crowding back upon me, and I remembered so many of my jovial comrades, now no more, a melancholy settled over me, and when I turned away toward Washington, it was with a sadness of heart that I cannot express. End of chapter 22. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, May 2, 2024.
Chapter 23 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Shelly Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 23. Smith's Experience on a Skate. I spent the ensuing winter in Philadelphia, the great city which was laid out by William Penn, Esquire, who took a checkerboard, an article used in a game invariably played on the square, for a pattern, and hence laid it out in squares that were perfectly square, and have remained so to the present day. Mr. Penn deserves great credit for his peaceable manner of acquiring the land on which the city was built. Instead of going to work and killing the poor innocent savages like others did, he purchased the land from them, at a good round price, in buttons, keys, toothpicks, shoe pegs, marbles, rum, and the like. This course, besides speaking well for the goodness of his heart, is also strong evidence of his superior judgment and foresight, as the Indians at that time were too numerous to be easily overcome. One day in the middle of the skating season I concluded to go down to Eastwick Park, Mr. R.O. Lowry's popular resort, and amuse myself a while by watching the skaters tumbling head over heels and cracking their brain pans on the ice. I always had a passion for seeing anyone fall, especially on skates. There is a calm, quiet enjoyment about it to the observer that is not equaled by anything else. We always, remarks La Rochefoucauld, have strength enough to bear the misfortunes of others, a saying which, however humiliating it may be to confess it, has a certain truth. The ancient Greek writer Isidorus puts it very bluntly when he says, "Nothing is more pleasant than to sit at ease in the harbor and behold the shipwreck of others," a sentiment which is repeated in an old English song. I wander not to seek for more. In greatest storm I sit on shore, and laugh at those that toil in vain to get what must be lost again, to wit, their life. But to return to myself. For the information of non-residents of Philadelphia, I will state that Eastwick Park is the largest skating park in the world. It is a resort for pleasure seekers both in the winter and in the summer, for skating and dancing in the former season, and dancing and rowing in the latter. It is something for Philadelphia to boast of, and for which she is indebted to the enterprise of the Park King, Mr. R.O. Lowry. The smooth lake of ice was alive with skaters of both sexes, and the scene was one of the gayest. I had not seen much skating since my return from the army, and oh, how this made me regret my inability to enjoy the delightful exercise. For the first time I heartily regretted that I had ever served my country and lost one of my nether limbs, and in my vexation I felt that if I had it to do over, my loved land might go to the deuce before I would sacrifice a leg, and thus deprive myself of such delightful recreation. Never more, I muttered, will my nimble feet glide over the smooth ice, and the bright ringing steel of my skates sing gleeful songs behind me while I fly like the wind. Never more shall I go it at the rate of 20 miles an hour, tumble heels over head on the dear, clear, smooth, cold ice, get my head cracked and my eyes blacked, and spring up to try it again cheerful and happy. Ah, John Smith, thy skating days are over. They are numbered with the things of the past, and with the things that were and are not. Just then the veteran skater, Colonel P., an excellent friend of mine, came gliding gracefully along to the shore of the lake where I was standing, and seeing me, said with his usual cheerful and jovial manner, "How do you do, Smith? You are looking on as though you would like to try it." "I wish it were possible, Colonel," I replied. "Did you skate before you went into the army?" "Oh, yes." "Well, why don't you try it?" "On a crutch?" "Certainly. As active as you are, I have no doubt you could skate. Try it." "I would as soon risk another battle," said I. "Who ever heard of a man skating on one leg?" "Have you never heard of the like?" "I think not." "I have, then. Last year I read of a one-legged skater in Boston. He was hard to beat, too, it was said." "Ah, is that so?" "I assure you it is. Go into the skate room, get a skate, and try it. There's a little nook of ice extending behind the buildings. Try it there first, and if you find it a success, you can venture out upon the main body of ice." "I believe I will," I said. I went into the skate room and somewhat astonished the clerk by asking for half a pair of skates. "Are you in earnest?" he asked. "Yes, by all means." "Can you skate?" "Yes," I replied, although I had never yet tried it in my present condition. No mere amateur can beat me. He gave me the skate, lent me a gimlet and file, and furnished me with a couple of nails. I drove one of the nails into the lower end of the crutch and the other into the end of the cane, and filed them off sharp about half an inch from the wood. I then put on the skate and went out upon the ice in rear of the row of buildings. With some misgivings, I stepped on the ice and gave myself a shove. I sailed out pretty nicely and didn't fall. To my astonishment and delight, I discovered that I could skate nearly as well as ever. This discovery lent me confidence and vigor, and without hesitation I glided out upon the extensive lake of ice, among the throng of skaters, where I was regarded as a novelty, and, in a word, I created quite a sensation. I felt that I would much rather all the eyes turned upon me had been bullets aimed at me. But I cheeked it out with all the brass I could muster, and glided around, apparently so much at my ease that the observers might have fancied it was not my first attempt to skate on one leg, but that, on the contrary, I had skated many thousand miles thus. I soon met my friend the Colonel, who was highly elated at my success. As this was my first exercise of this kind since my return from the army, I only remained on the ice about 5 hours that day, by the end of which time I felt as though I might travel 2 or 3 times around the globe on a skate. I did get a fall or two, of course. In fact, I had not been on the ice 15 minutes when I got to skating too fast, my skate going so fast that I couldn't keep up, and the result was that I presently had the ice for a pillow, and lay there gazing at the clouds, with only one overhanging skate-clad foot to interrupt the view. Then, before I had time to stir from this novel position, a handsome young lady, who was trying the backward skating, endeavored to skate over me, a feat frequently attempted without success, and the result was she violently took a seat on my stomach and jobbed one of her elbows in my eye. She struggled up and said, "Oh, excuse me, did I hurt you?" "Oh, no, not at all," I replied, although she had nearly knocked the breath out of me. "I'm glad of it," she said, skating away. I recovered my crutch and cane, and arose, wondering whether she meant that she was glad she hadn't hurt me, or glad she had fallen on me. I didn't feel glad about anything. This was my first skating adventure on a crutch, but I have skated many times since, so you see that, after all, the loss of a limb does not necessarily deprive a man of such little enjoyments. Energy, will, and self-confidence will work wonders. What I want to do, I do. I have swam in the Schuylkill, Delaware, Monongahela, Ohio, and Mississippi rivers, and in all the lakes, skated hundreds of miles, ridden hundreds of miles on horseback, walked hundreds of miles, all with one leg. There are only two things I can't do, which another man can. One is to run, the other is to sit cross-legged. I do not say this to boast, for John Smith is modest. I merely mention these facts that the public may know what a one-legged man can do, and that he's a man for all that. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 24. Over the Mountains. As spring approached, I resolved to take a western tour, and with that view left Philadelphia in February. For the sake of variety, having frequently traveled through Pennsylvania, I concluded to go to Pittsburg via Baltimore, Maryland, Fairmont in western Virginia, and Uniontown, western Pennsylvania, certainly a circuitous route. I desired to visit some friends in southwestern Pennsylvania, however, and it was not much out of my way after all to take the Philadelphia and Wilmington and Baltimore and Ohio railroads. One very cold day, I went from Philadelphia to Baltimore, and at 10 o'clock that night left the latter place on the express train that was to run through to Wheeling, intending myself to get off at Fairmont. On this occasion, just after taking a seat in the car, a gentleman sat down by me, and after regarding my countenance attentively for a moment, said, "Pardon me, isn't your name Smith?" I pardoned him as desired, and told him it was. First name John. There was no denying it, and I replied in the affirmative. "Delighted to meet you," he exclaimed as we shook hands cordially. "When did you leave Nashville?" "I never left it," was my response. "I was never there." "No, then, excuse me. You cannot be the gentleman I supposed you, although your appearance and name strikingly correspond with those of a person I knew in Nashville a year ago, especially the name. He had also lost his leg, as you have." "A remarkable coincidence," said I. "In the course of my own travels, I have met with a great many of me in name." My fellow traveler was an agreeable and good-humored gentleman, and I related to him the following anecdote of Dr. B. Frank Palmer, of Philadelphia, a great manufacturer of artificial limbs. Receiving an order for a leg from plain John Smith one day, and being in a merry mood, the doctor sat down and answered John's letter thus: "Look here, what do you mean? I have already furnished you with 500 of my patent limbs, and I don't think the government allows you any more. However, I'll send you this one yet, and if you continue so extravagant in the use of patent legs, I advise you to set up a manufactory for your own accommodation." The doctor, who has manufactured thousands of artificial limbs for mutilated soldiers, once jocosely remarked to the writer that he found, by referring to his books, that John Smith had been literally hacked to pieces during the war. He had had his right hand cut off, his left hand, his right arm below the elbow, his left arm below the elbow, his right arm above the elbow, his left arm above the elbow, his right arm at shoulder joint with skin flap, his left arm at shoulder joint with skin flap, his right toes, his left toes, his right foot, his left foot, his right leg below the knee, his left leg below the knee, his right leg above the knee, his left leg above the knee, both hands, both arms below the elbow, both arms above the elbow, both feet, both legs below the knee, both legs above the knee, the right arm and left leg, the right arm and right leg, the right arm and both legs, the left arm and right leg, the left arm and left leg, the left arm and both legs, both arms and both legs, etc. All that can remain of him now, it might well be inferred, is about the size and shape of a sack of wheat, though far less useful to himself and the world. The number of plain John Smiths on the doctor's book is quite astounding, to say nothing of the innumerable John A., John B., John C., John D., John E., John F., John G., John H., John I., John J., John K., John L., John M., John N., John O., John P., John Q., John R., John S., John T., John U., John V., John W., John X, John Y, and John Z. Smiths. Things went on very finely through the night of my journey over the snow-covered mountains of Virginia, and in the morning the train stopped at Cumberland on the Potomac, where the passengers took breakfast. Then we thundered on again among the frosted hills. Within 10 miles of Grafton, West Virginia, the wheels of the forward truck of the car I was in jumped off the track and went bouncing along on the ties beside the iron rails in a way calculated to startle the timid. I sprang from my seat, seized the bell cord, and gave it a vigorous pull. But although I surely made the engine bell ring, I could see no immediate diminution in the speed of the train. I knew that this state of things could not last long before the car should break to pieces. The stove was soon shaken from its moorings and fell over, scattering the fire about and filling the car with smoke and dust. Several of the seats were also shaken loose. A deliberate crashing was heard, and, glancing around among the passengers, I saw as delicious a collection of pale faces as I had ever seen. The men all sprang to their feet. The women screamed, and some raised their windows, as though to squeeze through and drop out. I raised my window and thrust my arm out, so that I might thus cling to the side of the car, in case the floor should be shattered and torn out, as it must soon have been if the train had not been checked. At last, the welcome sound of the whistle was heard, the brakes were applied, and the speed of the train began to slacken. Just then, the axles of the front truck broke, the frame smashed up, and the floor of the car began to give way. With screams of horror, the passengers all rushed to the rear end of the car. But in another moment, before any further damage was done or anyone hurt, the train came to a full stop. Then the passengers all rushed out as quickly as possible, as though there were still danger within, and some of them got their ribs strained squeezing through the door. I walked out and examined the wreck. Up to this time I had not felt any trepidation, but now, when it was all over and I realized what terrible danger we had passed through, I could not help trembling. Had the train proceeded 50 yards further, the car we were in must have been torn to pieces, and it would have been indeed a lucky passenger who would have escaped death or severe injury. There was one car in the rear of us, and as the wrecked car could not be moved, the two were left standing, and all the passengers crowded into the 3 or 4 cars in our front. Thus we proceeded to Grafton, where other cars were added. The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad is very well conducted, and accidents on it are not of frequent occurrence. It just chanced to be my luck to witness this. I heard the conductor say that it was the only accident of any kind that had happened to his train for 3 years. At Fairmont, on the Monongahela River, I got off the train and took the stage for Uniontown, which is 45 miles from the above place. After spending a few weeks in Fayette County, I went down the Monongahela River to Pittsburg, intending to remain there a few days and learn whether the sun was to be seen there or not. End of chapter 24. Read by James T. Oligney. Chapter 25 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 25. Difficulty with the owner of Pittsburg. I arrived in the Iron City one morning, and having registered my name at an hotel on Grant Street, I went down to the Diamond to see a friend of mine in a wholesale grocery there. Having had a talk with him and promised to call again before leaving the city, I bade him good morning and, in a quiet, modest, unassuming manner, took my way up Diamond Alley toward Grant Street, intending to return to my hotel. As I crossed Wood Street, I observed a considerable crowd collected about the corner of that street and Diamond Alley, and discovered that there was a fire in the vicinity, and that the house and goods of Oppenheimer & Co. were feeding the flames. A steamer was puffing away as usual, to try which could damage and destroy the most goods, water or fire. This is a question which has never been satisfactorily decided. Feeling no curiosity to see the fire, I crossed Wood Street, passed through the crowd, and continued up Diamond Alley. I had not walked far and was about clear of the crowd when an insolent voice called out near me. "Get out of the way, you! Do you hear? I'm chief of police, and I'm here to keep the crowd away." And immediately, before I had time to look up, a hand was laid violently on my shoulder, and I was nearly snatched from my foot. Now, fancying that I was a free white male citizen of the United States, of the age of 21 years and upwards, I was quite otherwise than delighted with this extraordinary treatment at the hands of the arrogant chief of villains, and turning upon him, and verbally apprising him of the fact that he was a scoundrel, I was about to belt him over the ear with my cane, when a quiet gentleman of prepossessing appearance walked up to me, restrained me in a friendly manner, and said, "Come, my friend, I will see you righted for this. He has treated you shamefully. I suppose you have been a soldier. I have too. I am General P. I am also a lawyer. Come with me." "Thank you," I said. "It was an unprovoked assault," he pursued as we walked up Diamond Alley. "That man is Bob H., chief of the police. He is a coarse, ignorant, insolent, overbearing man. He insults everyone that comes in his way, if he happens to be a little out of humor. You do not live here?" "No, I live in Philadelphia. I thank you for your kindness. If you will tell me where to find an alderman, I will have this fellow's case attended to." "Go to Alderman B," said he, and he directed me where to find it. "I will be a witness if necessary. Prefer a charge of assault and battery against Robert H., chief of police, and you will find Mr. B. a man who will do you justice." "Thank you. I will go at once." And I went to the office of Alderman B., who did not chance to be any bosom friend of the chief. "Alderman," said I, "my name is John Smith, and I reside in Philadelphia. I come before you to prefer against one Robert H., a fellow calling himself chief of police, a charge of assault and battery." "What? Not assault and battery on you, a cripple?" "Yes, sir. Sad as the case is, it is true. I charge him with assault and battery. Please take my deposition. I have other witnesses. General P. is one of them. He saw it." "Ah, he was present?" "Yes, sir." I was then sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and I then made my statement in accordance with the facts. "Come tomorrow afternoon at 4:00, said the alderman. "I will have him here to answer at that time." "I will. Thank you." Next day I was at the alderman's on time. I had not been there long before Robert H. stepped in. The alderman had just finished making out a commitment for a lady who had struck another in the face 8 times with a broomstick for doubting her word and saying so pointedly, and he was now ready to attend to our case. "Alderman," said Chief Robert, with his usual arrogant air, "I want to get this trifling affair delayed for a week. As all my witnesses are out of town, I can't attend to it before next Friday. That will be just a week from today." "Alderman," I put in, rising from my chair, "I respectfully object to any such delay. I am traveling, and it is not consistent with my interests to remain in the city beyond a day or two, and the prisoner knows it." On my styling the defendant the prisoner, He scowled on me like a very demon, and I felt that it wouldn't have been pleasant to have had my life in his exclusive keeping just then. "Alderman," he said, fairly choking with malignant anger, "it will be impossible to get my witnesses soon, and you must give me a show." "It is singular," I urged, addressing the alderman, "that I, who am a comparative stranger here, can find and produce my witnesses so much sooner than the defendant, who is an official here, and ought to be well acquainted. I most earnestly object to any such delay, as it would be scarcely just to detain me here on expense, especially when business calls me away soon." "Probably," insinuated the chief, "the gentleman's business is not so urgent, if he is a gentleman." "Mr. H.," said the alderman, who was too honest to allow anyone to be insulted in his office, "the plaintiff appears to be a gentleman. However, it is not to be discussed here whether he is or not. That is not to the point." "Mr. Alderman," I remarked calmly, "if our respective behavior here were taken as evidence, I think I could be proved quite as much of a gentleman as the defendant." "We'll see about that by the time I get my witnesses," said Chief Robert. "I've been keeping an eye on him since he came to the city. I know—" "Mr. H.," interrupted the alderman, "I cannot and will not allow any such talk in my office. For you, chief of police, to speak thus is to insinuate that Mr. Smith is a suspicious character. There is nothing in his appearance to warrant such an insinuation. But let me not talk of that. Let us proceed with the case. This is Friday. I will postpone the hearing only till Monday. I think that will be dealing fairly by both." "It will be no such thing," vociferated the irate official. "You are not giving me a fair show. You are showing partiality toward—" "Mr. H.," interrupted the alderman peremptorily, "not another such word in my office. I shall—" "But I'll be—" "Do you hear? Not another word. I shall send the case right down to court. You must go there and answer to the charge." "Send it and be—" Boiling over with rage, the chief had seized his hat, bolted from the office, banged the door after him, and thus prevented me from hearing the conclusion of his invective. "The case will be tried in court," said the alderman to me. "Be at the courthouse on Monday and give your evidence before the grand jury. By Tuesday, then, it may be tried." "I will, thank you." Monday came, and I gave my evidence before the grand jury, making the case against H as strong as I could, without swerving from "the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, s'help," etc. A bill was found against him in the brief space of 60 seconds, and early next morning the case came up before the criminal court. It was such a plain case against the poor cuss that his counsel advised him to plead guilty, which he did. He was then severely reprimanded by the judge in a long speech in which he urged upon him the importance of being careful about laying hands on an inoffensive person without a warrant, and mildly sentenced him to pay a fine of $25 and the costs, making in all the handsome little sum of $73.82, and what was still more aggravating and humiliating to the dread chief, he was immediately taken into custody by 2 tipstaves and escorted into the sheriff's office, where he had to pay the fine and costs on sight. The affair cost me nothing. In fact, I gained by it, for I was about that time commencing to write a work of fiction, since published, and I had been for several days at a loss for someone to represent the villainous character. This let me out nicely. I named my villain Robert H., gave an exact description of him, went on swimmingly with my novel, and, at the conclusion, brought him to a terrible and tragic death. End of chapter 25. Read by James T. Oligney.
Chapter 26 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Shelly Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 26. Peculiarities of Travelers. Next morning I took an early train for Wheeling, which city I desired to visit on my westward way. On this occasion, about 12 minutes before the train started, 2 men came in, and desiring to sit together, and finding no seat wholly vacant, one of them had the incredible, the unparalleled, the unexampled, the unheard of audacity to ask me to move and sit with another person, a thing I have refused to do even to accommodate a lady. It was not yet quite light in the car, as the sun was not up, and I pointed to my crutch that stood leaning against the back of the seat in front of me, and stated that I had been badly shot in the knee the previous night in a saloon difficulty, and that it was impossible for me to move with any sort of comfort or ease. Moreover, I observed that my uncle was to accompany me on my journey to take care of me, that he would of course occupy the seat with me, and that he had just gone to a neighboring saloon to get me a glass of ale and hand it in at the window. Otherwise, I said, I should accommodate them by moving to any part of the car they might desire, and take pleasure in it. Taking all I said for the truth, and thus making a wholesale mistake, they turned and went to the rear of the car, where they urgently requested a respectable-looking Negro passenger to get up and let them have his seat. But he knew his rights, and knowing durst maintain, and he maintained them after this manner. "Guess not." "Oh, come now," argued one of the 2 passengers. "You might as well. You'll be just as comfortable some—" "Well, now, I guess I won't leave dis yer, by golly." "You might have to," suggested one of the Caucasians. "Have to? Like to see de man. For half a cent I'd move you." The darky was now very much riled, and being besides a little drunk, and naturally ill-natured and habitually profane in his language, he railed out thus: "No, I'll be profanity, if you does. Profanity, my heart, if I just didn't fight for dis profanity country, and I'll be profanitied, if I ain't as good as any other profanity man. I know what my rights is, I does. I'll be profanity, if I don't. Profanity. "Look here," exclaimed the conductor, who had just entered the car and was adjusting the bell cord. "What the—" Here he made a concise and pointed allusion to a dark personage who wears a tail with a dart on the end of it, and carries off bad boys that won't mind their mothers, and who run off and play baseball when sent to school. "Do you mean? What are you cursing that way for? Don't you see that there are ladies in the car?" "Dey wants my seat, and—" "Well, they haven't got it, have they? You shall keep your seat if you want to. No one's going to take it from you. Now another word out of your black head and I'll split it for you, and throw it out the window a piece at a time." The 2 troublesome travelers had meantime located themselves in separate seats, as near each other as possible. The darky said no more, and quiet reigned for a moment or so. Glancing out my window, which I had raised, I presently saw 2 Irishmen, both drunk, approaching the car, and one of them was carrying a valise, a fiddle, a hat-box, a saw, a side of leather, an overcoat, and an extra pair of boots. He was evidently going on a journey, but the other was in his shirt-sleeves, and had only accompanied him to the train to see him off. "Goodbye, Mike," said he in his shirt-sleeves. "Take good care of yourself." "I'll do that, Jamie," said the traveller, who was the drunkest of the 2. "When I'll sees ye agin, my bye." "I'll mate ye well, and Mike. Stick to the cause, my boy. Don't forget the Fenians and your country." By this time, a number of the passengers who sat on the same side of the car with me had raised their windows and were now listening to this dialogue, much amused. The conversation was carried on in loud, harsh tones. "Forget my country and the cause? Ugh, I should think not," said the Milesian traveler, who was now about to ascend the steps to the platform of the car I was in. He paused a moment before blundering up and then struck up a patriotic Fenian song, the first verse of which was something like this: "Ah, crack, cree, mo, cree, me, berry, bra, ag, qui, macquarie, o, gra, me, cree, ah, coosh, lee, hurrah, Mike Grogan, och, bory, bro." "Goodbye," exclaimed his friend, grasping his hand. "Well done, that. Now, goodbye, Mike. Take care of yoursel. Goodbye, till ye, Jamie. God be good till ye." After shaking hands cordially, they parted. He in his shirt sleeves, James by name, walked away with some sadness naturally engendered by the parting, while Michael entered the car and took a seat by the darky, for all the rest were entirely occupied by this time, his saw, as he sat down, accidentally grazing the darky's cheek, and coming within half an inch of sawing one of his white eyes out. "'Cuse me, darlin'," said Mike, and he deposited his luggage down among both their feet, threw himself carelessly back in his seat with his cheek resting on his dusky companion's shoulder, and soon he fell asleep. The pleasant time the conductor had waking him when he came round for his ticket might be described with excellent effect by a professional humorist, but let the reader picture it in his imagination. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shelly Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 27. McCulloch's Leap. About 11 o'clock a.m. the train arrived at the little village of Bridgeport, opposite Wheeling, where an omnibus was in waiting to carry over the river all passengers destined for the city. Between Bridgeport and Wheeling is an island whose name I forget, and there are 2 bridges required for communication between the 2 places. That on the Wheeling side is a very excellent suspension bridge, 90 or 100 feet above the water, with a span of 1,000 feet. That on the Bridgeport side is a substantial wooden bridge with 5 or 6 piers. The steamboat channel is, as may naturally be supposed, on the Wheeling side of the island. I and my trunk took passage on the omnibus, and I had reason to be pleased with the gentlemanly demeanor of the conductor and with the moderate charges. The first object of interest near Wheeling that I desired to visit was the steep declivity down which the pioneer McCulloch made his fearful plunge on horseback, when pursued by the Indians. This, if my memory serves me correctly, happened in 1790. It was on a beautiful day, late in March, that I arrived in Wheeling, and having taken dinner at a comfortable and tidy hotel, I walked into the sitting room where several gentlemen were seated poring over the newspapers. I looked around me before venturing to speak to anyone, and was not long in making up my mind as to which to address my inquiries to. This was a man of 45 or 50 years, who was in the act of folding up a paper he had been reading, and whom I judged to be a resident of Wheeling. Besides, his countenance was clearly the index of a good mind and a noble and congenial heart. As I afterward learned, his name was Charles Craycraft. He was familiarly styled Charlie, an intelligent, well-known, and much-respected citizen of Wheeling. He and I became the warmest friends during the brief week that I remained in Wheeling, and his society delighted me. He was one of those gems of which Gray speaks in his Elegy in a Country Churchyard. A man better versed in history and general literature I have seldom met. Few notable events ever happened in the world that Charlie could not tell about. Why he had never made his mark in the world I could not tell, but I felt sure he might have done so. In addition to his love of reading and a good memory, I found him possessed of most excellent judgment, strong reasoning powers, an impressive address, liberality of views, and an admirable knowledge of language and composition. With all his gifts that would enable a man to shine anywhere, he was not known beyond his native city, and that is why I regard him as one of those gems which Gray says are born to blush unseen. Well, it was to Charlie Craycraft that I addressed my inquiries regarding the place where McCulloch, under pressing circumstances, executed his celebrated equestrian feat. "It is barely half a mile distant," said Charlie. "Are you going to see it?" "Yes, by all means," I replied. "It is just outside the city. You go to the upper end of the city and... However, I was thinking of taking a walk myself, and I will accompany you, if you desire." "I shall be pleased with your company," said I, "and I thank you." We were friends from that moment. Charlie arose, and we left the hotel and walked up the street. Emerging from the upper end of the city, we followed a pike for a few hundred yards, which led us to a considerable elevation, where I found laid before me about as grand a scene as I ever beheld. "Here," said Charlie, "is where McCulloch rode down." We were standing with our faces toward the east. Behind us, deep among the tall hills, flowed the Ohio River, and before us was a valley of great depth, through which Wheeling Creek wound its way. This stream flowed directly toward the Ohio River till it reached the base of the declivity immediately beneath us. Then, turning about, guarded away from the river, as it were, by the long, steep, intervening ridge, it flowed clear around Wheeling and emptied into the river below. That portion of the creek which we could see, hemmed in by a semicircular range of hills on its right side, formed a path similar in shape to a horseshoe, only its principal curve was more abrupt. It was at this abrupt curve that the daring McCulloch plunged down the declivity. He had been pursued from a northerly direction by the Indians, and intended to gallop along the verge of the descent and turn toward the east, as the creek turned far below. But just here he found himself intercepted by another band of savages, and retreat in that direction cut off. Behind him lay the Ohio River 300 feet below. On either hand was a horde of howling, bloodthirsty savages, and before him was a steep descent of several hundred feet, whose face was interrupted by several perpendicular ledges of rock. And in this terrible exigence he clutched his reins tightly and spurred his horse quickly over the brink and down the fearful declivity. It is not really so steep as some who have read the account suppose, for a line drawn from the summit to the base, where the creek flows, would form an angle with the horizon of only between 40 and 45 degrees. But at intervals there are precipitous ledges of rock, quite perpendicular, of from 10 to 20 feet in height. That the horse and rider plunged down over them in safety seems little less than a miracle. This range of hills, or rather this ridge, is higher and even steeper in some places than at the point where McCulloch plunged down. Charlie and I walked along the verge of the precipice, ascending gradually, till we came to a point over 400 feet above the high water mark of the river. From this point we could see over many miles of Ohio landscape beyond the river. It was at this highest point that a few years ago a man named Wheat, a citizen of Wheeling, actually drove over the precipice in a 2-horse sleigh. 2 other persons were in the sleigh with him, riding along the summit of the ridge, and on his declaring that he was going to eclipse McCulloch, they jumped out, and the fool actually touched up his horses and drove down the precipice. His name was Wheat, as I stated, but Charlie told me that Rye had more to do with it than anyone else. Down tumbled Wheat, the sleigh and 2 horses, and only that good luck that ever seems to attend an intoxicated man could have saved him from a violent and speedy death, while the sleigh was dashed to splinters, and both the horses precipitated into Wheeling Creek and killed. Mr. Wheat lodged among some stunted trees about halfway down, badly bruised and stove up, it is true, but still alive and in moderate spirits. He is still living, but has been a cripple ever since his mad and daring sleigh ride. Charlie and I returned from our pleasant walk feeling as though we had been acquainted for years. We had considerable conversation on various topics, and I will never forget a remark I heard him make. We were speaking of religion, and I found that he, like myself, was a dissenter from the Orthodox faith. Speaking of the doubts and perplexities that always arose when he thought on the subject, he said, "If I possessed the wealth of the whole world, if the lands, the houses, the gold, the gems, the kingdoms, and the thrones were mine, I would gladly give them all to know the truth." The reader has no doubt heard or read of a certain cave among the rocks on Wheeling Creek, in which an Indian once concealed himself with a rifle, and by imitating the voice of a turkey decoyed several men from the fort in succession, and shot them. His stratagem was at last detected, however, and a pioneer, who was as shrewd as he, went in the night, concealed himself in the neighborhood, and in the morning saw the dusky savage go and ensconce himself in his usual hiding place, and begin the song of the turkey. The pioneer, who could see his dark visage among the rocks, took aim with his rifle, and with one shot silenced him forever. Charlie pointed this cave out to me, and I went the next day and visited it. He would have accompanied me, but he was subject to rheumatism and was suffering considerably that day, so I went alone. The cave is about a mile from Wheeling. I had to climb up the rocks 15 or 20 feet in order to get into it, and I sat there a while aiming my crutch at a stump beyond Wheeling Creek and imagining myself the cunning but unfortunate Indian who personated a turkey and got shot for it. The cave is not large. In fact, one cannot stand erect, but 6 persons could be stowed in it in a reclining position, provided none of them were ladies in capacious crinoline. Returning from the cave via McCulloch's Leap, it was my lot to encounter one of the greatest bores I ever met. He was one of those persons who, it is said, can talk a man to death. He made me think of the celebrated lines of Pope: "No place so sacred from such fops is barred, nor is Paul's church more safe than Paul's churchyard. Nay, fly to altars, there they talk you dead, and fools rush in where angels fear to tread." He lived in a solitary house by the creek at the base of the declivity, and he happened to come out just as I was about to make the ascent. He was a fast talker, and said a great many words in a few seconds, and often spoke a good many seconds at a time. "How do you do, sir? How do you do?" he said familiarly. "Fine day." "Very," I said. "Quite pleasant." I wanted to get back to my hotel, for my stomach admonished me that it was fully dinner time, and so I made an attempt to pass on and begin to climb the hill. It was no use, though. He commenced by asking me if I lost my leg in the army, then went on asking one question after another in such rapid succession that I only got each one about half answered, till he had asked 3 times the number usually proposed. He asked questions such as I had never thought of before, and kept on so fast that I fancied he asked them merely for the pleasure of it, and not for the sake of hearing them answered. He not only asked me if I was born in this country, where I was brought up, what kind of sawmills we had there, and what barbers charged for cutting hair, but also desired to know if I had ever looked at the moon through a telescope, and if I thought corn as good a diet for horses as oats. Every question that any mortal man could think of in so short a time he asked me, till I finally felt that I must either move on or die. I moved on in the midst of the conversation and looked back over my shoulder now and then to answer questions which he continued to ask. "Are you going to walk up the hill?" "Yes." "Can you do it?" "Oh, yes." "Ain't you afraid you fall?" "No." I began to ascend the acclivity, and he talked on. "Did you ever go up such a steep place before?" "Yes, steeper," I yelled back, thinking of Bunker Hill Monument. "And didn't fall?" he continued, as I took another labored stride onward and upward. "No." "Wasn't you afraid of falling?" "No." "You must be plucky." As this did not strictly demand any answer, I took advantage of a momentary pause to say, "Good day." But say, what regiment did you say you were in?" 8th Pencil. Did you know a man in that regiment by the name of—" I had now ascended to the height of 75 or 80 feet, when I stopped on a sort of shelf to rest a moment, turned about and said, "What was his name?" "I forgot. I was just trying to think. Oh, yes, it was, let me see, was it Harbertson?" "I knew none of that name in my regiment," I yelled back, for the conversation now had to be carried on in a loud voice. "I don't think that was his name," he said. "Now that I come to think of it, he was in a New Jersey regiment. I used to work with him and—" "Well," said I, facing the hill again to continue the ascent, "I'll move on. Good—" "Wait a minute," he interrupted, coming up 10 or 15 feet to where it began to grow pretty steep, and there stopping. "What did you say your name was?" "Smith," I yelled. "Good. I have relations of that name in Pencil. Well, good day." And I continued up the ascent. "When will you be leaving Wheeling?" "I have to leave on the 2 o'clock train," I sinfully replied without pausing in the ascent. "Where going?" "To Cincinnati," I replied, scarcely knowing what lie to tell. "You have plenty of time," he yelled. "It isn't more than 12 now." And thus he went on till he talked me clear to the top of the rugged height. "Good. I was going to ask you—" "Day!" I madly yelled as I reached the summit, and disappeared, half fainting, from his view. Of all the bores I ever met, this man was incomparably the greatest. If I ever visit McCulloch's Leap again, I will remain at the summit and not go near enough the verge for that dread man, who lives in the lone cottage far below, to catch a glimpse of me. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrination of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rusty Pistols. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrination of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 28. Cincinnati. It was about the 1st of April, when the weather was delightful and the nights were lighted by the full moon, that I left Wheeling for Cincinnati on board a new little steamer Como. I had a pleasant voyage of 2 days and 2 nights, and might write a good many pages of descriptive of it, but that's old. Moreover, It is not John Smithian. As I wished to remain in Cincinnati for a month, I hired a lodging room for that length of time, paying the money in advance because it wasn't perfectly clear that I wasn't a deep-dyed villain. The landlady, for the sum of $18, placed me in possession of a neat, tidy room upstairs, and I there wrote and slept for 1 month, taking my meals at a neighboring saloon. The proprietress of my lodging house, who was a German lady, one of the Germanest I ever saw, accompanied me to the hall door as I walked out to have my trunk sent up. On reaching the foot of the stairs in the hall, I noticed a room on the left-hand side, with the door standing open, and involuntarily glancing in, perceived that it was handsomely furnished. "That," said the landlady, whose knowledge of English, it will be perceived, was very imperfect, is to a playmen's actors, you knows. They rent it from me. Dirty $5 pays." "Quite reasonable," said I. "A nice room. Where do they play?" "At the theatres, you knows." I had naturally inferred as much, but pretended to receive this as a piece of extraordinary information, and said, "Ah, indeed. Yes, they gets lots. Great big much. What you call 'em? Wages. Oh yes, they get good wages. Yes, won't pay much dollars." I had my trunk sent to my new quarters, then took a leisurely stroll through the city of Pork. I first called on my friend Major J.P. Klein on 6th Street, and before I left him, he made me promise to accompany him to the theater that night, stating that Proctor was to play the tragedy of Virginius at the, I forget the name of it, theater. I then took a further walk, and in a couple of hours returned to my lodgings and wrote a letter to an Eastern paper, in which I gave a great deal of valuable information concerning Cincinnati, considering my limited knowledge of it. I accompanied my friend to the theater that evening and saw Proctor play Virginius. He performed his part well, but there was one actor, of lofty mind, who personated Aeschylus in the tragedy, and who attracted my attention and won my admiration more than any other. He was perfectly majestic. I thought he should have been born a king, at least. He uttered every word with loftiness and dignity, and in clear, ringing, impressive, awe-inspiring tones that would have graced an emperor. Every word he uttered he seemed to feel, and whenever he was on the stage I fancied I was looking on the genuine Aeschylus himself, and on those real tragic events that occurred in the days of Decemviri, instead of a mere representation of them. Virginius was cheered, applauded, encored, but Aeschylus more than brought down the house. When he came out with eloquent and brilliant passages, which it was his office to repeat, the effect was electrical. The audience was dumb with admiration, and seemed ready to rise up in the air on the wings of enthusiasm, bear Aeschylus to the skies, and have him enrolled among the gods. That night, on reaching my apartments on Plum Street, having loitered by the way, I observed that the ground room I mentioned was lighted, and that its occupants were at home. As I entered the hall and closed the street door behind me, I observed that the room door stood wide open, and I heard voices within. One of them, who was standing at the center of the room, adjusting the gas burners, just then vexedly exclaimed to his companion, "Pshaw! Gol darn it, Bill! Where's me pipe?" Wondering if a person so harsh-spoken could be one of the actors mentioned by the landlady, I involuntarily glanced in as I walked past the door toward the hall stairs. The face of the speaker, who continued to growl about me pipe, was toward the door, and the glare of several gas burners shone full upon his visage. Ye mythic gods, ye gods, Grecian and Roman, ye gods from great Jupiter down to the nude little cuss with the bow and arrows, inclusive, it was Aeschylus, were now his gallant bearing, his majestic mien, his glittering armor, his proud helmet, his waving plume, and the burnished sword I had seen him flourish, as though it were a king's scepter? Where too, was that noble look of defiance with which he had confronted Claudius Appius? Where that expression of more than mortal anguish that had settled upon his godlike face when beautiful Virginia, loved Virginia, his Virginia was slain with a butcher knife by her own father to avert dishonor, all gone, gone. Dash it, then give me a cigar, I heard him say as I passed the door. He was in his shirt sleeves. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, and carelessly thrown open to let the air in upon his manly breast after his exertion, and instead of the raven locks he had worn that night, his head was covered with short, stiff, reddish hair, locks not so easily broken. Still in his eyes, features, and voice, with all his change of dress and bearing, I recognized Aeschylus. How are the mighty fallen! Was it for him I had that night stamped, clapped my hands, and screamed encore? I felt small, and said to myself, Aeschylus, Aeschylus, I silly ass, to think how yelled, cheered, and encored this night for such a worm as thou. I went up to my room, resolving never to applaud an actor again, without knowing him to be a star. It is perfectly safe then, for we seldom see them in dishabille. Next day, Major Klein and I visited a pleasant resort on the river shore, several miles above the city, known as Omer's Zoological Gardens. Pete Omer, the proprietor, was a friend of Major Klein, and he cheerfully accompanied us through his pleasant grounds, showed us the numerous animals which he had on exhibition, and explained their peculiarities. They were all in cages, because some of them were dangerous, while the others might run away. He had one gentle bear that was a perfect pet, and would fondle upon one like a dog. That sentence is ambiguous. I do not mean that he would fondle upon one who was like unto a dog, the son of a female dog, but that he would fondle in a manner similar to that of a sagacious animal. I put my hand in his mouth, and he playfully closed on it with his excellent teeth, just enough to make the blood come, no more. After that, I patted him affectionately on the head and left the cage. As I did so, he left the marks of his teeth on my crutch, and growled a pleasant good-bye. Another cage we visited contained an animal which I thought looked fully as good-natured as the pet bear. "What animal is this, Mr. Omer?" I asked, as I walked up to the cage and was about to thrust my hand through the bars and pat the gentle-looking creature on the head. "That is the cow. Look out. Don't put your hand in. Were you going to?" "Yes, he looks so pleasant, and oh, it's well you didn't. You think him a good-natured fellow, eh? That's what we call a California tiger. Watch me stir him up, if you think him a pleasant fellow." He picked up an iron rod, thrust it into the cage between the bars, and gave the creature, which had the honor to hail from California, an abrupt poke on the ribs. The result fairly startled me. The animal, which had appeared as docile as a kitten a moment before, now sprang up, uttered a growl as fierce as thunder, only 10 yards distant, displayed a mouthful of sharp white teeth an inch long, and fastened upon the iron rod with its savage jaws. At the same time its eyes glared like balls of fire, and seemed ready to dart out at me. Altogether, the savage creature looked as though it could bite a man's leg off without noticing that there was a bone in it. "What if you had put your hand in?" said Major Klein. "It would have bit it off, I suppose," I returned, "and I couldn't well afford to lose it." "Yes," said Pete Omer, "he could snap your hand off in a second and eat it up, and it would only give him an appetite to eat the rest of you." I could not help congratulating myself on my narrow escape, and resolved never to trust my hand to an unknown animal, merely because I liked its gentle appearance. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrination of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rusty Pistols. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 29. Falls City and Cave City. Early in May, I left Cincinnati and went to Louisville, Kentucky, 150 miles down the river. I took passage on a splendid steamer, one of the finest on the Ohio or Mississippi. The fare was only $2, and each passenger was furnished with 2 excellent meals by the way, and a stateroom berth when night came. It will naturally be thought that this was remarkably cheap, and so it was, but it was the result of competition. Opposition boats were at that time running between Cincinnati and Louisville, and the fare, usually $4 or $5, had crawled down to $2. Certainly, competition is the life of trade. This, however, does not quite equal, for extreme consistence, the rates of fare on the Hudson River boats some years ago when an opposition line from New York to Albany was established. The distance from New York to Albany is about the same as that from Cincinnati to Louisville, and the fare got lower and lower, at one period, till any weary traveler could go from New York to Albany or vice versa for 12 cents, meals not included. Nor did the freaks of competition end then. One of the lines, at last concluding that the difference between 12 cents and nothing was but a mere trifle, reduced the fare 12 cents and carried passengers a week or two for nothing. Not to be outdone, the other line not only carried all for nothing, but promptly paid each passenger a premium of 6 cents for riding from one place to the other. It will be naturally supposed that they could not make much at such rates, but it is said that the number of passengers was so great that they did a better business then than they had done when the fare was $2.50. Louisville is the largest city in Kentucky, its population being now about 90,000. It is a great tobacco market and has some of the most extensive warehouses for the storage of that weed in the United States. The principal business street in the city is called Main Street, and it is one that would do no discredit to any city. It is wide, perfectly straight, about 4 miles long, and is lined with fine large buildings occupied by merchants. A well-conducted passenger railway is laid on this street. Louisville is also called the Falls City, because the Ohio River there takes a considerable fall, so that steamboats, except at high water, are compelled to pass through a canal with several locks. The falls of the Ohio at Louisville are not abrupt, but extend with a gradual descent over 2 or 3 miles. Opposite Louisville is the town of Jeffersonville, Indiana, and 3 miles below on the Indiana side is the city of New Albany, with a population of about 16,000. Of course, I visited those places. From Louisville, I determined to go on a visit to the celebrated Mammoth Cave, a very considerable and extraordinary hole in the ground, situated about halfway between Louisville and Nashville, that is to say, nearly 100 miles from each place. I was informed at the Falls City that I should take the Louisville and Nashville Railroad and get off at Cave City, whence I should take a stage for the Mammoth Cave 10 miles from the railroad. Leaving my trunk at my hotel in Louisville, I took the 5 o'clock evening train and arrived at Cave City, a small village that isn't a city at all, by reasonable bedtime, where I retired to rest for the night in a good but rather expensive hotel. I was put in a double-bedded room with another passenger from Louisville who also intended to visit the Mammoth Cave next day. The clerk, having conducted us to our room, withdrew from the chamber and closed the door after him. "I wonder if there is a lock on the door," said my companion. "There ought to be," I replied. "We should secure it by some means, at all events." "Yes," he remarked, "I always make it a rule, when traveling, to see that everything is secure. Yes, here is a lock and bolt," he said as he walked to the door and examined it. He turned the key and shot the bolt. "Are you going to the cave tomorrow?" "Yes, that is my object." "Did you come on the train from Louisville?" "Yes, did you?" "Yes, I too. I'm from Missouri. And you?" "I'm from Pennsylvania." "Were you engaged in the war?" "Yes. Federal side, I suppose." "Yes, and were you also Confederate?" "Exactly. Well, we are fellow citizens and countrymen once more, and let us congratulate each other that the strife is over. If we're going in the stage in the morning, we will be traveling companions, and I am sure we'll prove agreeable to each other, notwithstanding that we have been fighting in opposing armies and possibly shooting at each other." I agree with you, he replied, and was about to make such a remark myself. True soldiers never carry animosities home with them when the contest on the field is over. My Confederate companion was a young man of prepossessing appearance, 25 or 26 years of age, intelligent, affable, and polite. And as the lamp was extinguished and we retired to our respective beds in opposite corners of the room, I congratulated myself on my prospect of having an agreeable companion to join me in my visit to the Mammoth Cave on the morrow. Nor was I mistaken. My new acquaintance proved to be all that he appeared, a perfect gentleman. With the confidence I seldom feel while a stranger is sleeping in the same room with me, I fell asleep and enjoyed a good night's rest after my ride on the train from Louisville. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 30. John Smith's Absence from the Face of the Earth. Next morning, having taken breakfast, we got into the coach and departed for the Mammoth Cave, which we reached after a not unpleasant ride of 10 miles over a hilly and wooded country. It was one of the pleasantest days of the year, and the conversation between my companion and myself was of such an agreeable nature that when we reached the hotel near the cave, I fancied we had scarcely traveled half a dozen miles. The length of time we had been on the road, however, indicated that we must have traveled fully 10 miles. It was about 10 o'clock. We each paid $2 for the services of a guide, and the latter provided 3 lanterns and some combustible material for temporary lights at certain particular points, accompanied us into a deep valley nearby, and in this valley, in so obscure a place as to be almost hid from the eyes of men, we found the entrance to the renowned Mammoth Cave. It is not my intention to give a general description of it. Many a graphic account of the great cave has been furnished by tourists, and yet, as in the case of Niagara Falls, no one has ever given an adequate description, and no one can form any proper conception of it without having seen it. However, I'll mention a point or two that may prove interesting or amusing to the gentle reader. Once within the cave, which we entered without striking our brows on the overhanging rocks at the entrance, where a little cascade sings away its happy life, the guide lighted the 3 lamps he carried. It is customary to give one to each visitor on entering the cave, but as I could not have carried one conveniently, the guide, having given one to my Confederate friend, carried 2 himself. We then walked on, following a straight and narrow passage for a quarter of a mile, by which time we began to feel quite independent of the sun. It would be natural to suppose that dampness would predominate in this cave, but such is not the case. On the contrary, quite the opposite state of things prevails. Except near the subterranean streams, the cave, both overhead and underfoot, is as dry as one could wish the paper on which he writes. And you know that isn't sloppy. The temperature of the atmosphere within the cave, at all seasons of the year, is about 59 degrees, and chemists have decided that the air is purer there than without, that it contains a far less proportion of carbonic acid gas. The first point to which the guide respectfully directed our attention, for he was very polite, was a place called the Rotunda, situated at the first turn of the passage, or rather, at the junction of this passage with another running off toward the left, nearly at a right angle. The ceiling of this rotunda, so called from its resemblance to the interior of a dome, is about 100 feet high and 80 feet in diameter. Over the floor are still strewn some of the wooden pipes used by the miners in 1812, at which time saltpeter was taken from the cave in large quantities. Turning to the left, we soon passed a small stone hut, and, somewhat surprised, we asked the guide what it meant to see a building thus far underground, half a mile from the light of the sun. "That," said he, "and another similar one which we shall soon pass were built 10 or 15 years ago for residences for consumptive patients who, it was thought, would be benefited by the mild and regular temperature of the air." "And is it possible that any came here to live and thus shut themselves up from the light of day?" I asked. "Yes," returned the guide. "A number tried the experiment." "And with what result?" asked my companion. "Not a very satisfactory one. Several of them died in here, and never saw the sun again, while nearly all who lived to be taken out died within a week or two after. When they reached the light again, it was discovered that all their eyes were perfectly black, no matter what their original color had been." This fact my friend and I silently doubted, but subsequent inquiry convinced us that it was true. Any person who desires black eyes can acquire them by a residence of a few months in the Mammoth Cave. If any of my lady readers are afflicted with eyes of celestial blue and are tired of them, they can have them promptly dyed black by taking apartments for 3 months in the Mammoth Cave. I don't advise them to do it, though, for I, John Smith is but mortal, have a weakness for blue eyes that I cannot overcome. A few hundred yards from the rotunda, the passage widens out into a spacious apartment styled the Methodist Church. It is so called because a congregation of Methodists used to hold divine services there. A good idea, for if they were a little noisy in their adorations, they did not disturb anyone, and their prayers could as easily ascend through the 200 feet of earth above them as through a slate roof with a tall spire to point out the way. A little further on we saw a huge rock which had evidently at some time or other fallen from above, from the roof of the cave, which, to look at it from a certain position, is a most perfect semblance of a coffin. It is termed the Giant's Coffin, as the guide informed us. It is 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 8 feet deep. It would make a good sarcophagus to bury some great politician in some day. Just beyond, the guide called our attention to some huge figures on the ceiling above. They represented the outlines of several persons of immense size. He informed us that they were styled the Giant, his wife, and child. And I just wondered, but didn't ask him, if they were to be put in the Giant's coffin when they should die. These figures had been formed by some dark substance that had apparently oozed from the rocky roof. Soon after passing them, we emerged into another spacious apartment called the Star Chamber. It is so called because the ceiling, which is there of a dark hue, is covered with white spots, and when we gazed upon it for a moment, in the meager light of the lanterns, it looked like the mighty heavens studded with stars. "Now," said the guide, "sit down on those rocks there a little while, and I will take all the lamps and retire into a recess where you cannot see a single beam of them. You can then see what perfect darkness is." We sat down, and the guide, taking all the lamps, walked away, descended into a kind of pit, and disappeared in a small sub-cavern, and every ray of light soon vanished. The darkness was indeed perfect, and it occurred to me that if a man intended to remain in such a position, he might as well have his eyes sewed up and covered with black sealing wax. Neither my companion nor myself spoke. The darkness was so absolute, and the silence so profound, that strange thoughts came into my head. I thought of the busy world without, fancied I saw the thronging multitudes of all the cities and towns of the globe, and the moving men and women scattered over the broad land, the ships with their crews tossing about over the breasts of the great oceans, and I asked myself, does the eye of the great unknown, incomprehensible, almighty being who created and who governs the universe take note of all these and still peer into this silent and secret place? "There's a light," exclaimed my companion after a minute or so of black darkness and grave-like silence. Silence? No. All the while I had heard the beating of my own heart, although I was almost unconscious of it as I sat musing, and the very absence of sound caused a singular imaginary ringing in my ears that I had never experienced before. I looked and saw our guide approaching from a different direction. He had traversed a small passage not known to visitors, and emerged from it some 40 yards distant. "Now, gentlemen," said the guide when he reached us again, "I am ready to accompany you further." "I presume we will see the bottomless pit by and by," observed my Confederate friend as we arose. "Yes," returned the guide while we walked on. "That is a mile from here. We will pass over it." "And the river Styx," said I. "Where is it?" "About 2 miles from here," responded the guide. The nonchalance with which the guide would speak of miles of distance in the cave was very remarkable. He would say of such and such a point, "Why, that is 2.5, or 3, or 5, as the case might be, miles from here," just the same as one in the outside world would say, "You will find the crossroads about 2 miles from here," or "The village is just 4 miles distant." I remember his once telling us that some point, I forget what, was 5 miles from here. 5 miles underground, think of it. However, that is not the extreme. Persons who go in to spend the whole day travel as far as 9 miles from the entrance. We only went 3 or 4 miles from the entrance that day, but we visited a great many intermediate passages, etc., so that we probably traveled 10 miles in the aggregate. In half an hour, after having seen many curiosities by the way, we reached the celebrated bottomless pit. Much curiosity regarding this pit prevails among those who have only heard it spoken of. Therefore, I will remark that its very name is a contradiction in terms. A pit, in order to be bottomless, must have no bottom at all, but this pit has one bottom, in a very good state of preservation, and therefore cannot be bottomless. If the word bottomless is an adjective of the comparative order, I would say of the bottomless pit, there are no doubt bottomlesser pits in the world than it is, but it is the bottomlessest pit I ever saw. Directly over the pit is constructed a wooden bridge which, for everything is named there, is called the Bridge of Sighs. It might be termed the bridge of rather small size, for it is not much wider than a darkey's foot. We stepped upon this structure, which the guide assured us was perfectly safe, and stood directly over the center of the yawning pit. While we stood there, he lighted a piece of peculiar paper he carried with him for the purpose, and dropped it from the bridge. Away it went, glaring, flaring, blazing, fluttering, down, 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 till it reached the bottom of the pit that has no bottom. I do not mean to make light of it. In fact, it is too dark and gloomy to be made light of, for it is grand and terrible even as it is. Its depth is probably 150 feet. It is round, like a well, and about 20 feet in diameter. Water a few inches deep stands silently on the bottom, and the loose stones, probably such as have been cast down from time to time, can be seen peeping above the surface. The guide showed us another pit called Side Saddle Pit, so named because to see into it one must thrust his head through a small aperture, the lower part of which is in shape very similar to a side saddle. This pit is very little wider than an ordinary well, and is, we were informed, more than 100 feet deep. Not far from this we arrived at a wide place in the subterraneous passage called Revelers' Hall, because it is customary for visitors to stop there a while, rest from their rambles, and drink each other's or somebody else's health, if they have anything to drink it with. I happened to have about my person somewhere, say in the breast pocket of my coat, for example, a willow-encased receptacle containing a strong, unmixed toddy without water or sugar. I produced it, and my companion, the guide, and I imbibed all our healths, the healths of all other visitors, the healths of distant friends, the health of the owner, and finally of the cave itself, with all its curiosities and wonders. If I had thought of it at the time, I would, moreover, have proposed Horn Took's regular after-dinner sentiment. All kings in hell, the door locked, the key lost. We soon after visited the river Styx, which, unlike the Styx of mythology, we can cross without arriving in Erebus. We went over it on a natural bridge of rock, with a single arch through which the dark river flows, and found the other shore about the same as this, either being gloomy enough to represent Erebus on a small scale. We descended to the water's edge on the opposite shore and embarked in a small boat, which the guide propelled with a long pole, and rowed a few hundred yards on the bosom of the awful stream. As we went gliding along through those gloomy passages that frown in everlasting silence, our figures barely seen in the dim light of the lamps, and the black walls grumbling at each sound and echoing it back and forth, I thought that nothing in the depths of the earth could be more like the fabled mythic river over which Charon ferries his passengers to Hades. Certainly, the subterranean stream could not have been more appropriately named. In some places we passed under dark arches that hovered over us so closely that they seemed ready to close upon us and crush us in their dismal grasp, and in other places we passed through narrow passages where there was no path on either shore, and we were hemmed in on both sides by perpendicular walls of somber rock. The stream is from 20 to 50 feet wide and is not very deep, except in some noted places. The guide assured us that it is inhabited by fish without eyes. I have heard doubts expressed on this point, but there can be no reasonable doubt about it. In fact, why should they need eyes there? What material eye could penetrate the awful gloom? While gliding leisurely down the dusky river, the guide struck up a song, and whether his voice was sonorous or not, or the words beautiful, I thought I had never heard anything sound so majestically musical. The dim, dark walls took up the words and echoed them again and again, and they rolled along the passages like half-tamed thunder and returned to us again from remote pits and recesses. Oh, what's the use for humble John Smith to attempt to describe those scenes of awful and gloomy grandeur? Let me desist, and escort the reader from the grandly dismal labyrinths, the yawning pits and frowning recesses, to the bright day again. As we go toward the entrance, I will mention a few other things that I saw. The guide conducted us into an avenue. I forgot what he called it. Some arcade, I think, which was adorned with innumerable stalactites and stalagmites, and many grand columns that seemed placed there to support the ceiling, which had been formed by the meeting and blending together of stalactites and stalagmites. The stalactites form like icicles. They are carbonate of lime, i.e. limestone. The carbonate of lime, mingled with some other chemical substance, has oozed from the ceiling, and, as the other substance leaves, it hardens into suspending columns, as water freezes into icicles when the cold air carries away the caloric from it. In one place, 4 columns arise in a kind of cluster, so that one can stand among them. They constitute what is termed the altar. The guide told us that a marriage ceremony was once performed there. A young lady had promised her mother during the latter's dying moments that she would never get married on top o' ground. But as time rolled on, and the dear creature concluded that it was not good to be alone, she and her intended, accompanied by a minister, entered the mammoth cave, repaired to this novel place, and were married underground. Literally she kept her promise, but scarcely in spirit. It looked like whipping the old one round the stump. I do not censure her, though, nor should I, even if she had got married on the cloud-capped crest of Mount Hood, for a bad promise is better broken than kept. It was 3 o'clock when we emerged from the cave, and experienced the blinding influence of suddenly returning daylight. Without delay we repaired to the hotel and took dinner, for which we had acquired a good appetite, then got into a coach and returned to Cave City. My Confederate friend wanted to travel into Tennessee, and cordially bidding me goodbye at Cave City, he left on an evening train. I had to wait till 12 o'clock for a train northward, and I passed the interim very agreeably, playing all fours with an ugly gentleman who wore spectacles and begged on all 3 trumps. Although this work is no traveler's guide, as I have mildly insinuated before, I will favor the reader with a tabular statement of the cost of visiting the Mammoth Cave, making Louisville the starting point. From Louisville to Cave City, $4. Supper at Cave City, $1. Night's repose at Cave City, $1. Breakfast at Cave City, $1. Coach from Cave City to Mammoth Cave, $2. For guide, paid to proprietor, $2. Trifle presented to guide as mark of esteem, $1. Dinner at Mammoth Cave Hotel, $1. Coach back to Cave City, $2. Supper at Cave City, $1. Playing all fours with ugly gent, for lemonade, $1. Train back to Louisville, $4. Incidentals, $5. Other incidentals, $2. $28. That was what it cost me, and I'll venture to say that anyone, by being economical, can visit the Mammoth Cave from Louisville for the same amount. End of Chapter 30. Read by James T. Oligney. Chapter 31 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 31. The Nightingale. In the course of my stay in Louisville, I had the pleasure of an introduction to George D. Prentice, Esquire, the well-known editor of the Louisville Journal, and I found him as agreeable and good-natured as he is witty. He was engaged in writing a scathing article denunciatory of Parson Brownlow at the time my friend and I entered his sanctum, and was in excellent spirits. Perhaps no one of the many who have heard of the witty journalist and read his writings, but have never seen him, has ever formed any correct impression of his personal appearance. He is quite homely, does not look half as bright as he really is noble-hearted, kind, affable, polite, and exhibits a partiality for grain products in a liquid form at all seasons of the year. But this is nobody's business but his own. About the middle of May, or a little later perhaps, I took passage on the steamer Nightingale for St. Louis. The steamer was a stern-wheel one, pretty well loaded, and did not make very fast time, but the weather was delightful. Everything on board was comfortable and pleasant, and, as I was in no hurry, I could not have complained if the journey had occupied a week. Fellow passengers on board a steamer soon make themselves acquainted with each other, and I had not been aboard 24 hours before the faces of all were as familiar to me as though I had known them for years. With but few exceptions, they were agreeable persons. The captain was a handsome man of 28 or 30, and one glance at him was enough to convince anyone that he was a true gentleman. All the attaches of the boat, including the bartender and porter, were just what they should be. Among the passengers was a fellow of 27 or 28 who called himself a doctor. He told me he was from New York and was going to St. Louis to establish a practice for himself. "I don't care," said he, "whether I'm successful at first or not. I have $5,000 in my pocket, and that will keep me a year or so without doing much. By that time, I'll get myself worked into a practice, no doubt." "Certainly," I agreed. He was not a fine-looking man, but he was obviously a vain fool, and one whom I thought I should not like to trust further than I could throw a comet by the tail. Everyone called him Doctor, and he seemed to like it. I will say more of him by and by. The sharer of my stateroom, he occupied the lower berth, was a venerable man of 80 years, a native of Missouri. He was a man of finished education and, by profession, a physician. He and I were so much pleased with each other that we have since corresponded, and I have found his acquaintance truly edifying as well as agreeable. His name was Creel. Dr. Creel told me a sad tale of his troubles in Missouri during the war. He resided in Lafayette County of that state, where old feuds held carnival during the desolating Civil War. He had taken no part in the contest in any way, he told me, and he said that his nearest and best friend on earth had lately been an only son of 30 years, whom he pictured to me as all that was manly, noble, pure, honorable, and worthy of a parent's fond affection. This son, he said, had studied for the ministry, had acquired a rare education, and, like himself, had taken no part in the war. But one bitter night, when he himself was seriously ill and his son was sitting by his bedside, a party of armed men, headed by an old enemy of his family, abruptly burst into his house and shot down that son, the last prop of his old age. One of the reckless and deluded men was going to shoot him as he lay in bed, but another interrupted him, saying, "Never mind the old white-headed reprobate. It isn't worthwhile. He'll soon die anyhow." So, sparing him a few dim years of bitterness, they ransacked the house, carried off all the valuables they could find, damaged much of the furniture, set the building on fire, and departed. The flames were extinguished by friendly neighbors who came to his assistance, and who lifted up from a pool of blood the lifeless form of his son. There were tears in the old man's eyes as he told me this, and no wonder. His hair was white, his hand trembled, and his step was unsteady with age. He must have felt alone in the world. I will not state which cause the villains professed to be attached to, who murdered the doctor's son, and left him a blank and desolate old age. There were wrongs and outrages committed on both sides during the war. No reasonable person will fail to admit this. A civil war gives horrible license to bad men, and God forbid that our land should ever be blighted by another. Gambling was not allowed on board the Nightingale, but there was a good deal of euchre playing for amusement during the voyage. At Evansville, Indiana, a flourishing town of 8,000 inhabitants, we landed for half an hour, and while there several passengers came aboard. Among them was a well-dressed young man with what I considered a bad countenance. He had cold, gray, almost expressionless windows for his soul to look out at, a smooth, beardless face, and a mouth with an unusually crescent-like shape. This person had not been aboard very long. In fact, the boat had barely backed away from the landing and begun to move on down the river when he suggested to a green-looking fellow that they should get up a little four-handed game of euchre just for amusement. Mr. Greeny assented, and inducing two other passengers to join them, they began to while away the time as we glided down the river, passing, taking it up, turning it down, ordering it up, assisting, making it, going it alone, and the like. If I remember correctly, Mr. Greeny and Mr. Sharper, I take the liberty of providing these names for them, were partners. Well, a game was played through, pleasantly enough, and another commenced, and by it was Mr. Sharper's deal for the third time. There is something magical about that number, 3. The third time is the charm, it is said. The third time a man does any particular thing, something unusual is sure to happen. This was no exception. "My hand would be a good one if we were playing poker," observed Mr. Sharper carelessly as he took up his cards. I chanced to be standing behind Mr. Greeny at the moment, and lo, as he picked up his cards, he, too, held a no trifling poker hand, 4 kings and a 7 spot. "I myself," said Mr. Greeny, "haven't a bad hand on poker." "A pity we're not playing it, then," Mr. Sharper lazily rejoined. "Well, what will you do?" He addressed this pointed inquiry to the player on his left. "I pass," replied the latter. "I pass," said Mr. Greeny. "I pass," repeated the player on Mr. Greeny's left and Mr. Sharper's right. "I turn it down," said Mr. Sharper, adroitly whirling the face of the trump card downward. "Who will make it?" "I won't," said the player on his left. "I won't," said Mr. Greeny, but, "Well, what is it?" said Mr. Sharper in a tone barely tinged with impatience. Why, rejoined Mr. Greeny with a frankness that spoke better for his heart than his head, I just wish it was poker. Why? Asked Mr. Sharper. Because I'd bet some. Well, suggested Mr. Sharper with a careless yawn, we might get up a little bet on our hands anyhow, just to pass away the time. I've felt dull for the last half hour. I'd risk something on my hand if I were sure of losing. But I warn you, it is not a bad hand. Have y'all anything like poker hands? Come, a pair of deuces? I haven't, said his left-hand man, interrupting him. Nor I, said his left-hand man's partner, who sat on his right. Well, darned if I haven't, though, said Mr. Greeny. Have you really? Responded Mr. Sharper. Well, I'll bet $5 on my hand, win or lose. And he carelessly threw upon the table a crumpled $5 bill, which he took from his vest pocket. Mr. Greeny got a little excited at this demonstration, laid his cards on the table, faces downwards, of course, thrust his hand deep into his right-hand trousers pocket, and nervously drew forth his pocketbook. I'll cover your $5 and go $5 better, he said, with firmness as he laid down a $10 bill. Who wouldn't have ventured something on 4 kings, next to the best hand in the pack, that had thus come out by chance while playing euchre for amusement? You do, said Mr. Sharper, glancing up and down the cabin. Now, the captain wouldn't allow. However, he isn't about. I didn't think of risking more than $5, but I guess you're trying to bluff me. I'll not back out. Here's $15 more, and that makes the bet 20. And he produced the amount specified. $10 better still, said Mr. Greeny promptly as he laid down $20. It was quite clear he had played poker before. Mr. Sharper hesitated. $30, said he. No, confound it. I'll put 50 on top of it, and that's all I will risk. Yes, I've said it now, and I will stick to it. It won't make me a bankrupt if I do lose. Thereupon, he produced 3 $20 bills and laid them on the table, making the bet $80. I call you, said Mr. Greeny eagerly, as he counted out 5 $10 bills and threw them down upon the table. 4 aces, said Mr. Sharper as he smilingly displayed the hateful 4 that can't be beat. What have you? What could he have in a case of that kind? Only 4 kings, darn the luck, poor Mr. Greeny exclaimed in unfeigned vexation. Then he said, Pshaw, the deuce on it, I'll be, and several other words better and worse, while Mr. Sharper, with a calmness, complacence, and benignity that one could not but admire, raked down the pile and stowed it away in his pocket. Well, whose deal is it? Said Mr. Sharper, who seemed to devote no further thought to the trifle he had won. They finished that game of euchre for amusement. Then Mr. Greeny, with a most extraordinary expression of countenance, arose from his seat at the table and, in a rather husky voice, said he believed he wouldn't play any more. He seemed to have lost all interest in the game, and he walked away whistling. Whistling? Yes, but oh, what a dull, dry sort of a whistle he made of it. The sudden loss of $80 is not very elevating to the spirits of a person in moderate circumstances, and who can say what the poor dupe suffered? Notwithstanding all his attempts to appear unconcerned and to emit a forced whistle, it was plain that he was suffering no ordinary mental torture. How remarkable it is that when a man feels right bad and don't want the fact made public, he tries to turn it off with whistling. There seems to be something soothing in a strain or two of this species of music, if only executed with any skill, but a man who is suffering inward pangs can rarely get the right pucker on his lips. Poor Mr. Greeny made a miserable whistle of it, and if he had wept aloud for his lost cash, he could not have more clearly exhibited his anguish to the unsympathizing spectators. The game being ended, Mr. Sharper purchased a good cigar at the bar, lighted it, and, taking an armchair out upon the cabin deck, seated himself, rested his polished boots on the railing, and laid back in his chair quietly smoking, and at the same time regarding the picturesque shores of the river with a calmness and self-satisfaction that must have been agonizing for poor Mr. Greeny to look at. When the captain learned what had happened in the cabin, he went to Mr. Sharper and told him he must leave the boat at Cairo as soon as a landing could be conveniently effected, as he could not tolerate a gambler on his boat. Mr. Sharper coolly replied that he had not intended to go further than Cairo anyhow, but if he had, the captain interrupted him with a friendly warning against anything bordering on defiance or insolence. He remarked that he had not picked a blackleg or thief up by the neck and heels and pitched him into the river for nearly a year, and that he was beginning to feel marvelously like taking a bit of such exercise, and that he would assuredly do so if so much as one more articulate sound should escape him, Mr. Sharper. The latter appreciated the warning, and during the remainder of his stay on board the Nightingale, maintained a commendable silence. At Cairo, where the Ohio River empties into the Mississippi, we landed and laid for a couple of hours before proceeding up the broad Mississippi, and Mr. Sharper promptly left us. Cairo is a city of about 12,000 inhabitants, and but for the unhealthy nature of the low country surrounding, it would eventually become one of the greatest cities of the Mississippi Valley. Its geographic location is one of the best in the country, being, as it is, at the junction of two noble rivers. But in that vicinity, the land is so low that it becomes inundated for many miles around, so that the air, especially in the summer season, becomes fraught with miasma. Cairo itself is built on very low ground, and but for the high levee that stands as a perpetual sentinel before the gates of the city, the river would be continually staring in at all the doors and windows in the place. Even the levee is overflowed sometimes, and the streets become navigable for boats of a moderate size. I went up to a periodical store on the principal street and purchased several newspapers of a late date. Among them was a Louisville journal, and on casting my eye over it, what was my astonishment to run across a very flattering notice of myself, which Mr. Prentice had inserted. It stated that J. Smith, Esquire, the celebrated author and poet who had lost a limb in the Civil War, was making a tour of the Western States, had honored both him and the Mammoth Cave with a visit, and had just departed for St. Louis on board the steamer Nightingale. This really alarmed me, and I fancied that everyone who looked at me recognized me as the redoubtable John Smith, the celebrated author and poet who was making a tour of the Western States. Fearing that some enthusiastic demonstration might be made by the citizens of Cairo, who had probably read of my approach, and that I might be called upon for a speech, and I hadn't as much as the framework of one ready, I hastily returned to the boat and shut myself up in my stateroom, and did not sally forth again till the Nightingale was steaming gallantly up the Mississippi. Nothing worthy of note occurred during our voyage up the river, except that the mosquitoes tormented us in a style entirely new to me. They were the first crop of the season, fresh and vigorous, and they attacked the boat in numbers amounting to millions of millions. Oh, the misery of that night! How the little fiends tormented me! Warm as it was, I shut myself up almost airtight in my stateroom and tried to defy them. I thought I would rather be smothered to death than eaten up alive, but even there they found me. They came in through the keyhole in two ranks, military order, and at once began the attack. I fought bravely, but it was of no use. Faster than I could cut them down, they received reinforcements through the keyhole, while, to utterly dishearten me and drive me to despair, I could hear myriads of them still without, knocking at the door and impatiently waiting their respective turns to file in at the keyhole and drink some of me. I could not stand it. I opened the back door and fled to the cabin deck, to the hurricane deck, to the boiler deck, upstairs and down and up and back and forth and back, half crazed, I knew not, cared not where. I had half a mind to jump into the river and take refuge from these and my other woes in the bosom of the Father of Waters, but didn't. They pursued me everywhere. Some of them, I believe, went in advance of me, to be ready to meet me at any new point I should flee to. My eyes, ears, mouth, nose, cheeks, chin, neck, hands, and wrists were covered with them, and, while thus tormenting me, they sang musically in my ears, even as Nero played Hail Columbia Happy Land on a banjo while Rome was burning. Oh, the agonies of that night! The thundering cannon of battle, the shrieking shell, the hissing bullet, and glistening bayonet are mere toys compared with these fiendish tormentors. How I ever got through the night I cannot remember distinctly. It seems like a kind of long-continued dream to me. I have a vague recollection of standing at the bar and asking the bartender if he had anything calculated to keep the mosquitoes away. This scene recurs to me as having been repeated several times that night, but I think it only originated in the imagery of delirium, for I must have grown delirious. The next night, for some reason, they let up on us a little, and I got some sleep, and early on the second morning after leaving Cairo, we arrived at the Mound City, St. Louis, the chief city of the Mississippi Valley. It was a charming morning, not too warm, and leaving my trunk on board, I walked up into the city for the purpose of securing lodgings for a month. Before I did so, the passengers had all bid each other goodbye, and were beginning to go their different ways, wondering if any two of us should ever meet again. My aged companion bade me a cordial farewell, and took passage on the steamer Postboy, bound up the Missouri River. The vain young doctor, whom I have mentioned, went to the Southern Hotel, one of the grandest and most aristocratic in the country, and registered his name, stating that he would remain a couple of weeks. That I may not be troubled to speak again of so worthless a fellow, I will here state that, after a week, I met another fellow passenger in St. Louis, who told me that the doctor had stayed 4 days at the Southern Hotel and then absconded without paying his bill. This most pretentious and presumptuous of the passengers of the Nightingale proved to be an unworthy loafer and a base fraud. Such is life. End of chapter 31. Read by James T. Oligney.
Chapter 32 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shelly, Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 32. Smith's Extraordinary Adventures in the Mound City. We had landed at the foot of Pine Street, which I followed directly up into the city. I was just about to cross 3rd Street when my attention was irresistibly attracted to a very beautiful girl of 18 who came walking down 3rd on the lower side and turned to cross and go up Pine Street but a few feet in advance of me. I was just thinking how happy a man her husband would be in case she should ever take it into her head to get one, when, as she reached the opposite corner, a man standing in the door of a periodical store near the corner called to his dog, which had strayed across the street. The dog was a fine, large, sleek, spotted, good-natured, intelligent-looking fellow, dressed in a burnished brass collar. He wore a pleasant smile on his sagacious face, and looked as though he wouldn't harm a flea that was biting him. With all the ready obedience of the faithful animal, he came bounding toward his master, just as the young lady in question arrived opposite the door. It appeared that she had not observed the owner of the dog or heard him call to his property, and seeing the animal come bouncing toward her, she naturally imagined that the sagacious creature was going for her. And how did she know but that he was afflicted with chronic hydrophobia? On the impulse of the moment, she uttered a musical scream, whirled around to rush back across 3rd Street, and came in direct contact with me. It was so sudden and unexpected that the shock came near knocking me down under a cartwheel as the heavy vehicle went jogging by near the curbstone, and to make the matter worse, she slipped on a bit of orange rind, and we came near falling down together, all mixed up. To prevent this catastrophe, I instinctively clasped her waist in my encircling arms, while she, on the spur of the moment, threw her plump arms confidingly around my manly neck, and there we stood, at one of the most public street corners of St. Louis, unconsciously embracing, like two gentle lovers that hadn't seen each other for a month of Sundays. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" she exclaimed. "Excuse me, I was so afraid of that dog." "He shall not hurt you," I gallantly replied, as I released her from my protecting arms, and picked up my cane, which had fallen in the confusion. "I declare," she said, blushing confusedly. I have always thought this was because she perceived that I was young and handsome. "I might have pushed you over. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" "Oh, no," I replied warmly, wondering at the same time whether she meant she was sorry she hadn't pushed me over. "I was only anxious on your account. I am happy that it was my privilege to save you from falling when you slipped." "Thank you, but it wouldn't have hurt me. If you had fallen, though, and you... She was going to allude to the trifling circumstance that I lacked one of the usual number of legs, but with some delicacy hesitated. "Oh, it wouldn't have hurt me," I said, coming to her relief. "There isn't so much of me to fall now, and I, therefore, don't fall so hard as others." As we were both going up Pine Street, we walked on, side by side, and I had the pleasure of her company for 4 squares. We walked slowly, too. I could have walked 400 squares if she had kept on, but when we reached 7th Street, she told me she lived just around the corner. Thereupon we bade each other an affectionate farewell and parted. I crossed 7th Street and walked about halfway to 8th when, thinking that the young lady had had time to get out of sight, I retraced my steps. After I had gone a little way below 7th, I descried a card on a door containing the following notice: "Furnished rooms to let." I rang the doorbell, was soon shown in, and stating that I desired a lodging room for 3 or 4 weeks, was shown a neat, well-furnished room on the 2nd floor, which the landlady said was worth $5 a week and would be very suitable for a gentleman and wife. I stated that I would occupy it alone, gave the landlady $20 for 4 weeks' possession of the room, and went down to the boat and sent my trunk up by an express wagon. I was again walking up Pine Street and once more crossing 3rd, when someone tapped me on the shoulder, and a voice behind me exclaimed, "Why, Smith, is this you?" I turned, stating that it was, for I never ignored my proud name, and beheld a familiar face. It was that of one whom I had known when a boy, but had not seen for some years. His history is somewhat remarkable. When I knew him in my youth, he was a young man of 20 years, and quite proverbial for his piety. He was often pointed out to the profligate youth of the village I lived in, as a shining example of Christianity, and he was, in truth, or seemed, so sober, honest, and good, as to put ordinary young fellows to shame by comparison. His name was Albert Haig. His occupation was that of salesman in a dry goods store, and such confidence did he ever command that his employers trusted him implicitly with everything about their stores, safe keys, cash accounts, and the like. By and by, however, much to the astonishment and amazement of all who knew him, he actually stole $10,000 from his employer and absconded. From that time forth, nothing, to my knowledge, had been heard of him in the old neighborhood. And this was the man I unexpectedly met in St. Louis. "Why, Bert!" I exclaimed, shaking hands with him, for I was truly glad to meet any familiar face in a strange city. "Is this you? Where do you come from?" "I'm living here," he said. "I saw you crossing the street and did not know whether to hail you or not. I fancied that after what you know of me, you would not speak to me." "Then you do not know me," I replied. "You never injured me, if you did commit a grievous offense. It is a great mistake to cast everyone down as soon as he commits an error. It is no way to recover him. It only discourages him and renders him indifferent about reforming. I have just hired a room on Pine Street. Come with me and tell me all about it." We walked up Pine Street and were soon sitting in my room. There he told me all that had happened to him. He had eluded the law and fled with his ill-gotten $10,000 to California, where, he said, he saw no rest, day or night. He declared that when I knew him as a pious young man, he was all that he appeared to be, but said that by and by he began to be tempted to take advantage of the excellent opportunity he had to acquire a large amount of money, and in an evil moment yielded. He did not remain in California 3 weeks, he said, before his conscience compelled him to return to Pennsylvania and restore the ill-gotten cash to its owner, which, he said, he had recently done. He had now determined, he remarked, never to yield to temptation again, and was resolved to atone for the past by a future life of integrity and uprightness. He now had a position as a salesman in a wholesale house in St. Louis, and was doing well. He gave me the name of the house and asked me to call and see him. He remarked that he could freely confide in one who had so readily overlooked his former disgrace. I replied that, as a matter of course, it would injure him for his employers to know his past history, that I believed he was sincere in his good resolution, and that he need not feel apprehensive that I should ever cast a stumbling block in his way. The strictly pious, with the blindness that too often characterizes them, may censure me for not warning his employers, but let them do so. Do they think that when a man commits one crime he is necessarily lost forever? Suppose I should have regarded it as a duty to go to his employers and tell them what I knew of Haig. He would have been discharged at once, because they could never have relied on him. He would then have despaired of recovering from the effects of that one error. And no matter how good his intentions might have been, while his prospects were bright, he would probably have turned a rogue again on the first opportunity, because he had no other alternative. It is a fearful mistake to thrust a man down at once for his first crime, instead of taking him by the hand and lifting him up. It is that unchristian-like policy that fills our penitentiaries and gives such frequent employment to the hangman. Frown on vice as much as you please, but do not frown on all who once yield to temptation. If you hope or wish to save them, display some forbearance. Remember, we all have our faults, and we are all only too apt to compound for sins we are inclined to by damning those we have no mind to. As Hudibras says, "There is none good, no, not one." We have all committed bad deeds of some kind or other, whether they come within the pale of the law or not. If you demand strict justice, look at yourself. Use every man after his desert, says Hamlet, and who shall scape whipping? My pious friends, remember that none of you are quite perfect. Remember that if there is a God, and that there is, all nature cries aloud, His eye is upon you, and if you cannot tolerate your fellow creatures simply because their sins happen to be of a different class from yours, though probably no worse, how can you expect him to bear with you? I did not remove from St. Louis for 4 weeks, and during that time made a number of little excursions into the interior of the state, and also into the state of Illinois, which lies on the east side of the river. I liked the Mound city very well. As it may not be generally known why St. Louis is styled the Mound City, I will state that it is because the ground on which it is built was once occupied by numerous artificial mounds, supposed to have been built by the Indians. It may not be out of place, either, to say a word regarding the pronunciation of the name of the city. I observed that all the citizens give it the old French pronunciation, that is, St. Louis, the final S not being sounded. It should be so pronounced by all, as the citizens of a place are generally accepted as the authority in such matters. I observed the same fact in Louisville, Kentucky. The citizens there pronounce it Louisville. It would sound harsh to them to hear it pronounced as it is spelled, Louisville. The sibilant sound of the S would make the drums of their ears quiver. I was not at first favorably impressed with the water in St. Louis, but I soon became fond even of that. The water is taken from the Mississippi River and is always very muddy. Let an ordinary bucketful of it stand a while, and an inch of mire will settle to the bottom. This muddy state of the fluid is owing to the turbid Missouri River, which empties into the Mississippi 20 miles above St. Louis. Chemically, however, this water has been pronounced by scientific men the purest in the country. It is said to be perfectly free from all deleterious minerals, and when the mud is taken from it, is as near pure water as can be produced. The fire arrangements in St. Louis, as in most western cities, are very imperfect. While there, it was my luck one day, and I had had the same luck in Louisville, where I made the same observations, to stand in the immediate presence of a destructive fire when it first broke out. A heavy volume of black smoke rolled up toward the blue sky. The flames burst out through the roofs and windows and leaped for mad joy. Walls crumbled down at their leisure, and I think that 25 minutes or half an hour elapsed before any steamer or hose carriage made its appearance. I do not attach so much blame to the firemen themselves, although they are not so active as New York or Philadelphia firemen, as to the deficiency of the force. On this occasion I was told that the same firemen had been working all the afternoon at a fire in a distant part of the city, and I could not wonder that they were a little tardy. Their force should be at least doubled, but I think they will realize this ere long. Louisville and St. Louis are now fast recovering from the paralyzing effects of the recent unhappy war. They do not lack enterprise, and I predict that in a few years their arrangements for protecting property against the flames will be equal to those of the eastern cities. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shelly Weingart. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War by A.F. Hill. Chapter 33. How Not to Open a Patent Lock. Wishing to visit some portions of Iowa, I started up the Mississippi in June on a boat running regularly between St. Louis and Keokuk, an Iowa town or city with a population of 8,000 situated at the mouth of the Des Moines River. It is 224 miles above St. Louis. Only one funny thing happened during my voyage from St. Louis to Keokuk, and probably one of the parties concerned could not have been led to agree that even that was funny. It occurred during the day following our departure from St. Louis, while the boat was lying at the landing at Quincy, a city of 25,000 souls on the Illinois shore. The boat laid there for half an hour, I know not what for, as no freight was being shipped or put ashore. During that brief half hour, 2 sharpers came aboard. They were Confederates or pals, but pretended not to know each other. In fact, one of them, whom I shall style Number 1, although they were both Number 1 rogues, came aboard a few minutes before the other, whom I shall call Number 2. He did not go up to the cabin deck, but stood on the boiler deck, talking with the deckhands, most of whom were darkies, and asking such questions as were calculated to convince anyone that he was badly green. By and by, Number 2, Esquire, came aboard carrying a kind of padlock in his hand, and with a respectful manner said to Number 1, "My friend, can you tell me how soon this boat will go up the river?" "No, sir," replied Number 1, "I just came aboard." "She go up the river in a little bit," put in one of the darkies that were lounging idly about the bulkhead. "Thank you," said Number 2, who appeared to be a perfect gentleman. He was walking up the steps leading to the cabin deck when Number 1 called out, "Stranger, excuse me, but are you the gentleman I saw up in town with the new patent lock?" "Yes," returned Number 2, pausing on the stairs. "This is it. Would you be kind enough to let me look at it?" "Certainly," returned Number 2, with an obliging air, as he descended the stairs. "Perhaps," suggested Number 1, "you were in a hurry and—" "Oh, no," replied Number 2, "not at all. I intend to take passage on the boat, and I can go up to the office at any time and pay my fare," and he handed Number 1 the lock. "I believe I heard you say," observed Number 1, as he began to inspect it, "that this is your own invention?" "It is," replied Number 2. "Have you a patent for it?" "Yes, it was patented but lately." The deckhands and several passengers, who happened to be strolling about the lower deck, now collected around and gazed on the lock with curious eyes. "Did I understand you to say," queried Number 1, "that no key is used to open the lock?" "Correct. No key is required. I can simply take it, shoot the ring bolt into its place, and I'll bet any man $100 that he can't open it." The spectators looked on with increased interest. "Lock it for me," said Number 1, handing it back to the owner. "I would like to try it." "Certainly." Number 2 took the lock, a spring lock apparently, shot the bolt into its place with a snap, and returned it to Number 1. "There," he said, "you'll be the sharpest man I ever saw if you open it." The spectators now gathered around closer and looked on with an interest that was intense. Number 1 took the lock, inserted his finger in the ring bolt, and took a dead pull on it. "It won't come open that way," he remarked, as he pretended to scan it more closely. "No," replied Number 2, "you might as well pull against 2 yoke of oxen." Presently Number 1 appeared to discover a slight, almost imperceptible protuberance, which looked as though it might connect with a secret spring, and pressing it slyly, he opened the lock and handed it back to Number 2 with an air of triumph. "There," he said, "when you invent another lock, bring it to me and I'll open it for you." A loud laugh went round at the expense of Number 2, who seemed much disconcerted. "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed an ebony deckhand. "If all de locks was that easy opened, a fellow's property wouldn't be very safe." "You can't open it," retorted Number 2, a little irritated. "What'll you bet?" said the darky. "I'll bet $100 you can't," said Number 2, whom discomfiture seemed to have rendered reckless. "Will you bet me $100 that I can't open it?" asked Number 1 boldly. "No," returned Number 2. "You have opened it once and know how, or else I would. Why didn't you bet before you tried it? You would have won then." "I'm sorry I didn't now," said number 1. "Oh, pshaw," said the same darky who had spoken before. "I seen how him opened it." "Well, you can't open it," retorted number 2 banteringly. "And will you bet me $100 I can't?" said the darky, on whose black face I could read enterprise. I happened to be sitting by the railing of the cabin deck just above and could look down and witness the whole scene. "Why, yes, I will," stammered number 2 with well-feigned hesitation. "You'll lose then," number 1 said in a low tone, as though speaking to himself. "Will you put up the money?" pursued the darky. Wouldn't... Yes, I will. I won't be backed out even if I lose. I'll put up the money in the hands of this gentleman or anyone else." When he said this gentleman, he pointed to number 1. "You'd better not trust me with the stakes," said the latter jocosely. "I might run off." "Oh, no fear of that," replied number 2. "We'll trust you. I know a gentleman when I see one." "By golly, I bet," said the darky decidedly. And he produced a $50 bill and some odd 10s and 5s amounting in all to $100, and he handed the money to number 1, who was to act as stakeholder. "Come now," said another darky to number 2, as the latter hesitated. "Don't back out. Put up your money." "Confound me if I'll be backed out," he said, as he took out his pocketbook, counted out $100, and handed it to the stakeholder. Oh, that money was in precious hands. "Now," said the darky, who had made up his mind to win or lose $100, "fix de lock for me." Number 2 fixed it. The darky took it, at first, merely as a matter of form, took a pull at the ring bolt. It would not open, of course. Well, no matter. He knew where that secret spring was, you bet. He easily found the little protuberance and pressed on it with his thumb, but it wouldn't open. He pressed harder. No go. He pressed harder still and pulled harder at the ring bolt at the same time. Bootless. He pressed harder still and pulled harder still. Vain efforts. He got a little apprehensive and a little desperate. The sum of $100 was at stake. The lock must be opened. He inserted the ring bolt between his white teeth, placed his thumb on the imaginary spring, and pulled and pressed and pressed and pulled with the energy of despair. The lock was firm, his efforts futile. A laugh now went round at the poor darky's expense, and he trembled perceptibly, while his face assumed a sort of lead color with a greenish tinge. His thick lips also became quite void of moisture, and he spoke in a husky voice. Dunno, whether I can open him or not." "I don't think you can," said number 2 calmly. The poor darky saw that his stamps were gone. Still, he tried it once more. He shook the lock, and something loose within rattled with a taunting sound, tapped it against the capstan, pulled at the bolt, pressed the delusive spring, pulled and pressed again and again. All was in vain. He gave it up, but, oh, with what a poor grace, and handed the lock to number 2. "I believe there's something wrong about it," he said. "It seems I've won the money," number 2 observed carelessly, and number 1 handed him the $200. Another laugh went round. Oh, the heartlessness of human beings! What they would regard as a grave misfortune if it happened to themselves, they look upon as an excellent joke when another is the victim. "That's nuffin'," said the darky, trying to appear unconcerned. But oh, how poorly he succeeded. "Nothing when you get used to it once," observed one of the spectators soothingly. "But it takes a fellow a deuce of a time to get used to it," put in another unfeeling passenger. Poor darky turned away, as sad a picture as I ever saw, went and took a seat on the capstan, and tried to whistle a careless tune, but his clumsy lips were dry and unsteady, and he couldn't get them puckered in any sort of shape. "Confound it, if I haven't come near forgetting my valise with this fooling," said number 2 abruptly after he had stowed away his money. "I left it up in Quincy and must go and get it." So he walked down the gangway plank, up the wharf, and disappeared in the city. "I wouldn't be surprised if that fellow were a regular rogue," observed number 1, gazing after him. "I intend to keep my eye on him," and he too went ashore. Soon after, the boat backed out from the landing and proceeded up the river, but neither number 1 nor number 2 were among the passengers. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Swanson. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 34. A Game of Checkers. In traveling up the Mississippi River, I could not help remarking that the Illinois shore was, with but few exceptions, very low, in many places not more than a foot or two above ordinary water, and, in some places, even submerged, while the western shore, that of Missouri and Iowa, was, with some exceptions, reasonably high. Illinois is a low, swampy state, nearly all over. I have visited all portions of it, both the borders and the interior, and, excepting the vicinity of Peoria, and some few bluffs along the Mississippi River, the ground is low, flat, marshy, and evidently anything but salubrious. The soil, however, is as rich as any in the world, and things grow there in a way that would be quite novel to an Eastern man. By and by it will be drained, grow more healthy, and perhaps become the richest and most desirable state of the Mississippi Valley. The most beautiful land I ever saw anywhere was in Iowa, between Davenport on the Mississippi shore and Iowa City in the interior. It is difficult to look upon that garden-like land when clothed in its dress of summer without actually breaking forth in words of admiration. It is slightly rolling, just enough so to relieve it from the excess of water. The view is little obstructed by timber, and one can stand on a somewhat elevated point and see for 8 or 10 miles in any direction, see the smooth green fields spread out before him, like the face of the ocean, till they fade in dimness and kiss the blue sky at the distant horizon. But in winter, stay away from these regions with all their beauty, unless you are fond of being frozen, for the winter winds there can split a tough white oak into rails in no time, and fire itself couldn't stand it long out of doors without being frozen into icicles. Even their thermometers cannot stand it out of doors. They are obliged to hang them by the stove or fireplace, where they make it a point to keep the temperature of the air as high as 25 or 30 degrees below zero. But this is a digression I did not intend. At Keokuk, I stayed all night and next morning took an early train for Fort Madison, a flourishing town situated at the head of the rapids, 25 miles above Keokuk. Not everyone is aware that the navigation of the Mississippi is obstructed for some miles above Keokuk by extensive rapids, in the course of which the water falls considerably. Yet, such is the case. To obviate the difficulty, a railroad has been constructed from Keokuk to Fort Madison, where the traveler takes another boat up the river. When the water is high, however, boats of any size go over the rapids, as they do over the falls of the Ohio at Louisville. In the car, a gentleman who was a native of Iowa occupied the same seat with me. Noticing that I had a checkerboard in my hand, which I had taken out of my trunk while on board the boat the previous day, he said, "Do you play checkers?" "A little," I replied. "Do you?" "I don't often get beat," was his modest rejoinder. "Will you take the boat at Fort Madison?" "Yes." Then, if you desire, we will play a game or two when we get aboard." "I was just about to make the same proposition," he returned. The train had not proceeded far when, as we were passing a sawmill, we saw a man who had a charge of a yoke of oxen, standing with open mouth, gazing upon the train, and staring the very locomotive out of countenance. He was one of the homeliest men I ever saw. My companion and I had had some conversation with two lively young ladies who occupied the seat in front of us, and one of them remarked, "What a singular-looking man!" The other laughed. "He isn't a very pretty man, is he?" said I. "No," retorted my male companion, who probably thought this, because he knew me to be from Pennsylvania, a thrust at Iowa generally. "He looks like a Pennsylvanian." This he certainly meant for a hit at the old Keystone State. I said nothing, however, but silently determined to have a revenge at checkers when we should get on the boat, unless my companion should prove to be a remarkable player. So, when we had embarked at Fort Madison and were gliding up the river, I saw the Iowa gentleman sauntering through the cabin and said, "Are you ready for that game of checkers?" "Oh, yes," he replied. "I was looking for you." We sat down by one of the tables, arranged the board and men, and went at it. He moved with such circumspection, and was very careful lest he should make a blunder. But, with all his caution, he soon made one, which I quickly saw, and I gave him one of my men, took 3 of his in exchange, and hopped into the king row. "Pshaw!" he exclaimed, in a tone of vexation. "I wasn't watching." I soon won that game, and he didn't get a king. "Let's try it again," said he. "I will do better next time." "I hope so," I replied as we replaced the men, but I didn't hope so. This time, he moved with more care than ever, and succeeded in getting beaten as badly as before. He tried it again and again, till we had played 8 games, and I had won 2/3 of a dozen of them. "I will not play any more," he said petulantly as he arose from the table. "I never met with such a player." "I play the Pennsylvania game," I complacently observed. I landed at Muscatine, Iowa that evening, where I remained all night. Muscatine is about 30 miles below Davenport and is called a city. Its population is 8 or 10,000. Next morning, I took an early train for Wilton, a flourishing town situated at the intersection of 2 railroads in the interior of the state. I visited some relatives there and passed a week or 2 with them very pleasantly. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or the Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A.F. Hill. Chapter 35. John in Chicago. Early in July, having visited various sections of Iowa, I started one evening for Chicago, where I arrived next morning about daylight, the distance from Wilton being a little over 200 miles. Chicago is styled the Garden City because handsome private gardens are attached to many of the residences. There are other cities, however, which, for the same reason, are equally entitled to the sobriquet. Chicago is much the largest of the Northwest. It has sprung up faster than any other, and has now a population of about 210,000. It is situated in northeastern Illinois, on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is one of the liveliest cities in the country, and must always be the largest city of the Mississippi Valley, except St. Louis, which will naturally stand number 1 on account of the numerous advantages of its position. An appropriate sobriquet for Chicago, I think, would be City of Boards, because it is built chiefly of boards. Most of the houses are frame buildings, weatherboarded. The sidewalks are nearly all composed of thick pine boards, and the streets are paved with Nicholson pavement. The sidewalks are raised some feet above what was once the original height of the ground, leaving many dirty caverns beneath, an arrangement highly gratifying to the rats. The rat population of Chicago is supposed to amount to 100 to each inhabitant of the genus Homo, which would make their whole number about 21 millions. As Josh Billings remarks, this shows at a glance how many waste rats there is. They are very playful, especially about 11 o'clock when one is going home from the theater. One night, returning from Crosby's Opera House, I counted all I saw on my way to my lodging house. I had but 3 or 4 squares to go, however, and therefore only counted 18. Of these, I succeeded in knocking only 2 over with my cane, by way of amusement. As I had done in Cincinnati and St. Louis, I hired a lodging room and took my meals at a restaurant. The room was a very good one, in a house on Dearborn Street, opposite the post office. I spent some weeks quite pleasantly in the Garden City, during which the only very funny thing that happened to me was my nearly getting drowned in Lake Michigan. My love of rowing led to this. On a beautiful moonlight evening, 2 young ladies and a young gentleman who lived in the same house went down with me to the lake, and we hired a rowboat. We seated ourselves comfortably in the boat, I taking the oars, glided away from the shore, and were soon outside the breakwater, where the full moon, rising in the eastern sky, made an endless path of quivering and shining silver over the limpid waves. The air was still, balmy and pleasant on the water, but the wind had been blowing that day, the waters were agitated, and the waves rolled considerably. When we were 2 miles from shore, we lay to for a time, and while the waves rocked us about in a playful manner, the 2 young ladies and the gentleman, I never sing, sung a beautiful song which, the murmuring of the lake blending with it and the beauty of the evening, rendered quite enchanting. When they ceased singing, one of the young ladies said, "I wonder if I could row." "I have no doubt of it," I responded. "Did you ever try it?" "No, never." "Then," I rejoined, "it is possible that you are an excellent rower, and have never given yourself an opportunity to discover it. Will you try it?" "I'm afraid," she said timidly. "Nothing to fear," I urged. "The oars are stationary in the rowlocks, and you cannot lose them. Moreover, there is no wind or tide, and the boat cannot run away with you." Thus encouraged, she said, "I believe I will try it." "Then let us exchange seats," said I. Well! She was sitting aft, and as we moved to exchange seats, we awkwardly attempted to pass each other on the same side of the boat, throwing too much weight on the port gunwale, and destroying the equilibrium of the boat and all the crew. Just then, too, a fine, fresh, unusually large wave came rolling along. The lady caught at the side of the boat as she lost her balance, but missed it and pitched out. The boat dipped, the wave swept over, nearly filling it with pure waters of the lake, and a wild scream of terror from the other lady lent interest to the scene. I seized the unfortunate one in time, dragged her into the boat, and called quickly to the gentleman to go to bailing, and never mind the price of hats. He wore a fine silk castor that held a gallon or so, and it was refreshing to see the way he began bailing with it. I hastily turned the head of the boat toward the waves, and we rose with the next one. Managing to keep her straight with one oar, I took my beaver in the other hand, and went to bailing for dear life. Meantime, the 2 ladies were trembling with terror. One of them was coughing, sneezing, and strangling too, and uttering brief impromptu prayers such as "Lord, save us," and the like. I assured them there was not the slightest danger, that the water was not deep there anyhow, that I could reach the bottom with an ordinary poker. I meant by jumping out and diving with it, though, and I succeeded in restoring their nerves to somewhat like composure. As we were all soaking wet from top to toe, and especially the young lady who had taken an involuntary dive into the deep green waters, we began to steer for the Garden City, which we reached with thankful hearts, wet clothes, and hats utterly ruined. As the others stepped out of the boat before me, I observed that, with the exception of my person, it was entirely empty, and said, "Where in the deuce is my crutch?" "Isn't it in the boat?" responded the young gentleman who stood on the shore. I will never forget the picture he presented as he stood there in the moonlight. His ruined hat was on his head, and it had lost all its stiffening. The nap was no longer sleek, smooth, and shiny, but was rumpled and crooked, and stuck out in all directions, while the now pliable crown was crushed down till it rested on his cranium, like a wet dishcloth laid on top of his head, and looked as though it had been beaten down by a terrific hailstorm. The dull, lifeless, lead-like way in which his garments hung about him may be imagined. "Your crutch," said he. "Can it be possible that it fell out when the boat tipped?" "Blazes!" I exclaimed. "How will I get home?" I might have hopped all the way, 4 squares, but that novel mode of locomotion would have attracted public attention and placed me in an undignified light. "Here it is," said one of the girls, laughing. "I took it out when I left the boat." And much to my relief and delight, she handed it to me. The other young lady also handed me my cane, which she had picked up on leaving the boat. You had better believe I was glad, if you are fond of being correct in your opinion, for I was just making up my mind to row out upon the lake again, and look for my crutch, as I thought it possible I might find it floating about somewhere. I would have had a wide bit of territory to canvass. End of chapter 35. Read by Joe McVary, March 12th, 2024. Chapter 36 of John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Smith's Funny Adventures on a Crutch, or The Remarkable Peregrinations of a One-Legged Soldier After the War, by A. F. Hill. Chapter 36. Traveling Companions. About the middle of July, I resolved to return to Philadelphia before completing my tour. And one evening I took an express train for Pittsburg via the Pittsburg, Fort Wayne, and Chicago Railroad. The train was not crowded, and each passenger in the car I was in had a whole seat to himself. We had traveled about 100 miles and were rolling across the state of Indiana. In the darkness of night, when 2 persons got on at a station somewhere, came to the middle of the car, and one took a seat beside me, while the other sat immediately in front. I glanced casually at my companion, and had not the slightest difficulty in making out that he was a sharper. "This is a fine evening," he said to me, politely, as the train thundered onward. "Very," I replied. Let it be borne in mind, however, that he had no special reason for stating, nor I for agreeing, that it was a very fine evening. On the contrary, it was dark and cloudy, and it looked like rain. "How far you going?" he asked. "To Philadelphia," I frankly replied. "Ah, so am I." "Do you live there?" I queried. "No, but I have an uncle there, a merchant." "What street?" I asked pertly. Yes, Market Street." He then changed the subject and said, "I see you lost a leg." "Yes," I assented. "In your war, I suppose?" "Yes." "Ah," he pursued with earnestness, Many noble youths have made this sacrifice for their country, and I hope they will never be forgotten. I hope so truly, I replied. I know, he went on, that you must find it very inconvenient traveling in your condition, especially when it comes to changing cars and the like. I was going to suggest that I would remain with you till we reach Philadelphia and render you any assistance. Thank you, I interrupted. The truth is, I used to get around very clumsily when I had 2 feet to take care of, but now, having got rid of one of those encumbrances, I get about astonishingly well. If you know how convenient it is to have but one leg to take care of, you wouldn't retain both of yours a week. You'd have one of them sawed off, sir. You would indeed. Mr. Sharper began to see that I wasn't his man, and he presently got up and took a seat just in front of his pal. On the same seat was a young man who evidently had not made regular business of traveling, and with him Mr. Sharper struck up an animated conversation, soon gaining his confidence. By and by he introduced a very curious puzzle with 2 cups and ivory balls, which he said he bought that day from an Italian peddler with one eye, who had lost a brother and 2 wives in a storm at sea on his way to this country. I was not near enough to see the exact construction of the cups and balls, but it was not long before he got up a bet about them with the green traveler. His confederate, sitting on the seat between him and me, still pretending to be a stranger to him, made a sham bet of $30, and the other man on the same seat, also a man who had never been sharpened on the grindstone of experience, bet $15. The money was put up in the hands of a passenger, and of course Sharper won. He and his confederate got off at the next station, each about $20 in, leaving a couple of foolish passengers so much poorer, and, it is to be hoped, so much wiser. Readers, in your travels, beware of friendly strangers. John Smith always bewares of them, and it pays. A description of 40 hours' ride by railroad would prove as tiresome to the reader as the ride always does to me. It is a delightful thing, in fine weather, to take a ride of 50 or 100 miles on a train, to see the fields and houses and gardens and barns and woods and fences flying past you, and to feel that lightning would get tired before it could catch you. But when you have to ride 1,000 miles, as I have often done, the thing becomes frightfully monotonous, and is anything but a pastime. Especially when night comes, does the ride grow tiresome. As for sleeping cars, I have long since vetoed them, as far as I am concerned. I decided that they are a nuisance, and I believe the majority of travelers will ratify and endorse my decision, and thus render it legal. I never slept in one yet that I did not suffer all the time, either from heat or cold. Such a thing as an even or moderate temperature I never experienced in a sleeping car. Then the space, to be stuffed as tight as the wad in a popgun into a narrow cell which they honor with the appellation of berth, a cell so narrow as to evoke unpleasant contemplations of the anticipated long and narrow home we must all go to, so narrow and contracted that you haven't room for your elbows, so narrow that you can't turn over without getting out upon the floor for the purpose, so narrow and close that as you lie on your back you are afraid to wink, lest you scrape your eyelids against the ceilings above you and break the lashes off. To be crammed into a place like this, I say, with the implied promise of repose, is the opposite extreme of extraordinary felicity. However, occupying a seat in a car for a whole night is no delicacy either, although I prefer it to the berth. How frequently one consults his timepiece on such an occasion. I look at my watch and find it, say, 12 o'clock p.m. Then I recline on my seat and try to steal a little sleep. At first I feel quite comfortable and fancy I can sleep in that position for several hours. But scarcely have I time to draw a breath before I find that my head does not rest quite comfortably against the windowsill or the back of the seat. I move it slightly, then I find that my arm is going asleep. I move it, then my ankle is twisted. I move it, then I find my whole body is out of shape. I move, turn around, and lie with my head the other way. Then I close my eyes and doze. I wake presently with a start, find my nose itching, and my leg asleep and beginning to tingle as though 10 million insects were swarming in it. I then rub my eyes, think an hour has passed, look at my watch, and find it 13 minutes after 11. Find I made a mistake of an hour when I looked the other time. At last, the night has dragged itself away, and oh, how welcome are the tips of morning's rosy wings, as they flutter upon the horizon among the hills or over the plains. How welcome are the gray streaks that play in the east, ushering glorious mornings upon the skies. How welcome the green fields again, as the curtain of the gloomy night is lifted from the face of nature. I involuntarily exclaim with Shakespeare, "Look what streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are put out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain top." End of chapter 36. Read by Joe McVary, Raleigh, North Carolina, March 13th, 2024.